All right.
We're going to start. Woo!
You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Oh my gosh, welcome back. Thank you so much. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
On the horizon, sky is blue, no denying. News with Skyjack Morgan, bright
and early new dawn. Yeah, here we go. It's gonna happen. We have a little bit better. It looks a little bit better in here. Headlines with Skyjack Morgan. That's me. Coffee in your cup. You can get it right up. Hey everybody, welcome to the show. I'm so glad that you're here. It's a beautiful day here in Albuquerque. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. And boy, what a day. What a morning. What a beautiful time to be alive. Are you happy to be alive? I'm happy to be alive. I'm happy to be here. We are working with still limited resources, but the studio is coming along. I thought I could get it all up and running in one day. That was a joke. Plus, my whole plan has been falling apart. Man, I got this thing in my knee, and when it happened, I started start getting lightheaded. Like, oh, you know, they say that you get these cytokines in your blood when you get an inflammation in your knee or something. And man, it took me out. Plus, with the altitude and everything, like things are affecting me differently. It's just a different world up here. It's a different world. I'm out of the low zone and into the ozone, man. I know. Yeah, in Ohio, we've had some storms. Ooh, stormy weather. Stormy weather. I got a box to go onto my porch so the porch pirates don't steal my shit. That's been working. I woke up with a cockroach on my back because I moved into a house that has cockroaches. And so I've been spraying peppermint and trying to deter them. I've got these little sonic things, but I swear to God, this is so crazy. I woke up out of nowhere. I wake up and these... Before I knew what was going on, my monkey brain reached behind my back, right between my shoulder blades, pinched the cockroach, and then threw it before I knew I was awake. It was like straight up animal brain in my head. I couldn't believe it. I've never pinched a cockroach with my bare hands before. It's not something that I would do. But it was just like, my eyes open, and before I knew what was happening, my monkey brain took over. It was crazy. Buy a salt gun made for such predators. Then I got to go around killing them. I don't really want to do all that. The sonic things have never worked for me. They worked in California. I never had roaches there. I woke up with frogs on my face. Eesh. Eesh. On your face, that's rough, man. So anyway, I bought a bed that's a bit higher off the ground, so I'm looking forward to that coming in. And plus, I called my realtor and I was like, "What the fuck, man?" And he said, "Look, he's gonna send his bug guy out here, and he said bug guy's gonna spray around the house." I hate to do it, but I'm just not okay with waking up with bugs on me. I'm not okay with waking up with roaches on me. Are you? Do you like waking up with roaches all over your face? I just am against it. It hasn't happened on my face yet, but it's gonna happen on my face. I'm like, if I'm waking up with one on my back, and like every day I come home, I turn the lights, and I'm like creeping around looking for roaches. And I know that's not the life I want to live, man. That's not the life I want to live. I'm sorry. It's unsanitary, indeed. It's unsanitary. It's goddamn uncivilized. And I'm not going to have it. Mosquito net for the win. Man, I did not think that that was going to be an issue, to be totally honest with you. I did not think that that was going to have be anything. They eat anything. The house was empty for a year. So I looked up on Google, like, why would roaches be in a house that was empty for a year? And it's like they're looking for water because it's dry. They can live off eating anything. They're not in your house for food. They're in your house for water. And that makes sense because the water's turned on, so they can like live off the condensation around pipes and stuff. I had no idea. And then I move in. They're like, "Who's this new guy? Who's the new guy?" And so I'm trying to be as ethical as possible with this shit, but now I'm waking up with a bug on me. It ain't gonna happen, bro. Ain't gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Diatomaceous earth. They're a huge problem in Florida if you don't have pets. I don't have pets. I do have diatomaceous earth. I do have that acid that you could put down. That's like that powdered acid. And I have peppermint. And the problem's gotten better. I'm not going to lie. Like, I've been working on it. But it's infuriating because my like the contractor was supposed to do some repairs on this house. So I've got a dead tree that I had to take care of for some reason, which is bullshit. That tree should have been taken care of by them. Then I've got 50% of my outlets don't have electricity. My garbage disposal and my dishwasher aren't working because there's supposed to be a plug. There's no plug to plug them into. And so that's all supposed to be done by now. And then you add the roaches to it. And I just sent my realtor guy, my real estate agent, I sent him a pretty serious text saying, man, boric acid, that's it. Boric, yeah, that's it. That's the one. That's the one. Just name them and have them as pets. Yeah, the problem with doing that is they live in feces and then they drag that all over your house. Plus, their excrement and exoskeletons is really bad for asthmatics like me, so it's not good at all to do that. Did you not have a home inspection? I did have a home inspection, and they signed a contract saying that they would fix those things before long, and they haven't. And so now I'm getting pissed. Yeah, I had a home inspection. That's why they signed a contract to do that. Jack will come on acting like Jack saying a strange ship landed in his backyard. Yeah, they're coming for me, man. They're coming for me. They just want you to be their leader. What's crazy is they are far too familiar with humans. They just walk right up to me, and I'm like, this is not gonna keep going on this way. I've tried to be. I sprayed peppermint all over the house. I keep doing it, and I'm seeing fewer of them, but it doesn't work on all of them apparently because they're still coming. So what are you gonna do? Use a roach bomb, but then I have to leave, don't I? I don't want to use a roach bomb. They have I got a guy coming. Oh, they're already huge, Ghost Cider. They're already big. There's 3 different types of roaches living in Albuquerque, and I got all 3. So I've seen all 3 species now, and it's great. It's been educational. Yeah, that's why some people are referred to as cockroaches. That's true. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I've seen some big ones, Coast Cider. The one that was crawling on me, good inch. I was actually a little uneasy. I thought it was. I found it a little concerning or disconcerting that I woke up without knowing what I was doing and was like crazy. Just total instinct took over. Indeed, the seller needs to handle it exactly. The seller needs to handle it. So today I'm gonna bust some heads. That's the name of the day. That's the game. The game for the day today is bust heads. Crack some skulls and freeze some eggs. Have you heard that? AOC is freezing her egg? She's freezing her eggs, man. What's the big deal? Everyone's like, she's coming clean about her freezing her eggs. You can bomb the place, but then you'll be homeless again. Yeah, I'm not bombing the place. You may have a water leak somewhere. I don't have a water leak. I've had people under the house looking at this shit, but I do have a guy coming. I got a guy coming. He's coming. Yeah, I got a guy coming. Meanwhile, so does, you know who doesn't have a guy coming? AOC. She does not have a guy coming. That's why she's freezing her eggs. She didn't know if she just went vegan, she could get a guy like me. Yeah, you look like your ex-wife. Your wife took the house but forgot to take the Wi-Fi. Yes, that's exactly what happened. My wife took the house and forgot to take the Wi-Fi. It's so funny you say that, man. My wife, my ex-wife, she did take a lot of shit. She stole my guitars, man. She stole my guitars. She stole all sorts of shit. She took my dog. It's not right. It's not right. Is that what I look like? I look like my wife stole my house? What a strange thing to say. Well, at least I have a house. I still have a house. At least I have that. I mean, hey, a lot of people are like, they ain't got that. Most people don't even have a place to live. They don't even own a car or a house. You know, I'm pretty lucky that way. Thank you all for joining. My name is Skyjack Morgan, independent news and culture commentator, free speech, a critical thinking advocate. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, back and badder than ever. I don't have my green screen up. I will soon. The lighting in here is not exactly what I want either, but we'll get there. We're going to get there together. It's going to be great. Yeah. Screw that ex-wife. Yeah, I mean, ex-wives, they're not good. Elon Musk has no hair. He had those plugs, dumb shit. This is how stupid people are. You're so fucking stupid. You think Elon Musk's hair is real? That's a plug. He spent millions of dollars trying to look like me, trying to look like a real man. I am honestly flattered. I mean, I'm flattered that the richest man alive, the world's first trillionaire, is just trying so hard to look like me. I guess I am the pattern. I am the exemplar. I had no idea. I had no idea that I am the one that the richest man in the world says that's what a real man looks like. I want to look like that guy. He takes my picture to his plastic surgeon. Man, he got himself a penis implant to look like my penis because his penis was small now. Mine's like an epic fury. He had to get his penis pump put in. And he's had a lot of work done. He's had a lot of work done. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
Don't be weird about this, even though I know all of you will be.
Don't be weird about it, Maggers. Maggers, why are you so weird about it?
Okay. I have made the decision to start freezing my eggs. There just isn't a ton out there, I feel. And sometimes it can feel very daunting. And as women in general,
What does she mean, like, there's not a ton out there? Does she mean, like, there's a bunch of dorks out there, that there's just not men out there that she could get with? Because, well, let's face it, most men... I went to this thing yesterday. I couldn't believe it. All these women were talking to me. They just walk up to me and start talking to me. I went to this brewery. My leg was feeling better, so I walked out. You know, you're supposed to get exercise a little bit, so I walked out, and I walked to a Tractor Brewing Company. And when I got there, all these women started talking to me, like, immediately. And I had conversations the whole night with multiple women. And I can't believe that there's a loneliness epidemic. Boys, go out, talk to girls, weirdos. Like, what is wrong with you guys? Go talk to girls. Women, they want to talk. Maybe she wants an ideal specimen. I can help with that. You? I don't know. She doesn't want to do it anymore. She's like, she's over. She's just, there's just not a ton out there.
in general, we are not taught about our bodies. We are not prepared for our own lives, whether that is in puberty, whether that is in pregnancy, whether that is in perimenopause, menopause, whether that is in so many different aspects of our lives.
God, that's a lot, man. What is she talking about? Oh, we just don't get educated enough. That's why I'm freezing my eggs because women don't get enough education about their bodies.
Whether that is if you have a condition like PCOS, whether, you know.
Wait a second. What is PCOS? What is that condition? No, that's not. What is PCOS? What is PCOS? Polycystic ovary syndrome, a common health condition caused by a hormone imbalance in women during their reproductive years. It happens when the ovaries make more male hormones, androgens, than normal, which stops eggs from releasing regularly and can cause irregular periods, acne, and weight gain. I didn't even know about that. Man, I don't know. My mom had a ovarian cyst when I was little. I was like 3 or 4, but I remember like picking her up at the hospital and stuff and being really scared that my mom wasn't going to be okay. I mean, it was the 80s, it was like 80, it was the early 80s. It was the wild west of medicine. So yeah, have children young, they say. I don't know. It's awful. Yeah, I had no idea what PCOS is. See, I learned from AOC. AOC is educating me. Thank you, AOC. I didn't know that. Now I'm a better person.
You want to plan to have a family, whether you don't plan to have children or biologically or what have you. I think we need to show more depictions of women having full lives in every context and every choice.
What the fuck did that have to do with her freezing her eggs?
The Minnesota mining industry is set to get a big...
What did that have to do with her freezing? That's the big story? I'm coming out. Don't be weird. I'm freezing my eggs because women don't get educated about their bodies and we need to show everybody that women... I don't understand that at all. But I get the first part. She said there's not a ton out there. I think she's talking about men, but maybe she's talking about information. Maybe AOC is talking about there's just not a ton of information, but I took it to mean, girls, it's slim pickings out there. These guys are playing Fortnite every night. These guys, they don't know what a clitoris is. They've had hundreds of years to discover the clitoris, and they've yet to do so. No one's telling boys about clitori. It's a problem. Why don't boys learn about clitoris? The clitori. The sugar is the one that used for cakes powder. Yeah, the sugar, baby. Signals women's rights and great for her and them. Yeah, I think it's awesome. I think people should be able to do whatever the hell they want with their body. Freeze your eggs. I don't care. I worked with Crystal, and she was open about how she didn't want to have children, but she donated a bunch of her eggs. She's got kids out there somewhere. Kind of cool, right? Donate eggs, you got kids out there, and you don't have to raise them. I mean, I don't know. Something kind of cool there, something kind of sci-fi. G-spot, you think they're going to know about the G-spot? Bro, Nurse Rod, they don't know about anything. I'm telling you, you meet ladies, they'll tell you stories about boys that didn't know their asshole from a hole in the ground. They'll tell you about boys that can't fit. I knew a young woman who told me that her man, whom she's going to marry, when they have sex, he has to leave and then go to the other room in order to finish himself off. What is that? What is that, boys? What is going on? Like 20-something-year-olds can't get off with a woman, with a real woman? Whew. Damn, I don't know what the hell. You drank a bottle of water and found dirt in the bottle? Ugh, yeah. They think the G-spot is a bar. G-unit. You think it's the corn? It might be the corn. Yeah. It might be the corn. It could be. That microphone looks like it knows your entire life story. My travel Elvis mic, yeah, it knows my whole story, baby. I've been using this mic for a year. I'm actually surprised this mic still works, to be honest with you. I take good care of my shit, but this mic, I'm pretty surprised. It's a Samsung Meteor mic. If you're into content and you're on the road, I think it's a really good mic. I barely ever use it, but because my studio is all broken apart right now, like I have my boom right here. See the XLR cable and all that? And my real mic is somewhere, but it's not working right now. So, you think it's the corn? You have that mic? Yeah. It looks kind of slick Elvis style, right? I kind of like it. It looks like a real microphone. I think it looks kind of like what Johnny Carson had. That's wild stuff. That's wild stuff. Remember I'm the only one who remembers Johnny Carson. Sorry Sorry, everybody. I thought I was the only.
The Trump administration announced more than $2 billion in funding toward new mining projects, battery materials, and rare earth alternatives.
That includes over $180 million towards mining education and training. And Joe Mason takes a look at the impact it could have here in Minnesota.
This is our town, Hibbing, Minnesota, USA.
When the Iron Range's most famous son, Bob Dylan, left his hometown all those years ago, many tried not to work in the mines. Now, the times may be changing.
Putting our miners back to work, and we're reclaiming America's rightful place as the minerals superpower of the world.
President
The minerals superpower of the world. The minerals superpower of the world. Hey.
Trump's plan for more than $180 million to boost mining education could bring people back to the range.
We're thrilled that the administration is doing something about it.
Colin Marsh is the president of Mining Minnesota.
We currently have a bit of a silver tsunami of mine engineers in this country, and a lot of them will be retiring, and there's a huge gap.
The grants are aimed at expanding the mining and critical mineral workforce by dramatically increasing the number of people with degrees in those areas over the next 2 years.
These types of jobs can be very exciting for young people that include travel, very high wages, and a really exciting career.
Travel, very high wages, and a really exciting career. Sounds
Yeah.
like a kid from the Iron Range who found a job, not in the mines, but rather in music. Schools like the U of M here in the Twin Cities and up in Duluth could benefit by this new funding. Live in Minneapolis, Joe Mason.
I love how they're like, don't forget about Bob Dylan. Remember, he was up here at some point. He sang songs about some shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big Bob Dylan fan. I don't know what Bob Dylan has to do with the fact that the military is needing more minerals. We need more minerals. Why? Money. We need to make more money. So what do you need me for? We need you to go into the mine and dig that shit out. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Everyone knows it's fine in the mine. Everyone knows miners have always been treated very well in America. It's been years since we've murdered a union organizer. It's been years since we cracked the skulls of anybody asking for a working wage. It's been years since we murdered the families of people who said they only want to work 8 hours a day. It's been years. It's the new face of mining. We want to be miners again. Put on your helmets, boys. We're going to the mines. Let's do it. Mining is a great career choice. Yes. Donald Trump loves a miner. Donald Trump plus Bob Dylan plus minerals plus mines equals money. Yeah, forget about black lung. There's still people dying of black lung. Forget about them. Shut up. They're old. You're not going to get black lung. Wait, you're saying that we didn't take care of them? That they're all dying they're all going bankrupt because we're denying any kind of culpability? Don't worry, we're not going to do that to you. We're going to treat you like family. We're going to treat you like it's going to be different this time around. The bosses are going to treat you like family, like all corporations. Don't worry, they're going to love you. You're going to have a good time. Yes. Trump said that they have a mine open in 30 days, more pollution and death. It just doesn't seem like a good idea. You know, like maybe we should use less of this shit. Or maybe mine the fuck out of it and not mine ever again. Let's just mine it all and then stop mining. But instead they're like, they want to keep people enslaved, so they'll mine it at a pace that they like for the just-in-time commodity market. It's really ridiculous. Look at this guy's a doctor. Hold on. Doctor in the house, everybody. Jacksonville Kid is his name. He's Dr. Jacksonville Kid. Jacksonville. Anyway, transgender is the result of being abused sexual. And they, them, want to be something different. Even if that's true, what the fuck do you care? That's fine. That's good. Let's say it's true. Okay. They're allowed to be somebody different. This is America. This is America, Jacksonville Kid. I didn't know you were a doctor. That's pretty rad. Did you know when Ford introduced the 8-hour workday, workers were upset, and Dodge is why companies have to put shareholder profits first? I don't know what you mean by Dodge, but Ford introduced the 8-hour workdays. I mean, he introduced the 8-hour workday. They were pissed until he told them that they would be making $5 a day. He was the best employer in town. I mean, there were a lot of things going on when there were the 8-hour workday, the $5 a day thing, a safe working environment. With the unionization of Detroit was a pretty remarkable time. And, you know, I think it's important that we remember those guys on Labor Day because, after all, They died for you. They died so that you can have a weekend. And people get upset. I mean, people get upset about a bunch of shit. People are really stupid. They get upset when you give them you gave everybody $1 million. They'd be like, but why did my neighbor get $1 million? He doesn't work as hard as I do. Shut up and take the $1 million. People are fucking assholes, man. People are stupid. If they complain about everything. I mean, I remember reading stuff about how Social Security, people at the time said it was the mark of the beast. People complained about Social Security. Now it's probably the most successful and popular program in the history of the United States government. But at the time, people called it the mark of the beast and said that it was them giving us a number like they do in Revelations, you know, like giving us all a number. Pretty soon we're going to have something, an implant in our right hand, and we're all going to go to hell, and the rapture's coming. They always had that. Stop this socialist communism Trump crap. Administration needs to invoke 154 communism back to remove these nuts from office and kick them out. See what I mean? This guy, super fucking Nazi. Truth only. That is the Nazi way. You see, that's what the Nazis did. They started making other anyone who went against them, they made those parties illegal until there was only one party. And that's what Truth Only 777, that's the kind of shit that guy's into. Just straight up old school Nazi shit, Hitler stuff. Man, you can't beat it. You can't beat it. That stuff is always going to be popular with those guys. Fascists.
A government watchdog group is exposing Elon Musk and his Doge team for false claims about how much their efforts saved American taxpayers. CNBC reports Elon Musk's Doge promised to slash $2 trillion in federal spending and to make the federal workforce lean and efficient. But even the cost...
Oh my God. Dwarven Jesus, you have betrayed your ignorance so many times on this channel, so your fucking nerve to say that I'm lacking information is a laughable comment. But no, you see, Ford, though he did do interesting things with his workers, mostly saying that the workers should be able to buy a car after a year, you know, like save up money and buy their own car. Big deal back then, a living wage, you know. That wasn't everybody, you dumb fuck. Everybody having the same weekends and shit, and having safe working environments, and having OSHA and all of these other institutions and norms and traditions that came from labor unionists and people protesting in the streets. They made general strikes illegal in this country because of it. Damn it, Dwarven Jesus, you're too ignorant for this.
Savings it has claimed in an online wall of receipts of the smaller amount of $110 billion didn't check out, according to a report from the Government Accountability Office published Thursday. The GAO evaluated $110 billion of savings Doge claimed on a website with its wall of receipts from cuts including federal contracts, grants, and leases. The GAO's...
I love when people say this stuff, like this Nazi right here. Truth Only 777 was a Dem for 40 of my 60 years until these crazy nut-ass white libs and socialist communism has hijacked my party. Hey, man, then join the Nazis, dude. That's you, man. And I don't believe you, but whatever. Donald Trump was a Democrat for most of his life. So what? That doesn't mean shit. These parties don't mean anything, you dumb asshole. God damn it. All you fools who think that the party will save you. The Democrats will save us. The Republicans will save us. They're not going to save you. The Republicans have been hijacked by the National Socialists. And the Democrats, well, who knows what's going to happen. But it looks like the Social Democrats, the Democratic Socialists, that they might actually have a run. They might be able to have a run. And you'll call them communists because you don't know what a communist is. And you won't understand what's going on or what a goal is versus actual plans. You don't understand these things because you're easily roused. You're easily manipulated because, you know, you're dumb. You're just dumb.
Said it found multiple issues limiting the transparency and reliability of these reported savings, including additional categories beyond contracts, grants, and leases. Doge tallied $215 billion in cuts, the GAO said. Elon Musk was recently called out for his Doge efforts during an interview with The Economist.
What? You get an interview? I tried. Remember what he used to look like? He had the jaw implant. Look, he had the jaw implant. Man, he got the teeth implant. He got the hair implant. This dude. God damn.
You got very actively involved, through Doge. You tried to cut a lot of spending, reshape the government. How do you feel that it wasn't hugely successful in the sense that, there wasn't nearly as much spending cut as you tried? How do you, as you look back on that, do you regret getting so involved in politics? Do you think it was a good thing to do?
I think I got a little too involved in politics, got carried away, frankly.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, maybe you got a little too involved, a little carried away. Joe Scarborough is a Republican. What are you talking about? Joe Scarborough of MS Now finally finds his limit with the DSA. Are you stupid, Mayday? What are you, some kind of asshole or something? Joe Scarborough is a Republican, always has been a conservative Republican. It's just that he didn't go along with the Nazis when MAGA came around. That's all. So you guys are like, he must be, I don't know what you think about Joe Scarborough. He was a congressman, a Republican congressman. Doesn't get much more Republican than that. But because he's not a Donald Trump bootlicker, you're like, he's a rhino. Idiots.
Carried away seems like a bit of an understatement. Musk literally held up a chainsaw to demonstrate how he was going to cut government. Our next guest, Congressman James Walkinshaw of Virginia, is calling for Elon Musk to be subpoenaed. Congressman Walkinshaw released this statement, quote, "This week's bombshell GAO report shows that Doge fraudulently lied to the American people. Elon Musk promised massive savings. Instead, Doge spent nearly $16 billion paying people not to work and fired essential federal workers the administration is now trying to hire back. Doge claimed hundreds of billions in savings that GAO found were flat out false. Now we know the full truth. Doge was a colossal failure built on fraudulent claims. It was a fraud perpetrated against the American people."
Wow. A fraud perpetrated against the American people. If only people were protesting it at the time. Aren't you proud of your fellow Americans who actually did protest? Don't forget to buy Melania coin, everybody. It's the #1 tool for the financial future of America. It's the most important financial tool for our prosperity. Melania coin, endorsed by the First Lady and pushed by the President. Go buy Melania coin. Joe was actually a Newt Gingrich guy when he came in. I know. Joe Scarborough's a hell of a Republican. He's a Republican. It's one of the reasons why I like watching him, because he's a Republican that still has, some principles left, some values left. He's the only Republican on TV that still has, some Republican values left. Some just regular old conservative values. I'm sorry. I'm not a Republican, but I miss the old days when I used to be able to hear someone like John Boehner or John McCain or any of the old Mitt Romneys. I miss those guys. They used to have ideas. They used to have plans. They used to have more than concepts of plans. They got concepts of plans. No, they had actual plans that they wrote down and shared with us. I miss the Republicans. The Republicans have been hijacked. They've been destroyed. And that's it. Navia Sky wants me to start drinking again. You should always do that. Always. Every time. Get off the airways. And I'm tired of seeing zealot libtards on my feed. Well, Zaria, stop commenting on people's feeds, you dumb piece of shit. Also, I'm not a liberal, so you can also go ahead and rot in hell. I hope you die tonight because I hate fascists. Thank you so much for being here.
Joining us now is Democratic Congressman James Walkinshaw of Virginia. He is a member of the Oversight and Homeland Security Committees and the co-chair of Congressional Federal Workforce Caucus. Congressman Walkinshaw, as always, thank you for coming to The Last Word. What would you say? What would you ask Elon Musk if you could get him under oath?
I'd ask.
Don't miss them, Sky. They were all the same. They were just one. They were on the slow approach. I guess you might be right. I guess what I mean to say when I miss the old school Republicans is that we used to agree on what problems we had in America. We'd be like, oh, we have this problem. And we just have two different ways of solving it. And we can discuss that. And you got one plan, I've got another plan. Let's talk about those things. Not that the Republicans and Democrats were ever trustworthy or whatever, but I miss the conversation. How about that? I miss actual conversations about fixing problems. Whereas now it's like, if you don't love Donald Trump, you're a meanie and you're victimizing me. If you don't like Donald Trump, you're hurting me. That's violence. If you don't like Donald Trump, you're committing violence against me. How dare you say something mean about my favorite politician? They didn't used to talk like that, you know? They didn't used to talk like that. Now every single magger is sitting there going, oh, the bunch of fucking crybabies. I mean, liberals have always been crybabies, but at least they were like, oh, we just want to keep everybody happy and stay the course with capitalism. You know, I miss the conversation more than anything. I mean, Republicans have always been pretty shitty. Yeah. But they hadn't gone full Nazi, like full on balls deep into fascism. Like, we're in, buddy. This is it.
Ask him why he and his team lied to the American people about the savings that they did not achieve. I'd also ask them why they fired Ebola experts, why they fired cybersecurity experts, why they released the Social Security database with the Social Security number.
I love it when morons do this. Lincoln, though, you want to talk about Abraham fucking Lincoln? Abraham Lincoln? What? How does that relate with anything that's going on today? Oh, you know what? Abraham Lincoln, though, he called himself a Republican back then. What the hell does that have to do with 2026, bro? Motherfucker was killed in 1864, I think. 1864, I think. He's been dead for a very long time. What kind of an idiot? I love this shit every time. What about Republican? He was a Republican. I knew it was that. I knew it. You're an idiot if you think that the parties matter. Donald Trump was a Democrat when the Democrats had power, and he's a Republican when the Republicans have power. The billionaires don't give a shit. The names don't mean anything, you dumb fucks. Jesus. And if you think that I'm a Democrat, then you're too stupid to breathe. Stop breathing. Stop breathing. Stop breathing. Lincoln, though. Lincoln tried a lot of things. He was against slavery. He thought that the government should buy back the slaves. He thought that they should send them back to Africa, which was idiotic since most of them were born here at that point. He made the trade illegal before it was like he was all over the place. He was probably against slavery, but so was Thomas Jefferson and Madison, and they both owned slaves. So, you know. But they were technically, oh my God, he was a Republican. The fact that you imbeciles, you modern day fascist assholes want to claim Abraham fucking Lincoln is so absurd. It's like banging your head against the wall trying to solve an algebra equation. But if I bang my head enough, all of my brain cells will align and I'll solve the problem. Morons. My God. Abraham Lincoln.
Number of every single American to a political advocacy organization. I'd ask them why they broke the law, violated policies. I'd love to ask them all those things. I know Elon Musk loves a good conversation and debate. I hope he'll call Chairman Comer and say that he wants to come before the Oversight Committee and explain these colossal failures and this fraud he perpetrated.
Yes, fraud that he perpetrated. If fascism existed in the United States right now, as you say, then everyday citizens would not have access to fireman's freedom or freedom of speech. We do not have freedom of speech. We do not have freedom of press. That's bullshit. That's just a fucking lie that we like to repeat. Freedom of speech is something that we might believe in, but you probably don't. Also, fascism you think if all the idiots think of like fascism, 1943 Germany, but you forget that in the 30s fascism was catching on, and there was always a thing where they wanted to get rid of the Republic, and they had to do that first. And once they got rid of the Republic with the Enablement Act, then then you had real hardcore, like hardcore authoritarianism. But before that, you had fascism. Fascism just wasn't the rule of everybody. It takes time. You see, you have to fight fascism, you dumb fucks. You can't wait until 1943. You have to be fighting fascism all the time. Fascism has existed in America forever. I mean, a lot of historians think that fascism as we know it was invented in like the 1800s. So here in the United States, they didn't have a name for it until Mussolini came along. And Mussolini even said that he misnamed it, that he should have called it corporatism. Which, corporatism. It's a thing here. You think that you wake up and it's just like, oh, everybody just can't have guns all of a sudden. Bro, they're confiscating guns all the time. There was a running tally when Donald Trump was going through. He said, guns confiscated every single day with a number next to it in D.C. Why was he doing that? Bragging about how many guns he was taking away. Why? Can't figure that out. Why are Gestapo going into people's houses and blowing people's dogs away and stealing their children? Why does that keep happening? Fascism is just far right wing. That's what they want. Why would anybody argue that MAGA aren't for it? MAGA is the fascist wing of the American political system. That's what MAGA, just Nazis. That's all they are. They're National Socialists. They want to benefit the rich and the powerful and then the white Christian nationalists. But other than that, you can die. Fascism. And they want to do it through private, public, they take 10% of Intel here. They get 50% of the chips from Nvidia, all the money that they get from when they deal with China and Saudi Arabia, the Nvidia chip money, 50% of it goes to the government. I mean, these are private-public partnerships that really smack of National Socialism. That's what it is. National Socialism. People always want to argue about Hitler, but study Hitler.
Coming up on 5/12 this Monday morning, socialism will again be on the ballot tomorrow, this time in Wisconsin, as Francesca Hong
Socialism's on the ballot.
looks to become the Democratic candidate for governor. But Chris...
Man, Hong, she's going to be governor of Wisconsin? That's incredible.
Critics are calling out her far-left agenda. The Wall Street Journal editorial board writing, quote, she'd offer illegal migrants state IDs while using sanctuary policies to protect Wisconsinites of all documentation status from secret police. She'd raise...
Hey, I like that. Protecting all Wisconsinites from secret police. I like that. I like the sound of that. I wish someone would protect me from the secret police. I got to protect myself with my gun. Sky is 6'3". I'm 6'5". I'm 6'5", Navia.
The minimum wage to $20, legalize marijuana, and pass a binding clean electricity standard similar to Michigan's, which requires 60% renewable power by 2030. Even a fraction of this agenda would be ruinous.
Fox News contributor and former Miami Mayor Francis Suarez joins us now. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much.
You think AIPAC is supporting Hong? No, honey. Hong is not at all supported by AIPAC.
Thanks for joining us this morning. We so appreciate it. Always great to see you. I want to get your top thoughts right there on Francesca Hong. A long list of things she'd like to do, including publicly funded grocery stores, universal health care. She said she wanted to ban Thanksgiving, but then she took a lot of flack, so she now loves Thanksgiving. But anyway, how does she pay for all of these things that she would like to do?
That's the right question. And I think what happens is, and I've said this in the past,
this idea of National Socialism, well, it's really hard to pin down the definition because every wacko that it can be attached to has their own flavor of psychopathy. You're right, Positrack, but I would say we have like Umberto Eco and some others that have kind of defined what fascism is, especially like the authoritarian fascist state. Like, it's not just. By the way, it doesn't always come from the same direction, right? It could come from anywhere. We have to be careful about people who try to take too much power. Those people have to, well, get guillotined, or else we'll end up with authoritarians. And we're going down that road right now. So I think that, like, I made that video, 14 Points of Fascism, and how MAGA checks each box or something. I forget what that video was called. And I think it's a pretty good video because it goes through each of the points of fascism. And it was earlier in Trump's, disastrous second term, but he's still doing the same shit. He wants to get rid of birthright citizenship, man. The guy wants blood and soil nationalism. It's fucking insane. The guy is clearly a Nazi, but by any definition, I don't know. Fox News, you could tell when they start putting labels, that's a tactic that's been used over and over. 12 another guy. Yeah, it's so true. They're like, The socialism is on the ballot.
These socialists, they never tell you the bill at the end of the day. All they do is dangle this policy like a carrot, as if it's something that...
Oh, yeah, they never tell you the bill. But Donald Trump has concepts of plans, and the war should only last 2 weeks. They never tell you the bill, do they? Those fucking Nazis. They never tell you the actual cost. They never tell you that hundreds of children will be killed, that thousands of women will be killed. They never tell you that. They never tell you that thing, those Nazis.
That is so easy to do, right? So Medicare for All is one great example. It would cost, according to the Congressional Budget Office, somewhere between $1.5 and $3 trillion a year. What does that mean for average taxpayers? Forget about billionaires. If you increased the tax
Forget about the billionaires.
to 70%, you'd only generate about $200 billion in tax revenue. Nowhere near enough to pay for Medicare for All. So let's put the billionaires out there. And there's only 1,000 billionaires, by the way, in the United States. So how many of them would leave if you increase the effective tax rate to 70%?
How many of them would leave? Let them go! What the fuck? How many of them will leave? Fucking let them go! Let them all go. How do you think they got to be billionaires, asshole? They're not going anywhere. I care about the American people. I do not care about the 1,000 billionaires. Will they all leave, though? What will we do without them? They need to either die or we'll freeze their fucking assets. What do you think? Where do you think they'll go? We'll just take their money. We'll take their money. Elon Musk makes all of his money off of our tax dollars. All of it. SpaceX only exists because the United States government gave him loans to bail him out, billions of dollars, and then used SpaceX as a customer. Well, we became a customer of SpaceX, and so we got billions of dollars in government contracts. That's how Elon Musk made his money. That's our money. Well, they'll leave they'll just leave. No, they won't. They're not going to leave the tit. They won't leave the tit.
So let's put that aside. For the average person, their taxes are going to go up double digits at the lowest tax rate. So the person who pays the lowest amount of taxes is going to see a double-digit tax increase, and so on and so forth as you go through the progressive scale. So what happens is these candidates never tell you at the end of the day how much this stuff costs and how unfeasible it is, especially when you put it all together.
We'll see how those policies play in a battle.
They never tell you how infeasible it is. We have a president who's trying to rule by decree, trying to circumvent the will of the people, trying to go around Congress. Our only representation in our government is Congress. And he goes around it as frequently as possible through this executive order bullshit. And then he keeps on getting his dick slapped because it's always unconstitutional. But he doesn't give a fuck. He's never read the Constitution. He doesn't care about the Constitution. The billionaires aren't going anywhere because they are sucking on our tits. That's how they have billions of dollars. They didn't get billions of dollars by, having great ideas or some shit. They got billions of dollars through government loans, contracts, and subsidies. That's how it works. Most millionaires got their money through government loans, contracts, and subsidies. They're not going anywhere. And if they do, we'll freeze their bank accounts. We'll just freeze it. Freeze it. We'll freeze their bank accounts like AOC's eggs, because AOC's freezing her eggs because there's not a ton out there.
With more on a recent raid in the South Valley and the nightmare neighbors say they've been living through.
A father and son were arrested and their home condemned, but we just found out the family is still living on the property in an RV. Monica Logroño has been following this story since before that raid ever happened. Monica, what can you tell us?
Well, Zach, Tessa, Eileen Hernandez and her family say for the past 6 years, they've been terrorized. Now, when I first reached out to them, they said they were afraid of retaliation. But after last Friday's raid, they say they want their side of the story shared.
Police sirens, an alarm clock you can't snooze. Eileen Hernandez says it was music to her ears early Friday morning.
It was really scary, but at the same time, really relieving that something was getting done. After so many years, something was happening.
The Bernalillo County Sheriff's SWAT team conducted a raid on her neighbor's home in the South Valley and arrested Vincent Chavez Sr. and Vincent Chavez Jr. Neighbors, she says, have been terrorizing her family for at least 6 years.
It first started with some of their children across the street. They beat up my mom. So after that is when we really started having problems. It would just be arguing, yelling, calling us all kinds of names, anything you could think of.
Friday, KOB4 went out to the neighborhood. A family member had this to say.
Hi.
Live? But Hernandez says she's got receipts.
I would try to defend myself too, but you can see it on the body cam. My trauma that I've been through with them is not a lie. The way my kids have acted, we're in fear to go outside half the time. I can't even walk my kids to the bus stop without being in fear.
Man, this is the thing that I never thought was ever going to happen in America, that all these douchebags would end up becoming like, that they would swat their neighbors. I really never thought that America was ever going to come to this. I really didn't. I never thought that Americans would rat on their neighbors and call ICE on their neighbors, call the Gestapo. When I lived in Germany, I used to tell Germans that, nah, it could never happen here. It could never happen in America because we're different. We don't behave like that. We would never turn in. We would never turn in Anne Frank. We wouldn't do it because we're different in America. We don't worship our politicians. We don't worship the uniform. We love our neighbors in America. It's over. That's done with. These poor ladies, they've been swatted because they're brown. That's all.
Most recently, 2 boys, one of which police say was Chavez Jr., threw rocks at their home and cars. Hernandez says he's also threatened her. Court documents also show Chavez Sr. has threatened to kill Hernandez's 14-year-old son. Following Friday's raid, BCSO condemned the home, citing multiple health and safety violations, including dead animals and animal droppings. But then, the very next day, both Chavezes were released from jail, and the family moved in right on the property in an RV.
For the judges just to let them out the next day was really a shock to me. There was no more sense of relief. I was back.
What are the judges supposed to do?
Our Environment Department says that it is taking steps to prevent fake public comments from being submitted online. The move comes after a state representative and an Albuquerque city councilor said that fake comments were...
Yeah, I mean, like what you're saying, I'm totally going to do. I'm going to get little postcards, and I'm going to leave a little message for all of my neighbors and just be like, hey, my name's Skyjack Morgan. I'm an anarchist, and I hate the government. I would like to form mutual defense. I want to know which one of you guys got guns so that when the government fails, that you and I can work together to protect our neighborhood. That's when I'm going to put that on all of the doors around my neighborhood. Nah, you can't do that right away, right? You can't let them know that you think the government's collapsing just yet. First, you got to be like, hey, my name is Skyjack Morgan. I really like Star Trek, and if you ever want to borrow a cup of sugar, come on over, knock on my door. You got to build community, You can't come out hot like that. Can't do it. Hey, Kevin, I do 600 push-ups every other day and can kick the ceiling. God damn it, President. I can't do that. It's impressive. That's impressive, boy.
Were submitted in their names supporting an application connected to Project Jupiter. That's the data center being built in Doña Ana County. The Environmental Department confirms they received 42 fake comments related to that application, and the department will now require anyone who submits comments to provide an email. They then will have to confirm the comment with an automated email, and officials say that this will allow people to confirm whether or not that they are actually trying to submit a comment while making it easier for them to spot and identify fakes.
I don't know. You see, does that sit right with you? Albuquerque has this Project Jupiter. Everybody's talking about it here. And they're saying like, oh, well, there were a lot of fake comments, so we gotta ixnay the Amitske. I don't think so. People don't want another data center. We don't like it. Nobody wants a data center. They're saying this data center won't use any water. They knocked on my door and they left a little door hanger for me saying, hey, you need to know about Project Jupiter. And it was pro-Project Jupiter. They're just going door to door trying to convince people that data centers are your best friend. You're going to love it. I'm just happy they're not building it in my neighborhood, I mean, I'm worried. I'm worried that we're not going to be able to have nice things in America. But we've never been able to have nice things. That's why they had to have the National Parks Service. They had to make it national. They had to make them national parks because Americans will shit all over everything. Got to protect our shit from our shit.
The U.S. government has refunded more than $100 billion to a number of companies for tariffs they paid after the Supreme Court ruled the tariffs were illegal, according to a court filing this week. Apple got about $2.2 billion back last quarter. Amazon.
Oh, that's so nice. So they're going to give away free phones now, right? Because they get all this money back. So where's our money? Where's my check? This is the biggest fleecing of the American people in the history of America, and people just love Donald Trump. He's literally stealing from you and putting money. He's robbing for the poor and giving it to the rich. You got tariffed. They are the ones who actually paid the tariff, but not really. They passed that cost on to you. Don't you remember when everything got more expensive? Prices still haven't gone down. And now they say that the tariffs were illegal. But the prices are still up. And you're giving money from the federal government. The federal government is giving them money. Our money. That's our taxes going to these companies. Yeah, where's my Doge check? Like, how insane must you be? Where's your tariff check? No, the tariff check goes to the companies. You don't get a tariff check. All these companies that paid the tariffs get the tariff money back. Costco, they're not even talking about Costco. Holy shit.
$600 million. Nike, $300 million. But are you and I, who paid higher prices, going to see any of that money?
No.
Foundation estimates tariffs cost the average U.S. household an extra $1,000 in 2025. And because the administration replaced those tariffs with different ones, the average household is expected to pay $900 this year.
Only not. Oh, look at that, guys. You're getting off easy this year, huh? Only $900.
CBS News Money Watch reporter Megan Cerullo joins me now in studio to break all of this down. So yeah, we're hearing about these massive refunds. We want to know, okay, show me the money. I mean, there was this process set up by Customs and Border Protection for setting
Nice, Jerry Maguire, huh? Show me the money. Yeah, show me the money.
refunds. Is that just for companies? Can you and I do that?
Right. Don't hold your breath if you're expecting to get any money back for those higher prices that we all paid when these tariffs were in place. Only the importer of record, which is usually the customs broker or the company, can file a declaration for a refund through the customs portal, the CAPE portal.
Do you think they knew this? When everybody was talking about the tariffs, I said it is a huge cash grab. There are deals being done behind the scenes where all the money will be going back to these companies and you and I are getting fucked. And everybody, all you stupid maggers, none of you believed me. I remember talking about it, saying this is just a cash grab. There are backroom deals happening. Here you go. Here was the backroom deal. This was always going to be the case. They always knew that it was illegal. That's why the companies didn't make a big stink. They always knew they were going to get a payoff. You'd think that the corporations would have been up in arms, screaming and yelling, but only a couple did. Only a few. For some reason, Amazon, do you remember Amazon said that they were going to put a tariff mark on all their prices to show you what the tariff is? So that's why it's, and he talked them out of it. Remember that? Why? Why was that important? You're done with the ass fucking? No, you're not. You're going to get ass fucked all year. Lost some attitude adjustment medication. A couple 20-year-olds. Nice. You're not done. We're nowhere near done.
And there's no similar requirement that the federal government or that companies refund consumers who bore the brunt of these tariffs, because what corporations did was they paid the tariffs, but then in many cases, they passed those costs right along to consumers.
In every case.
And no, you and I cannot file a declaration and say, can I get, the extra $7 or $20 back that I paid for whatever it was that was imported from overseas.
What are lawmakers saying?
Senator Elizabeth Warren this week, just yesterday, said she's probing some of the biggest U.S. companies, Amazon, Apple, Nike, Walmart, and she is...
Coffee's insane. I'm buying local coffee now. I'm drinking Humble coffee, Costa Rica blend, and it's so nice to have a good cup of coffee. My God. Locally roasted coffee beans. I missed it so much. Man. I've been enjoying living in Albuquerque, where people care about local economy and stuff. I like it a lot. I'm hoping that we, and everywhere you go in Albuquerque, there's signs on the shops that say no ICE. You are not allowed in. No one who works for ICE is allowed in without a warrant. It's posted on all of their stores. And I think that's great, because fuck ICE. In the bar that I'll go to called Happy Accidents, they have a drink called Fuck Ice on their menu. I love Albuquerque for that. I love that. So yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Yeah, I like that a lot. Fuck ICE.
Demanding that these companies disclose how much they've received back from the federal government, what they plan to do with those refunds. Do they plan to share any of the money with customers? And she's also asking them to be very specific about how much they increased prices and whether those price hikes were directly attributable to tariffs. And if these companies do pledge to return any money to consumers, she wants to know how they plan to administer that process.
Okay, so you said don't hold your breath. There's no requirement for us as customers to get money back. But have any of these companies yet said, look, we're going to do right by you. This is what we're going to do?
Some companies have pledged to return any refunds that they get to consumers. They include UPS and FedEx, for example. Amazon has said that it will refund customers in a limited number of cases. Other companies' recourse is they're saying that they are going to use the refunds to lower prices for consumers on a range of products. So that's
Bullshit.
an indirect benefit for the consumer. Some consumers aren't satisfied. There are a number of class action lawsuits that have been filed against companies, including Nike, including Costco. And these plaintiffs say that, well, this is a windfall for companies, but we're the ones who actually pay the cost. Unfortunately, some attorneys say that these consumers willingly entered into these agreements with firms. Firms set the prices, the consumer agreed to pay those prices, so they might not have.
The corporations, let me know. Just put a poll in there. Do you think that the corporations are going to give us our money back? Do you think that they're going to share the wealth, just like how they do with their employees? How Amazon's going to share the wealth with you. They're going to give you big discounts, and also they're going to give all of their employees free water bottles to piss in. All of their drivers are getting a free bottle of water that they can drink and urinate into. This is why we needed to give them billions of dollars. Look, man, that's just how it goes. The tariffs, it was all a cash grab. They are not going to make right by you. You are not going to get a tariff check. You are not going to get a Doge check. You are not going to get fuck all because you are living in a fascist country. A fascist country that leaves people like you out in the cold because the goals and the tactics and basically, they're indiscernible right now between the government and the corporation. The corporation and the government, you can't tell them apart anymore. So, when they become indiscernible, you're left out in the cold. They just end up in a 69, and in a 69, that's only a tour, you know what I mean? There's no third party for that. There's no menage a trois with a 69. The corporations, the government are 69ing each other, and you are in the corner masturbating, wishing that you could take part. But you can't. You've been left out in the cold. Sorry. And with cold, there's shrinkage and everything. You're not looking good. You're not looking good over there. You know what I'm saying? It's cold.
Turning now to the Middle East, President Trump says the U.S. is only semi-negotiating with Iran as the regime unveils.
Socialism is destroying our country. Socialism is a part of every nation state. Socialism is just the idea that society, government, should prioritize public need over private profit. And they look at that in different ways and how you get different types, different flavors of socialism. So, for example, you get democratic socialism, which means that all of us are in this together and all of us are members of the public. And so that the public benefit should benefit all of us. Now, there's National Socialism, which basically thinly defines the idea of the public and says the public is only this little group right here. Usually Christian white nationalists, but doesn't have to be. It could be Zionists. It could be anybody you say. It could be just billionaires. These are the public. We want to benefit these folks. And you have National Socialism, which is Nazism. So you get basically different flavors of socialism. So to say socialism is destroying the country, what kind of socialism are you talking about? Because there is a type of socialism that is destroying the country. It's called the Nazis. They're here. They're in the House. The call is coming from inside the House. Republicans have manipulated their ignorant and gullible voters into believing that getting anything in return for the taxes they pay is evil socialism. Yeah, right. Yeah, that you just pay for and not get any government services. We should just pay it and not get anything in return because that's socialism. Yeah. It's funny because, the military, for all intents and purposes, is a socialist endeavor. But what they do, they fuck it up by making almost all of the military private contractors. So you get this fucked up capitalist feast on our tax dollars. So we're not the American government doesn't build tanks, Somebody else builds the tanks. I don't know, maybe Boeing or I don't know who builds our tanks anymore. But our jets, we don't build the jets. Boeing, McDonnell Douglas, they build the jets. The missiles, we don't build that shit. We buy them from private companies. So it becomes a capitalist fuckfest corporatism, where the government and the corporations are 69ing and you're in the corner sadly masturbating, wishing that you were part of it. You, the public, are left out in the cold. That's it. Sorry.
Its new list of demands to open the Strait of Hormuz.
We're semi-negotiating, We're semi-negotiating.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst.
I got concepts of negotiation. Yeah. Concepts of plans.
Tel Aviv with the latest. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. With diplomatic efforts ongoing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, Iranian officials are now making new demands. Iran's Supreme National Security Council issued a fresh statement over the weekend calling on the United States to permanently end the war and compensate Iran for damages before the strait would reopen. Iran's foreign minister says even if a deal is reached, it doesn't necessarily mean the strait will stay open.
The talks with Oman are about the temporary routes. We are almost very close to the result. Determining the route by Iran and Oman does not necessarily mean the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That is dependent on other factors, the violations of the Memorandum of Understanding.
Exactly. Lees says Iran has the upper hand. They have no desire to negotiate with the U.S. Liars. I mean, you got to admit, when they were negotiating with the United States of America, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth parked aircraft carriers right in their waters and were like, it's just for fun, guys. We're not doing anything bad. No, we're just negotiating in good faith. And then we assassinated their leadership. We're just assassins. We are the most cowardly fucking country in the world. A bunch of cowards. Think about the cowardice to say, oh, let's shake hands, let's talk, yeah. And then meanwhile, we're tracking the Ayatollah and his entire family for 3 months, biding time so that we know his comings and goings, and then we murder him and his whole family from the sky. Is there anything more cowardly than that? To pretend like you are negotiating in good faith, and meanwhile, you're just plotting assassination? I mean, is that what America is now? Is that what America's always been? Would you trust America? Nobody trusts us anymore. And they know Donald Trump's not going to be here. And they know they'll be, even if JD Vance gets to be, somehow King Pumbaa, that he will be better than fucking Donald Trump. That's not saying much, obviously. But he would be better than Donald Trump. He'd be worse for all of us, but he'd be better for Iran. Better for Iran, worse for the rest of us.
America should be compensated.
With details still being worked out, the U.S. naval blockade remains in effect. U.S. Central Command says as of August 9th, CENTCOM has redirected 55 commercial vessels, disabled 2 and boarded 2 to ensure compliance. And President Trump told Axios on Sunday, we are low-key in it. We are only semi-negotiating with them. The president went on to say, we are just watching Iran with its huge inflation and the fact they have no money. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance spoke with Fox News over the weekend.
This is what we're doing. Am I doing the Tucker? Was I doing the Tucker? This is what we're doing. This is the goal now. This is the goal now. Sky, with that analogy, I don't think MAGA will understand because they already do that there in the corner with... They're doing and thinking they're part of something that they'll... You're so right, Joyce777. They literally are just the cucks in the corner, jerking off, watching somebody else have... You're so right. That's why they love billionaires. They're like, I wish I could be a billionaire. Oh, they're over in the corner while the billionaires are fucking their wives and their children, their 12-year-old girls. The billionaires are buying and fucking their 12-year-old girls while the magger is sitting in the corner wanking it. Like, dude, that's your daughter. That's your daughter. Bro. Stop!
Indicating that U.S. pressure on Iran will continue until an agreement is reached.
They're hurting in a big way. They want this thing to be over. The question is whether their system is able to give the things that are necessary for us to be happy, for us to feel like we've gotten what we need out of this particular engagement. That is
what we need out of this particular engagement. Bro, you failed to negotiate in good faith with the Iranian government. You murdered them. If I were them, I'd be like, fuck. No way. If I were Iran right now, I'd be like, bomb us. Bomb us. Keep bombing us. Come on. Keep going.
still to be determined, but I do think we made some progress over the last few days.
Yeah.
Right now, the U.S. playbook appears to be letting Iran suffer economically until they change their behavior. Guys?
President Trump said over the weekend this is like a game of chess, so we'll see who makes the right moves. Trey Yanks, thank you very much for joining us from Tel Aviv.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Nice.
All right, listen up. I want to tell you about something that is happening in America, and it is happening right now. This is not happening in a war zone. It is not happening under some authoritarian regime. It's happening right here on American soil. Inside some ICE detention centers, some detainees have reportedly decided that the only form of protest left to them, and this is how serious this has become.
Hunger strike? Is going to be a hunger strike?
Whether they are protesting the conditions that they are kept in or the very legality of their confinement, is to stop eating. A hunger strike. And we're now learning, thanks to an investigation by The Guardian.
I wouldn't fucking... That's the first thing I do. You try to put me away, I wouldn't eat. Fuck you, I'm not eating. Fuck you, I'm not eating. Fuck you, I'm not eating. That's the first thing I do, man. I don't care. If they put me in jail for talking, I'm not eating. The few times I have gone to jail, I didn't eat. No, I'm not eating. Fuck you. I'm not doing it. Nope.
That in some cases, authorities have responded by force feeding. Here's what that typically looks like. The detainee is restrained, often forcibly. Their head is held.
The public, yeah, I mean, most of us, we get cucked. Yeah, we get cucked. The public gets cucked by the corporatism. That's the whole thing. Calm down, says Carla. Carla, I can't calm down. The government's falling apart. Haven't you heard? Haven't you heard? R or D? Carla, that's the wrong fucking question, Carla. There's no Republicans or Democrats. They're dead, man. There's no Republicans and Democrats left. The Democrats are on their last legs. The Republicans, they died a long time ago. All you got is MAGA left. MAGA or nothing. Democrats? I don't know. When was the last Democrat that you felt inspired by? Democrats? Yeah, it's over. It's over, Carla. It's over, Carla.
Still, as a medical professional threads a plastic tube into a nostril, and I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this, but you need to know, down the throat and into the stomach. Liquid nutrition is then pumped through that tube. And there's a doctor, Dr. Chanel Diaz, an assistant professor of medicine at Columbia University. Dr. Diaz told MS Now that patients describe it as, quote, one of the most uncomfortable medical procedures. And it is generally not something that a doctor would subject a, quote, awake, alert patient to. Here's what the World Medical Association calls it, quote, the most unsuitable approach to save lives. And despite all of this, an extraordinary investigative report by The Guardian found that in 2025 and 2026, DHS officials, quote, quietly attempted to subject at least 10 hunger strikers in U.S. immigrant detention to involuntary medical procedures, including force feeding. This is the first known set of cases in Trump's second term. And of those 10 people, at least 3, possibly as many as 5, were ultimately forced into treatment. The cases include a Kurdish asylum seeker held at Port Isabel Processing Center in South Texas, not far from the epicenter of family separations in the first term. That detainee was force-fed intermittently for nearly 8 months. 8 months.
8 months. A Kurdish asylum seeker. Those Kurds. We like to fucking kill those guys. Kurds, man. We love killing those anarchists, man. Do you know, like, we used to love the Kurds. We love the fact that they were anarchists when they were killing ISIS. They would kill ISIS, and we were like, yeah, anarchism. We love you guys. Keep killing ISIS. And then as soon as Syria, they got rid of Assad, they're like, Kurds, everybody... Kurd killing season is back on. Everybody go start killing Kurds. A lot of people think that those 50,000 people that Donald Trump says got murdered by Iran, those protesters, a lot of people think that they were just Kurds put up to it, that the American government convinced Kurdish people to go and protest, promising, oh yeah, we got your back. Remember that when Donald Trump said we got your back? If you harm one hair on one head of any of those protesters, we're going to bomb you into the Stone Age. But they didn't. They didn't. Supposedly, they killed tens of thousands of people. Some conspiracy theorists think that that was just the Kurds being used once again by the United States government. The Kurds are also being tortured in our concentration camps because they're refusing to eat. The Kurds. Hardcore anarchists, a country without a nation without borders. 9,000 protesters. We all got different things. Skyjack Morgan, what are you doing to make any changes? Carla, you just got here. Are you serious right now? Carla, I'm doing all sorts of shit. Where do you want to start? Maybe this is probably your first time here. I've traveled America, been into almost every city, spoken at universities. I've done all sorts of shit. I've gotten arrested. I've done protests. I've written letters. I've done FOIA requests. I've worked for organizations that try to undermine people's faith in these corporations. Every day I try to advocate for critical thinking and questioning authority. And every day I talk to people trying to get them on board. I build mutual aid. I am attempting to build a new community in my new place. But yeah, a lot, Carla. It's a lot. You gotta keep going. You gotta keep going. Stick with it, Carla. You got this. Skyjack has not put anything on his top shelf, though. What is my... I have some things on my top shelf. Some books. I've been like... It's kind of my only book. I've got a bookshelf here, too, in front of me. But it's like a shallow bookshelf. I'm thinking about putting zines on this side and books on this side. I don't know. I got to figure it out. You won't see that for very much longer. Quick, confuse APAC bots say kids should live. Kids should live. Children should have a chance. Native Americans are being taken by Somalians. I don't know what Somalians you're talking about, Carla, but I stand in solidarity with the Native Americans in this country for sure. 100%. Thank you. I don't know what Somalian story you're talking about. Somalis! Look out for the Somalis. Everyone's always talking about the Somalis. Your comment was deleted? Not by me, honey. Not by me, honey. Carla, I don't delete shit. Unless you're spammers. I don't like spammers.
It ended only when he was deported. An Afghan man held at various detention centers across South Texas who was force-fed daily for 6 months, sometimes while being physically restrained by a quote-unquote use of force team. And then a Ukrainian man, detained by ICE in Florida, who struggled with bipolar disorder. After being transferred through multiple facilities, including the now-closed Alligator Alcatraz, he went on a hunger strike to protest his continued detention. Here's what his attorney told The Guardian. He was, quote...
Well, I tell you what, if I had, look, man, I could never buy all those fucking Lego. I think Legos are cool. I don't want to ever buy another Lego set. I'm never going to do it. I think they're cool and all. If you like Legos, go for it. I wanted the Starship Enterprise. Oh my God, but $400 for the Starship Enterprise? I can't spend $400 on fucking Legos, man. God damn. $400? $400? I got shit to do, man. I could buy a new gun for $400.
Deteriorating very rapidly, adding that, quote, officials refused to give his bipolar medication, citing his hunger strike, while the detainee refused to end his hunger strike until he received medical care, leading to an impasse. After 44 days without food, ICE requested an order to force feed him. But his lawyer intervened, and he was taken to a hospital where he began to eat again after 68 days on hunger strike.
Wow.
DHS responded to The Guardian's reporting this morning. They said, in part, quote, ICE has a long-standing practice to provide comprehensive medical care from the moment an alien enters ICE custody when an individual's medical condition presents a serious risk of death or permanent harm, or when other compelling legal or operational interests are implicated. ICE may seek judicial authorization for appropriate medical interventions consistent with applicable law. They're not aliens, they're people. They also told The Guardian, quote, this is the best health care that many aliens, there it is again, have received in their entire lives.
Aliens! They're aliens. See, this is the thing. Most of them were legal residents, but whatever, you want to call them illegal aliens, criminal aliens. It's pretty fucked up. They're just human beings. See, this is the age-old tension that you're going to see play out in the next 20 years. The tension being the idea that some of us are born with power and wealth and privilege and rights, and others are not. Or that we're all here together and that we're all part of the grand experience of humanity, and that since that is true and we're all products of the grand experience of humanity that goes back, thousands of years, we all should have rights. We all should benefit from from our forefathers, from what our progenitors have created. We should all benefit because we all have ancestors who got us to this point. So there's always going to be this tension, and every 100 years we got to have a bloodbath to decide what the next 100 years are going to look like. But so far, every 100 years we got to kill all the Nazis, and we got to have a big bloodbath, and we're going to have to try to fight for freedom again. And then it'll be another 100 years before we figure out that we got to do it all over again, because there's people who just have amnesia, man. People have amnesia. They don't learn their history. It's actually quite sad if you think about it, because how many lives have been destroyed, you know? Healthcare on way. Yeah, shit, healthcare on way. Yeah, they better healthcare than they got ever. Yeah. Will us silly humans ever learn? You know, Aldous Huxley, he had this famous quote that I forget who he gave it to, but he said the greatest lesson from history is that men don't learn lessons from history. I think that's how it goes. I don't know.
We're talking about human beings.
But I think people would learn from history if they learned history. But you see, the Nazis don't want you to learn history. They don't like you to learn history. They hate the fact. This is why Donald Trump wants to like whitewash all the museums. He wants to take down anything that mentions slavery. He has, in fact, taken down mentions of slavery, like at George Washington's house and shit. Like, to try to erase the memory of a culture is Orwellian, you know. George Orwell said, "He who controls the past controls the future, and he who controls the present controls the past." Man, we're all going down the memory hole.
And this healthcare, including these procedures, which many human rights groups and medical organizations consider torture, that it meets the definition of torture, are processed through legal channels. DHS and ICE, they look for permission, and they seek it from a federal judge to forcibly treat a hunger striker. But as The Guardian reports, the orders often amount to, they call it a rubber stamp. They're approved quickly behind closed doors without meaningful due process. So much so that in 6 of the cases that were reviewed by The Guardian, and you need to read this report, detained immigrants did not have any legal representation during court proceedings. No representation during court proceedings. The report comes as Trump continues his aggressive immigration campaign, and behind every single arrest is a person, is a human, who may end up trapped in a detention system with poor living conditions and spoiled food, medical neglect. We have seen every...
It's concentration camp. Advocates warn of overcrowding and inhumane conditions at ICE facility. It's a concentration camp. ICE detainee reveals video of drinking water apparently contaminated with worm-like creatures. That's a concentration camp. From festering infections to untreated cancer, ICE detainees across the U.S. describe medical neglect. Concentration camp. Released Venezuelan woman details poor conditions at Broward ICE facility. I feel like I was an animal. Dirty. Concentration camp. That's what a concentration camp is. Someone's talking about the education system in California. The problem in California when it comes to education is that the places that don't pay or have a smaller tax base, they are unable to get well-funded education. So you have places like Riverside County where you have a tremendous amount of illiteracy. Places like San Bernardino and like the 909, the Inland Empire, there's places where they just don't have the money. And rather than the state kicking in the way it should, we give money to the federal government, and the federal government takes our money and gives it to places like Mississippi so that they could be illiterate too. So it's pretty messed up. California's a big state. There's like 50 million people living there, but whatever. Yeah, smart people don't like me. It's true. It's true. It's true. Hate in California. If they left the U.S., your red state ass. Yeah, further failure without their charity. It's true. One of the main hobblings of California is that they're constantly treated as a donor state. So they're constantly robbed to pay for the rest of the country. Imagine if they just kept all their money. Then they'd be living in a paradise. Like California could be a paradise, but instead they're giving all their money to the federal government. I don't see that ending anytime soon. I wish it would, but no one listens to me. I mean, I've been saying for over 20 years that California should be talking secession every day. Just talking secession every day. Every day threatening secession. They should be threatening it every single day. And make it so that it is on the lips of every Californian every day. But you know what? Democrats, they serve Democrats. They don't serve the people. The people, these politicians serve their party instead of the people. And that's a major flaw in our system, huh? Pretty fucked up. Concentration camps, everybody. We love them.
ICE is touting a recent raid in Atlanta where they arrested more than 1,200 illegal aliens. This comes after President Trump signed 2 executive orders to crack down on birthright citizenship and birth tourism.
They've taken birthright citizenship and they've made a joke out of it. And we're actually the only country of size, I think just about the only country, period, that
Wrong. Many countries have birthright citizenship.
does birthright citizenship. I thought we were going to win it at the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, we had a bad decision.
I thought we were gonna win at the Supreme Court.
What the fuck? Read the Constitution, asshole.
Very unfair decision. Our country suffers.
It's unfair.
And we're ending
It's unfair. It's unfair to me. Donald Trump, it's unfair to me. I'm the victim here. I thought that we could get rid of all the Negroes, but they said no, and it's unfair. It's very unfair. It's not fair.
Different way.
The DOJ is also launching a new grant program called Bridging Immigration-Related Deficits Experienced Nation.
Name one. Which major countries have birthright citizenship? See, the thing is, I know that in Germany, because I live there, that if your father was born in Germany, then you are allowed, or your grandfather, I think, is there, you are. In South America, you have Brazil, Argentina, Peru, Venezuela, Ecuador, and almost all other South American nations. Also, Pakistan has birthright citizenship. So basically any place that used to be a colony, it seems, as birthright citizenship, because how do you get to the point where you decide who is a citizen when everyone is from someplace else? Well, the only way to do it is to say, well, if you're born here, you're one of us. That's the only way to do it. It's kind of how we all did it over here on the Western Hemisphere. So I don't know why you guys are so anti-Western civilization. Many other nations require specific conditions such as parents holding legal residency or being born in country themselves rather than granting it automatically, like United Kingdom, Germany, Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland. But it's basically the same thing. If your father was born here, you can be, yeah, there's like a parent holding legal residency or being born in the country themselves. Yeah, Germany, United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland. So like that's why you have so many Americans with Irish passports, because in Ireland, you just have to prove that I think your grandfather was Irish or something. And if you could do that, you can get an Irish passport. Same thing with Germany. When I lived in Germany, I taught a lot of people from the Ukraine and from Brazil, actually, because when the wall came down, all the people that could prove that I think it was their grandfather, if they could prove that their grandfather was German, they got a German passport. And so people from Brazil came back to Germany, people from Ukraine came back after the Soviet Union fell. And so it was a whole thing. And I remember learning about it, being like, that's crazy. You guys in America, you have to be born here. It doesn't matter where the fuck your dad's from. You have to get sponsored if your dad's you're not automatically a citizen if your dad's a citizen. But you know, they do it differently back then because they are a different style of country. They're an old country that's been in the same place forever. We are we're the oldest constitutional democracy, but we're also a country a nation founded by people who came here, not people that were here for generations, you know. So there you go. Yeah. So thank you for asking. Good question.
Wide, or Biden for short. They offer up to $3 billion to cities that team up with federal immigration enforcement. And that's just one piece of the administration's immigration crackdown. For more, we turn to Joey Jones, who is at the big board. Joey.
Yeah, guys, there's only one way to look at this, and that's through the numbers, and then have a debate on if those numbers are where they should be. So we're going to go on the big numbers first. So the amount of arrests, the amount of apprehensions, depending on, and in custody, we need to break this down a little bit. So you've got CPB and ICE. We've got the 7-day average, which is, hovering around 1,000 for CPB, over 1,000 for ICE. Then you've got total. This is since basically the end of January in 2025. So this is almost a 18-month thereabout total. You've got almost 500,000 with CPB. You've got well over 500,000 with ICE, and then so that brings it all together to obviously more than a million, quite a bit. These are just arrests. Then you look at your in custody 7-day average. It's pretty similar numbers between ICE as far as your 7-day average in August of 26 and 25, but the number actually does tick up in everything in 2026. So if you're talking about pacing on the calendar year, we're doing as much this year, if not a little bit more, than we did last year. The big difference there being a new DHS director and everything that happened in Minneapolis that supposedly has changed this strategy and how they want to arrest folks.
All right, Joey.
How they want to arrest innocent people and throw them into concentration camps. Here are the numbers. It's funny that for some reason Barack Obama was able to deport more people than Donald Trump, and he did it without all the fuss. Ain't that something? Ain't that something?
So how many illegals have been deported since President Trump has taken office?
Yeah, that's it.
How many illegals?
Have been deported. That's the number that Americans care about. That's the number that Americans who voted for President Trump care about. So right now the number is 1.484574. That's the number that we have right now today. There are other numbers out there. These don't all add up to that, and I don't have a clear explanation why. But these numbers,
these numbers don't add up to that, and I don't know why. Because I try to do the mathematics. They do the known self-departures, but I don't know why. We don't know how. The U.S. Coast Guard? What? So if they turn them back, they're counting them too? The U.S. Coast Guard? Why are they up here, dirty CGs?
are very current and are very well sourced through DHS. And so the reason why I want to put this up here is you need to look at this number here, known self-departures. That's your second biggest number on the screen. Now, why is that? From what I understand, what I'm being told by agents, when someone is arrested by ICE or CPB, they have the option to go then self-deport, leave now. If you're from South America, chances are you're out of the country within a week. If you're from places like Iran, that might take a little longer because they may not take their people back. And so those known self-departures, a lot of those fold into the ICE operations and CPB operations. So when you look at this number, it is closer to a deportation number than anything else. And also, I thought it was interesting to put the United States Coast Guard up there at 952. Their number...
Yeah, I think it's an interesting number, too.
Fall under the State Department, and you have to roll them back in. So when you see numbers reported out there, sometimes it's where they're coming from and making sure all the agencies are accounted for.
So, Joey, all of that enforcement you're talking about sounds pretty expensive. What are taxpayers actually paying for all of this?
Yeah, so this is...
Well, it's the most unethical and also completely fucked up way we do it. It's not very, ding-dang-do. It's highly inefficient is the thing. You can't just go and have a porous border with the country and try to get them to not come in, because human beings, part of human nature, you see, is to go wherever the fuck you want. That's the natural right of autonomy and self-direction. We don't like that as a nation state. We like to make sure that people don't like to have any connection with their humanity. So we gonna just make sure that we kill anybody trying to cross a border, because we gotta have those. Gotta have them.
It's interesting. So a lot of people, especially on the Democrat side, would say, hey, it costs money to deport them, costs more money to deport them than it does to keep them here. Well, I don't know, not so fast. So the U.S. average is about $2,500, so that's per taxpayer, to do the deportation operation. So that's different than per person being deported. So it costs the average taxpayer right now in our...
This is how I know you're a fucking moron, Dwarven Jesus. The country is not a home. It's not a house, asshole. You're not sleeping in a house waiting for... This is not your little dwelling. Your country. You fuck. The border is a piece of technology that uses violence to slow people down. That's all it is. To say, if someone broke into your house, what the fuck does that have to do with anything, you imbecile? My God, Dwarven Jesus, every time you leave a comment or chat, I think you're literally getting dumber. I think you're getting dumber. Someone enters your home, I'd shoot them. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing as a border. What are you talking about? It's like we're all just innocent babies sleeping in the border. What the fuck? Like, this is your private dwelling. Like the country is a private dwelling for the capitalists or something. You're such a moron.
When you look at all the funding and everything, about $2,500. But when you're talking about the price per illegal immigrant of what they're costing taxpayers a year, you're at almost $10,000. You're over $9,000. So what does that mean? That means it's not a one for one. It's not, it costs $2,500 to deport this person and $9,000 to keep them here. But what it does mean is this is a compounding number. That's $9,000 a year per taxpayer for the illegal.
Dwarven Jesus, don't clutch your fucking pearls now. Every single day you lodge insults, okay? Maybe you should try coming into the chat sometime and not start off with insults. And then maybe you can clutch your pearls when I insult you. This bullshit. You're childish to have insult. Fuck you, man. Micro scale analogy is bullshit. It's a dumb analogy. It doesn't work. It's an asymmetrical concept when you're saying things like, well, your house has a fucking... you would hurt somebody if someone entered your house at night. What? Yeah, I guess a bird has a nest. And you know, there's birds in the city that use nicotine. They actually pick up cigarette butts and use the tobacco in their nests in order to keep pests from entering the nest. It's really fascinating that birds have figured this out. You know, they're using biochemical weapons to keep pests out of their nests. Their nest is not the border of a country. A bird doesn't see borders. A bird flies wherever they want. When they make their little nest to protect their babies, that's not the same thing as the great outdoors. A nation state is not a house. Has nothing in common with a house. Nothing. Nothing at all. You think you own it or something? You think you own something?
Immigration is here, we're not even touching the fraud. So once you find out what that real fraud number is and start to factor it out, that number only goes up.
The fraud number is huge, and who knows what that is.
And that number attacks both sides.
Precisely. So with all those numbers in mind, where are the estimated, what is it, around 330,000 Haitian migrants?
So this is a more nuanced part.
So
this is what happened. We just had the opportunity, the Trump administration was just allowed to go after that temporary protected status for other countries as well, but mainly Haiti, or at least that's the one that's made the most headlines for obvious reasons. So a couple of things here. One, you can see the
I'm guessing that I'm guessing that birds prefer Marlboro or one of the stinkier Benson Hedges. I always thought Benson Hedges stink a little. Chesterfields. I think they prefer Chesterfields. I don't know. It's pretty crazy that birds have figured out that cigarettes have chemical properties that keep little mites and stuff from entering their nest. It's kind of crazy, right? There's other animals too. I've been looking it up because I've been thinking about cockroaches, and every animal has kind of a natural right to protect their little home from degradation and invasion, right? And so like a beaver builds a little home, and then they build another little toilet area, and they keep their shit away from their little home for their dam, you know? And they protect it pretty violently, and they protect it vehemently, I guess I should say, with gusto. I've been looking up how animals protect their little homes. It's pretty fascinating, you know? Anyway, again, not the same thing as a border on a country. Nation states are just the latest technology since empires. There was the end of empires. Now we're in the age of nation states. And it still sucks because they are limiting human movement and autonomy. You are a human being. You should be allowed to go wherever you want, just like every other animal on Earth gets to go wherever they want. And of course, since we built this stupid border wall, who are we fucking with? Like the goats and the mountain lions and shit, the ones that can't make it through the wall. So now they can't make it through, and we're completely destroyed because there's goats, like mountain goats and shit. They drink on this side water and they eat on the other side, but we built a wall through. So now they're having to relocate, and a lot of them are dying. It's just so stupid because the border wall doesn't help anybody. It's an inefficient piece of technology. Policing it is inefficient. Going door to door, busting people's skulls and throwing them in concentration camps is inefficient. Why are we doing it would be the only question we should be asking. Why would we do such a thing? So that they stop taking care of our incredibly robust welfare system? So they could stop they're taking advantage of us because we have so many wonderful things in this country. So many ways to free education and free healthcare, and we have all of those things in America, right? That's what they're all coming for, right? Limiting the speed of ideas and labor is just a tool of the elite to control us. That's what borders are. That's what they've always been. There's nothing new. I'm not saying anything new. No new ideas over here. It's just why they exist. There's propaganda around why they exist too, like they're protecting us, but they're not protecting us. There's borders that the borders say that we are supreme to those on the other side. We're born here, so we have an air of supremacy over the people born on the other side. And the way we can prove that is by murdering you if you step on our side. And so you end up worshiping the military, you end up mythologizing the military, you end up making movies about how great the military is. And then you start thinking like, oh, well, we need borders. And then you just start repeating it. Well, borders are necessary. We have to have them. Of course, we have to have borders. What would we do without borders? How would we live without borders? We got to have borders because you haven't thought about it. You won't think about it because most people are more pleased at being ignorant wretches.
Taiwan is engaged in 10 days of war games, preparing the country for a potential invasion. The drills focus on one critical concern, China, which claims the territory of 23 million people as its own and has threatened to seize it by force. And CBS's Anna Corin is there for us tonight with new details on its defense plans. Anna, what can you tell us?
Tom, these military exercises are more important than ever as China increases pressure with more aggressive behavior towards the island. It also comes at a time when Taiwan is questioning President Trump's support and whether the US would actually come to Taiwan's defense if China was to attack.
Playing out in one of the world's most dangerous flashpoints, Taiwan's military preparing for the island's nightmare scenario.
Sirens have just gone off as if Taiwan has just been attacked. The pilots have been activated and they're now racing to scramble the fighter jets behind us as quickly as possible.
This is part of Han Guang, Taiwan's annual military exercises. Active units and reservists mobilized on how they would react to an invasion from an increasingly aggressive neighbor roughly 100 miles away.
Yeah, I think this is going to happen. What do you think? Do you think America is going to step in? Is America going to do anything? Let me ask. Let's start a new poll. Let's start a new poll. Come on, baby. Let's do a new poll. Start a poll. All right. Let's see. Is the U.S. going to do anything when China invades Taiwan? You know, I used to live in Taiwan. It was such a beautiful place. It's its own country. But I don't know. They lived there for many years and they're just coming home, but not if you're from Europe. It has no lineage here, as a matter of fact. So that borderline is the dumbest thing ever. Open borders, retards blow commies. Duh! I mean, this is always so dumb. People who think that borders are somehow sanctified by God, you're an imbecile. You're an imbecile. You haven't read the Bible either, because the Bible's all about treating borders like they don't exist, because human beings are children of God, not children of Caesar, you see. You get to go wherever you want. It's your natural right. You get to go wherever you want. That's why we're everywhere. That's why human beings are everywhere. And then they started building fences around us and saying, no, you are called this and you belong to us. You belong to the government. You belong to the lord or the vassal or the emperor. You belong to the president. You belong to us. We got to build a fence around you so you're like cattle. Like cattle, you're corralled. And if you try to cross that border, you better ask permission. Daddy don't give permission to everybody. We're going to get you a passport so we could tell you whether or not you got permission to leave.
China claims Taiwan, a self-governing democracy of 23 million people, as its own territory. And Chinese President Xi Jinping has not ruled out taking it by force. The media offered a rare insight into the military's full-throttled response.
These exercises are happening all over the island. We've been in the north at an Air Force base. We're now heading south.
At Zuoying Naval Station, positioned close to the southern tip of the island, Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te arrived to observe drills on the Taiwan Strait, a narrow strip of water separating the island from the Chinese mainland. Suicide drones flew overhead, while assault vessels and missile boats sat offshore, simulating a response to an amphibious assault. But the war games weren't restricted to the sea and skies. Urban warfare, a top priority for Taiwan's forces.
It's just gone 2 o'clock in the morning, and these military exercises are now happening in downtown Taipei. The military is covering and protecting every inch of this island.
A huge comfort for the Taiwanese who cherish their freedom. We are driven and resolute and will never back down, explains this man. Sentiments clearly on display by the men and women in uniform willing to fight for their homeland.
Now, that $14 billion arms package is yet to be approved by President Trump, and that's unlikely to happen until after September, when President Xi is due in Washington. Tom.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think Donald Trump's going to give any money to Taiwan. We've been screwing over Taiwan for years. It's looking dark. But I mean, I said that I thought it'd be happening by now. I thought that China would have already invaded. I thought that once we started getting involved in the Middle East, that we would end up having China pop off over in Asia. There's been other little pop-offs in Asia that have been kind of squashed, hopefully. But, ever since the Ukraine war started, I thought for sure. Well, first I said, the Middle East is going to start, Israel's going to start fucking around. They did immediately. And then I thought, okay, well, if this is going to happen, then next thing you'll see is things in China start doing weird shit, and then we'll get pulled in over in the Gulf states. And we've kind of see that play, but just slower. I thought it would happen more quickly, honestly, World War III. But we're almost there. Hey, we might, we're losing in Iran, so it makes sense for us to try to get a war started on the other side of Asia. Then we could just nationalize all of the companies and start forcing them to make the bombs that we want them to, and everyone gets a job overnight, like in World War II. We can have World War III. It'll be great. You'll love it. World War III is going to be at least 10 times better than World War II, except we will be clearly on the Nazi side this time. So, I mean, because we'll want to get Greenland at the end. We'll want to have Canada and Panama and Cuba. We'll want all of that. Maybe Mexico. And the new age of empires can begin. And then Russia will want the Ukraine, the Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and maybe Finland, if they want to get saucy. Maybe Poland. And China, well, they could just take Taiwan. They're not just going to take Taiwan. But whatever. We'll start dividing the world up again, like mercantilists, like the old 1800s. It'll be the 1800s all over again.
This morning, the worsening water crisis in Puerto Rico. The Puerto Rican government now forcing communities across the U.S. territory to ration water amid a crippling drought. In San Juan and other cities, hundreds of thousands of residents having their water supply cut off 48 hours at a time. These tankers being used by the government to deliver much-needed water throughout the territory. We asked Sonia Maldonado Renta how many times a day she fills these plastic bottles. Morning, noon, and afternoon, all the time. This is unbelievable. We're in a developing country. July was the driest month.
Are you? This is America. Is this a developing country? I mean, look what we've done to Puerto Rico, everybody.
Ever recorded in San Juan in more than 120 years. Roughly 68% of Puerto Rico is now experiencing extreme drought, and there is little relief in sight. The Carraízo Reservoir, the primary drinking source for the city of San Juan, looking depleted. The Puerto Rican National Guard has been working since June to alleviate conditions, distributing over 500,000 gallons of water to residents already. The crisis complicated by decades of decaying infrastructure.
Why can't we, if we can have a desal plant on Guantanamo Bay, why can't we have a desal plant over in Puerto Rico?
And a history of natural disasters, including Hurricane Maria in 2017, a storm which killed nearly 3,000 people and devastated the power grid. In 2025, an island-wide power outage.
This was under Donald Trump. Remember when Donald Trump made jokes about how Puerto Rico, nobody knew it was an island. It'd be so hard to get to. It's so hard to get there to help those people.
Now, this drought, combined with extreme heat and fire dangers.
Several people have told us that they have gone without running water longer than the planned 48-hour period. There is so much frustration here on the island that is once again testing Puerto Ricans' resilience. Guys?
Victor, thank you. We're thinking of our fellow citizens in Puerto Rico.
Yep,
absolutely.
We are.
We're all thinking of our fellow citizens in Puerto Rico. Thoughts and prayers, everybody. Thoughts and prayers for Puerto Rico, right? Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about Puerto Rico. It's unfortunate that every time Puerto Rico has a problem, Donald Trump is president. Damn. It hasn't been easy on old Puerto Rico. Poor guys.
This morning, the former boyfriend of Amanda Knox is speaking out about the new controversy surrounding Knox. The two were convicted, then later acquitted in the murder and sexual assault of Knox's foreign exchange roommate, Meredith Kircher, in Italy 19 years ago.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. This is a Skyjack Morgan Morning Sky Show, the #1 news reaction show on YouTube.
Now, Knox is back in the spotlight, hosting a one-woman comedy show.
I've been trapped in a tragedy box.
Called Cartwheel, the show opened Friday in Scotland to a sold-out crowd and runs through August 17th. The title refers to claims that Knox did cartwheels in the police station after Kircher's death.
I'm referencing how I was wrongly vilified in the murder of Meredith.
The show is billed as a woman juggling motherhood and the aftermath of a wrongful imprisonment. But Knox's ex-boyfriend, Rafael Solicito, tells the Daily Mail, "I find it puzzling that a tragedy is being used as a draw for a comedy show. I am trying to process and move past what happened in a different way."
That's so messed up that they were falsely committed, falsely arrested, But I don't know. I mean, she's making a comedy out of it. I guess there's some funny shit. I like comedy, you know. I think comedy helps us heal.
Meredith Kercher's sister.
I remember the first time I heard a 9/11 joke, and I was like, well, it felt good because I haven't heard too many good COVID jokes. Does anybody know any good COVID jokes? I don't hear very many good COVID jokes, but I remember hearing some while it was going on, and I was thinking I don't know, I felt like it helped me go through it. Like my favorite COVID joke was, hey, we know that we're putting bodies in mass graves, and we know that there's refrigeration trucks filled with corpses, and everything needs to be covered in plastic, and you're bleaching your mail, but we're in this together. Buy some tires. Come on down to Tire Center and buy some tires. Every advertisement during COVID was like that. We know how hard it is out there while we're putting humans in mass graves, and we're releasing prisoners from jail because, well, they're all dying of COVID, and we're just releasing them all into the streets, hoping that that'll be okay. Make sure you stop by McDonald's on your way home today. McDonald's now delivers. We're in this together. Remember that? We're in this together, everybody. We're all in this together, COVID. We're all in it together. Togetherness is what we cared about in America. Did you feel together?
So the Senate leaving Washington for the August recess as scheduled following a weekend marathon of overnight voting, which saw the passage of a stopgap funding bill to avert a government shutdown. However, there was no vote on the Senate's $150 billion budget framework or the Save America Act. More GOP senators now acknowledging they do not have the votes to pass it just yet, leaving the election integrity bills fate up in the air as we close in, of course, on the midterms. Let's bring in Arizona Congressman David Schweikart. He chairs the Joint Economic Committee. Congressman, are you happy with what the Senate passed for the stopgap funding? And do you think the first priority when you return just before September is to once again push for Save America?
Yeah, it's a brilliant question, but I'm rarely happy with the Senate. It's just the nature of the two bodies.
We should abolish it. We should abolish the Senate. It's a vestige of slavery.
It's intensely frustrating. Look, I accept it's an election year. I accept there's an avoidance of anything with controversy, but these are just basic blocking and tackling of our job. So the Senate did pass a continuing resolution, but they made some changes to it. So when we as the House members come back, we're going to have to figure out, are those changes acceptable? You know, some of them are annoying, but I think we can make it work. But the other pieces of legislation, the funding for additional munitions, the SAVE Act, that's in the Senate's court, and they have to produce the votes for those.
Okay, so I was going to ask you about that because they had one vote early Saturday morning on a voter ID bill. Democrats voted against it. They blocked it from the 60-vote threshold. Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn was actually with Maria on Sunday on the need to break up the Save America Act to get it passed. Watch this.
Maria, as you and I have talked, we think we're going to have to break the Save America Act into pieces, take them one.
That's right. You're right. The Senate is a shitty balance to help dumb red states. Yup. A ding-dong, dude. It sure is. What they tried to do was to have two senators from every state because of slavery. So every time a state came in, a free state, they brought a slave state in until it became such a problem we had to fight a war and kill 650,000 Americans in the course of just 3 or 4 years. So yeah, the Senate should be abolished. We are not the first generation to want to abolish the Senate, by the way. That billionaires club has been on the chopping block for generations. But what they did, I don't know, what year did the Senate become where the citizens voted instead of the state legislators voting for them? What year did that happen? The 17th Amendment, 1913. Voters have selected U.S. senators in the privacy of voting booths in 1913. Direct election was not what the framers wanted. The framers didn't want it because they wanted to filter the will of the people through the oligarchs. That's what our founders wanted. They didn't want all the rabble to have control. They didn't want all you citizens to have control. They wanted your will to be filtered through the elites. That was what our country was based on. They talked a lot about freedom and liberty and shit,
but they're a little iffy on that shit.
What they really wanted was the will of the people to be represented through a republic like the Greeks. They were really into the Greek shit. That's why all our stupid architecture in Washington, D.C. all looks like neoclassical with the big fucking columns and everything. They were crazy about like Roman and Greek times. They loved that shit. Trial by jury, the whole thing. So, you know, we got some good with some bad, but you can't blame them. I mean, it was the Enlightenment. It was a long fucking time ago, and they didn't even know what germs were back then. They were pretty stupid, you know. They were pretty stupid, but they had read a lot for what was, like, at that time, you could literally have read everything ever written in your lifetime. That's how crazy shit is. Like, Thomas Jefferson had read almost everything ever published in English. Ever. So, like, he was pretty versed on philosophy and shit. He knew his shit. But, you know, they were still pretty dumb. They didn't know, like, viruses were. Anyway, the Senate, for generations, has been a scourge. In 1913, we started voting for the Senate, which was a big change. Supposed to be a big change, because before that, state legislators elected the Senate. Anyway, fuck the Senate. I think the Senate should be proportional or abolished. I would love to see a Senate with, say, 500 senators, and each state gets every state gets one, and everybody else gets to have. We divide the rest up by how many people live in your state. I think that'd be pretty cool. Then you could have your rich oligarch Senate if you want. You would just have more rich oligarchs in your state, representing you if you have more people. It's fucking insane that a Californian vote is worth less than a Nebraska vote. It's fucking insane.
At a time. The interesting thing was every single Democrat voted against showing an ID, even though 83% of the American people and 71% of all Democrats think you ought to have to show that ID. But we're committed to still doing this. You show an ID, you prove that you're a citizen, and my bill, which incentivizes states to check their voter roll against that DHS SAFE system, which is the listing of people that are in the country but are not citizens. And as we saw in New Jersey, who claimed they had no problem with non-citizens voting, they had 6,600 people that they admitted were registered to vote who are not citizens.
You know,
registered to vote, but we're not sitting. Did they vote? No, they didn't vote, but they did get registered. Ding, dang, dang. Shit, these fucking Fox News people. The U.S. may help China invade, but they won't do anything to stop it. Didn't Trump say something about needing the chips in Taiwan? Yeah, I mean, Taiwan makes all the chips, but that could be changed. That could be changed. I mean, after all, we're selling chips to Saudi Arabia now. I mean, are we going to fight a war because we like the chips? I don't know. Why would anyone listen to Democrats? I don't know, Joe. Why would anybody listen to Republicans? I don't know why anybody listens to these parties. The parties are useless. The parties are useless. They're stupid. The unitard party, they're all the same. Republicans and Democrats are the same. God damn it. Democrats, they're Republicans, derp-a-derp, red, blue, I'm an idiot.
Fox News polling finds 83% of registered voters do support showing a valid ID when you register to vote. 77% say show your valid ID to vote, Congressman. So if they can't get, a popular voter ID bill to 60 votes, is there any hope they can pass any?
This whole idea about the voter ID, people act like they never fucking voted. You have to bring your voter card and or your proof of where you live and or your photo ID. Usually it's your driver's license. Everybody brings that shit. You gotta at least bring your registration card. Like, you have to. Everywhere I've voted in 3 different states. And everywhere I voted, you had to show some form of identification. So this idea that people are just like voting without ID, no, they want you to have a special ID now that's harder to get and costs you money. That's a poll tax, bro. That's a poll tax. If you want us to get a special ID, then fucking pay for it. No, they don't want to pay for it. Like, if they were serious for the SAVE Act, then what they would do is say, look, we're going to require everybody to have an ID, but we're going to pay for it. And we're going to make a fake fuck. It's your right as an American citizen. And we're going to send it to you in the mail. And you're going to have your ID. And that's all there is to it. But no, they don't want to do that. They want to put that cost on you. So that if you are trying to decide between diapers and spending $250 for a new ID, you're going to choose diapers and just not vote. That's what they want. They don't want you to vote. They hate the fact that all you Po folk and brown folk are voting. They hate that shit.
In that bill.
That is the brilliant question. Look, for those of us here in Arizona, we actually have a voter ID law, and it's worked. Look,
it's worked. Yeah. Let's look up what the Arizona voter ID law. What's the gist of the Arizona voter ID law? What kind of ID do you have to present when you vote in Arizona? Any valid government-issued ID that includes your name, photo, and address. Oh, so like everywhere. Arizona, wow. Then I guess that's what they should do. Stop saying that we need to get a new ID. The Save America Act wants us to get a new special ID. It doesn't want you to just show your fucking driver's license. These assholes that are like, all you dissidents are saying that we don't want black people to vote. That's racist because you're saying that black people can't get driver's licenses. No, you're not asking for fucking driver's licenses. You want a new ID because we don't carry enough papers in America. We need to have more paperwork. Arizona has a voter ID law that says that you have to present some picture ID with your name, your photo, and your address. That could be a check cashing card. That could be a fucking Bank of America card. Oh, there's no address on the Bank of America card. But you could think there's several IDs. Your driver's license, your state ID, some kind of ID that says who you are with your photo. Fine. Usually what happens is you got to bring your fucking voter card and they're like, oh, great, you're on the list. Are you who you say you are? And you're like, yeah, here's me. Okay, in you go to vote. That's how it's been in all the states I've lived in. Has anybody voted where they didn't have to show anything? You need ID, little Ray. ID. Everybody needs ID. Arizona's not fucking special. Except for the fact that they don't do daylight savings time. That makes them special. And they're special in other ways too. But I like Arizona. I'm not shitting on Arizona here. Little Ray. Oh, God, little Ray. I'm just going to fucking ban you, fucking moron. My hair. What a fag. You're sitting there commenting on my hair. Oh, my God. What are you, DTF? Unless you're DTF, stop fucking thinking about my hair, you little pussy. There you go. You're banned. I live in Arizona, and I like to know what I want to do. Ding, dang, do. So stupid.
This is substantially Democrat politics pandering to their left, that anything President Trump wants, anything Republicans want, they're in hot water if they step up and support. And so it's the classic case of, do you do what's good for America?
Good point, Leif Erikson. Okay, good point. Mail-in ballots. I don't show ID when I drop off my mail-in ballot, but they did mail it to me. Yeah. So I guess but they mailed it to you. You get it in your mailbox. And it's against the law for anybody to fuck with your mail. And it's against the law for anybody to... We already have laws about that, though, right? So if somebody... I guess technically somebody could, sneak in and steal your mail and vote for you. But that's already against the law. It's literally against the law to go into somebody else's mailbox, period. You're not even allowed to touch somebody else's mailbox. It's a federal offense. So I think that that's an interesting point about the mail-in ballots. But again, they mail it to you. You open it up. You sign that it's you. I mean, they're checking. They check. They do audits. They see if people are voting twice. They see if you're, registered dead yet and all these things. I don't know. When my mom died, I didn't get a ballot in her name. So I don't know what my mom died and then we voted a year later and she didn't get an ID. I mean, a ballot. So vote with IDs. It's been like that forever. Yeah, you're here I am. everywhere I've ever been. And sometimes because, like, I remember when I lived in Virginia, I had a California driver's license because I just was lazy and didn't want to get a Virginia driver's license, because back then you couldn't even smile because of the 9/11. They all had Virginia driver's licenses and you weren't allowed to smile. They were like, this'll keep terrorists out. Let's make everyone look like this on your Virginia driver's license. You're not allowed to smile. So funny. So I didn't want to get a Virginia driver's license, but I voted. I got my little voter card. It's got my address on it because it comes on a little thing. I brought the whole thing, and I brought my ID, and I said, "Hey, this is me." And they're like, "That's you, and you're on my list. Look at that, 3 points. 3 points of verification. You're on my list because you're registered to vote in this district. You are. You have your voter ID with your fucking your registration card. Okay, good. It's got your address on the registration card because it's on the bigger thing, and you have a picture ID saying that this is you. You can vote." No, we need a special ID. We need a special ID. New Jersey didn't ask for ID when I lived there for years ago. Just asked name and address to confirm with voter log. Yeah. I mean, to me, that's all we should have to do. It's like, if you are so good at it, you're such a good fraudster that, like, you show up. Because the thing is, like, if somebody showed up for you and was like, okay, well, I'm Adam Lomax, and I want to vote in this district. And I figured out that Adam Lomax is registered in this district. So I show up early because I want to steal your vote. And then you show up 3 hours later and they're like, holy shit, Adam Lomax already voted. And then they go, well, Adam Lomax, you can vote too. And both will be put in provisional voting. And they take your fucking thing. Because I voted out of district before too, because I moved, but I still wanted to vote. And they're like, it's going to go into provisional. And I said, put it in provisional. I don't give a shit. I'm just going to vote. I want to vote. They're like, okay. And they let me vote. And they put it in the provisional pile. That's how that happens. Don't explain provisional ballots to Mac or their brain will crash. Yeah, if there's anything weird that they can't figure out right then and there, they put it in the provisional pile. And then after the election is like when the counting is almost done, everything's kind of been going on for a while, they count they get to those. They count those last. Once they figure out, when they got enough time to figure all that shit out, they're like, nah, looks like the wrong guy voted. That wasn't Adam Lomax after all. The second Adam Lomax had ID. The first Adam Lomax didn't have ID. That's all. Trump as president still cries about Biden. Biden claims voter fraud happened when he was president. That is, yeah, I mean, look, man, he can't shut up about Biden. Biden. I would also like to thank NAGA for their participation. It really helps distract me from my agonizing back pain. You got back pain, dude? I'm sorry. I got a knee thing right now. I can commiserate, my friend.
Shocking new video shows a terrifying moment. A gunman opened fire at an Idaho fast food restaurant. Authorities are thanking Good Samaritans who stepped up and saved countless lives. Here's ABC's Michelle Franzen with the story.
This In-N-Out shooting is so crazy.
Disturbing for some.
Newly released surveillance and body camera footage shows the absolute chaos at an In-N-Out fast food restaurant after a man opens fire. The horrific mass shooting unfolded in Twin Falls, Idaho, exactly 1 week ago and left 10 people wounded. 3 of them died from their injuries.
Damn.
Video showing the gunman in the drive-thru firing from his car into the window. You can see In-N-Out employees terrified and ducking for cover. One of those workers was killed. The suspect then shooting a person in a car in front of him. Authorities commending Good Samaritans, including former Twin Falls police officer Austin James, who ran toward the gunfire and drew his own weapon, getting shot by the suspect. Inside
Wow, a cop actually did something. That's nice.
By the restaurant, an off-duty state trooper engaging the suspect and eventually leading employees to safety.
A state trooper got involved too. Hey, nice. But then look, this guy's just a regular old Joe Blow over in Idaho.
Civilian Jordan Salinas also firing shots.
He looks. Does this not look like he's got a suppressor? Are suppressors legal in Idaho? Are muzzle suppressors legal in Idaho? Yes, completely legal to own, possess, and use in Idaho under both state and federal law. Idaho does not require a special state permit for ownership, and you can legally use them for target shooting, home defense, and hunting all lawful game species. You can explore specific purchasing guidance. Wow. I wonder, can I get it? Are muzzle suppressors legal in New Mexico? Firearm suppressors are fully legal to own and use in New Mexico? Oh man, I'm getting one. I'm getting one. I'm getting one. I'm getting one. I'm going to get one for sure. Crazy heavily armed people out there. Lots of firepower out there. I'm actually surprised that an off-duty cop and an off-duty state trooper got involved. I'm actually surprised they didn't kill each other. But I think it's kind of great. That guy has been waiting for that moment his whole life. Yeah, totally. This guy, if you see, hopefully they'll show you what he looks like.
The gunman.
And as soon as some rounds start coming at him, everything.
That's him. Look, this guy. He was ready. He's been practicing. Yeah, he's been practicing. He didn't kill him though.
Changed. Immediately, all that bravado he had immediately crumbled.
Authorities say the suspect ran towards the Tesla charging station where he shot and killed Dale Schultz.
What?
They also say he went inside a Twin Falls
Well, at least he got a Tesla driver. Hey.
Visitor Center gift shop. A brave worker distracting the shooter, allowing his co-workers to run for their lives. Authorities say they tracked the suspect to a nearby construction site. Hey, show me that! Where authorities say he died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Oh, he shot himself, bro. All that firepower and the guy still did himself? Damn. Kevlar scarf. Was that is that real? Is that really a Kevlar scarf? I didn't know that existed. Idaho is the shittiest gun state. You would think Chicagoland would help them grow, but no, too dumb. I don't know, man. The Popo are not your friends. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that this happened. I'm surprised that the guy still killed himself in Idaho. You got all these guys with guns around. Nobody shot this guy. He shot 10 and killed 3. And then shot himself.
Investigators are still trying to determine a motive, but say they believe
He just hated Tesla. I mean, I hate Tesla drivers too. I'm not going to go to that extreme, but I do hate Tesla drivers.
he acted alone. Michelle Franzen, ABC News, New York.
Every time I meet another Tesla driver, I'm like, maybe this one's going to be okay, and they're always garbage. Why? How come everyone that drives a Tesla, they're such garbage humans? Why is that? I keep proving illegal aliens get driver's licenses, so obviously they can vote, fool. What the fuck are you talking about, Mayday? You're so stupid. You're so stupid. You can't register. You can't vote unless you register. They make it difficult. How the hell? Just because they can get driver's licenses doesn't mean they can vote. God damn it, Mayday. God damn it, Mayday. Illegal alien terrorists let into America and given work authorization by Biden regime busted by ICE while driving 18-wheeler received commercial driver's license thanks to PA Governor Shapiro. Again, of course they could get driver's licenses. You're probably talking about DACA recipients. Usually people they're here legally. They were here legally. They're not illegal aliens. They got commercial driver's licenses because they were on TPO. Not TPO, TPS. TPS. TPO is different. TPO is what everybody takes out on you, Mayday. Mayday. You probably had a couple TPOs out on you, but those people who are here had TPS, temporary protected status, which meant that they were legally here. You dumb fuck.
So this is the largest outbreak we've ever seen in the history of cyclospora.
Doge in general will go down as an unmitigated disaster, particularly in the area of public health.
Experts are calling it one of the worst cyclospora outbreaks they've seen in the U.S. 47 states are reporting cases, and there is still no scientific...
Taco Bell gave everybody the shits, man.
...viable source. Thousands of people across the U.S. have fallen ill. One of the hardest hit states, Michigan, is reporting more than 10,000 cases and at least 2 deaths linked to cyclosporiasis since the start of the outbreak.
I've been in this profession for 35 plus years. We've never seen an incident, certainly not even with bacteria, but with the parasite of this size.
Now, all eyes are on the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, an agency that has been without permanent leadership.
There were 11 people trying to fight these types of contagions. Now there are 3 because Donald Trump fired 8 of them because they weren't pure enough. They didn't believe in the MAGA nation. They weren't part of the party. The ruling party, if you are not part of the party, you will not have a job with the FDA.
Still in search of a new commissioner. That's right around the time the first cases of cyclospora started popping up. Pressure has been mounting since the agency identified lettuce distributed by Taylor Farms as a possible source of the outbreak.
Why did it take so long for us to hear from federal authorities when once it's a multi-state event, they should be leading in quickly?
The FDA later said the sample of iceberg lettuce from Taylor Farms was a false positive, something that is common in the scientific process but only added to confusion. Fear around the outbreak is also weighing on fast food stocks. Yum Brands, the parent company of Taco Bell, Sweetgreen, and Cava all saw their stock prices drop on news of the outbreak.
Time to buy Yum Brands, I guess. Better start buying Yum Brands.
This is a general problem right now in the United States that became a lot worse beginning early 2025 with the current administration.
I'm Brendan Gomez. I cover food and wellness here at CNBC.
Sayard Yan, where you been? Sayard Yan, did you get any of the cyclospora? Did you get any of that? Where you been? Have you been shitting yourself with the cyclospora? I hope not, Sayard Yan. Sayard Yan, you're not even a member anymore, Sayard Yan. Oh my God, what happened, Sayard Yan? You left me hanging. 0 arrests have been made since the Epstein files were partially released. MAGA celebrates this as a win because they want Trump to get away with sex crimes he did to children. Stephelson, you're absolutely correct. They love the fact that, after all, the only ROI on 12-year-old girls is buying and selling them to billionaires. That's what we do. That's what we do. I mean, the FDA, you realize that if there's ever a fault, you know what they never show you in like The Walking Dead or in any of these movies that show you kind of like a post-apocalyptic, you know, those movies like, what's the one, The Last of Us, or even what's the one that Stephen King did? The Stand. They never show you what will actually kill us. And it's things like cyclospora, cholera. Basically, when we stop treating the water, when the water treatment facilities go down in your city, you're just drinking other people's shit and piss, and you die. You end up shitting yourself to death. That's what happens. You better have, like, basic antibiotics and those salts that you can use to keep yourself from shitting yourself to death. I forget what they're called. Let me see if I can ask AI. What are those salts called that you could take to keep yourself from shitting yourself to death in like a bad water situation? Oral rehydration solution, yeah. Life-threatening dehydration from contaminated water. Yeah, it keeps you from dying of cholera. Yeah, it's really bad. You can make yourself emergency homemade recipe. It's 6 level teaspoons of sugar, half a level teaspoon of salt, but commercial packets from the WHO, pre-made versions include Pedialyte or Hydrolyte. Yeah, it's really bad. Anti-diarrheal medications like Imodium, Pepto-Bismol. Do not take anti-diarrheal medications like loperamide if you have a high fever or if your stool is bloody. This usually means you have an invasive bacterial infection like Shigella or E. coli. Yeah, man, once you get Shigella and E. coli, that's what's going to kill most of us when the fall of civilization happens. People always think it's going to be the zombies or roving marauders, the raiders. It's not. You're going to die of shitting and vomiting yourself to death. That's what's going to happen because people are assholes, and even if you have a river near you, it's going to be shit and piss inside the river because people aren't going to be treating their sewage. And then by the time you start drinking water, like, it's over, man. You're dead. Like, that's what killed people in the Wild West and shit. It ain't good until they start fracking nearby. Yeah. Trump did more insider trading in the past year than Pelosi did during her entire career. Yeah, I know. Everyone's going to die because they're too stupid to boil water. Well, or they don't have the means to boil water. People are pretty dumb, though. And boiling doesn't just solve all your problems either. Like, just boiling, it doesn't always... You got heavy metals and other things that could kill you inside of water. But you're right that most people just are too dumb to boil their waters. Yeah. Bath salts, you might eat someone's face. Remember, bath salts were going to turn us all into zombies, remember? Yeah, those are good times. Socialism is not communism. That's true, it isn't. Yeah, it's not. The socialist branding is going backfire. Soon it will be MAGA blue and MAGA red. Communism is for losers. There you go. It will be MAGA blue and MAGA red. It already is. It's the Nazis in charge. It'll all be one party, and the Social Democrats will be murdered, just like last time, when the Social Democrats were the only ones who stood up to Hitler and voted against the Enablement Act. making him Der Führer. And then afterwards, even though all 92 of them voted to keep him from becoming a dictator, he became a dictator anyway. And then he had them murdered, incarcerated, or just taken out of office because he made their party illegal. So you're probably right that it's not just the socialist branding, socialist labeling everybody a communist and all these big words that people don't know what they mean. They're communists. They're anarchists. They don't even know what those things mean. But yeah, boiling hot woulda. That's kind of the problem. Yeah. It's not insider if it's public? Are you fucking stupid? What a fucking moron. It's not insider if they're doing it out in the open. It's not insider trading if they're doing it if it's obvious. No. Anyway, you're probably all going to die by shitting
I
yourselves.
spoke to some of the country's top experts in food safety, who say the upheaval at the FDA is just the tip of the iceberg.
Why can't the United States keep their food safe?
Is that it isn't a bacteria like E. coli or salmonella. It's a parasite. Parasites don't reproduce on surfaces like bacteria do. So figuring out what foods are contaminated can be a long and difficult process. By the time it's identified, thousands of people could already be sick.
While we've gotten much better at detecting infectious agents in samples from humans, we still are not great at detecting microbes in environmental samples.
Dr. Relman went on to say there's a chance we get to the end of the outbreak and never truly identify the source. And the timeline for identifying an infected batch could take weeks. Lettuce has a short shelf life. By the time someone buys the lettuce, eats it, shows symptoms, and is positively identified as having cyclosporiasis, that batch of tainted lettuce has already made its way in and out of the food distribution system, making it more difficult to trace back to its original source. That makes the process for what's called traceback data even more important.
But we all know what it's coming from, right? We're spraying our chickens with fucking gray water. They're eating our shit, human shit. It passes through the bellies of chickens. Then they take that sewage and they spray it on our crops. We're fucking feeding our animals our own shit, and then we're spraying their shit onto our crops. We've been doing it for years. And we're surprised because what happens is cyclospora, it really doesn't affect chickens. They just eat it and it goes right through them. So cyclospora can live in chicken shit if they have ingested human shit, which they 100% have. Nice. Yes, it's so nice. MAGA beef, MAGA lettuce, now MAGA jalapenos. MAGA, everything's gonna be great again. Don't worry, it's all gonna get great again. Do you feel great yet? Since we don't have decent food, our food isn't safe. Is America great yet? Are we great again yet? Hold on, let me do a poll. Let's find out what you think. Start a poll. Is it great again yet? My coffee is 75% more expensive. I would say that's a deal breaker on the whole great again thing. No. My coffee is 75% greater. It's not greater.
15 kids tortured in a 12 by 12 foot room.
The prices are greater.
It is a tragic house of horrors that we've been following since the parents were arrested, and it has a striking similarity to the original House of Horrors, the Turpins. The 13 siblings who were tortured, starved, and imprisoned by their parents in California. The horrific abuse came to light on January 14th, 2018, when one of their children escaped and was able to call 911. Well, now in a News Nation exclusive, one of the younger Turpin survivors, Delissa, is speaking out. How has she healed? She's got advice for the Ohio kids and why she still cannot stand the sight of her own mother. It has been called the Ohio House of Horrors. There really are no words to describe what police say happened here. 16 children from 18 months to 18 years old, tortured by their parents, investigators say, and living in a 12 by 12 room. As we sat and we talked about.
I'm actually really worried about that because, I've been thinking about investing in an index fund because historically they don't get hit as hard as everything else. But man, it's I don't have faith in this fucking government. I almost want to leave all my money in a high yield savings account. But if I put my money in VOO, the Vanguard S&P 500, it's supposed to be regular, steady, not too scary, but I'm still scared. Is anybody else scared? I'm scared. I don't want to put my money in the stock market, but everyone's like, you should put your money in the stock market. I don't know. I feel worried. I'm worried about it. I feel great. Stuff will always go bad here and there, but honestly, I'm good till I get on the internet. Kirk Wilson. Yeah, I can understand that. But I don't know where you live, Kirk Wilson, but when I lived in California, I saw ICE agents. I saw them doing bad stuff, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit, 15 months of mass deportation. I guess what you're saying is ignorance is bliss, and I guess that's true. Like, if you don't know what's going on in the world, you feel a little bit better about it, but that's how you become the frog in the pot, right? 15 months of mass deportations, our rent hasn't gone down, groceries are more expensive, power bill has gone up, and our gas is more expensive. Immigrants aren't the problem. Skeeter, you nailed it, Skeeter. Skeeter! Oh, man, did you hear Cooter from Dukes of Hazzard died? He's 80 years old. How did Cooter die before Donald Trump? I mean, did you hear Cooter's dead? He served in like one of the houses of Congress. I forget if he was a senator or congressperson, but Cooter's dead, guys, from Dukes of Hazzard. And he was 80 years old, and how come all these other 80-year-olds are dying, but not Donald Trump? How come? Cooter! Man. I went to Cooter's Museum. I think I was in Virginia or West Virginia. I don't know. There was a Cooter's... Cooter. He had like a car museum. Cooter! Skeeter! Sorry, Skeeter. You reminded me of Cooter. Greenville, South Carolina, originally from Seattle. I just make more money if I need more money. I have ways. Kirk Wilson, then you're a lucky guy. You're a lucky guy. I'm just a humble YouTuber. I don't make any money. I don't make any money anymore. I'm just here begging. I just beg for money. By the way, become a channel member, please. Sky City Rebels get extra content, extra polls, extra chat, extra love in the chat. Thanks for being here, everybody. My name is Sky Jack Morgan, and I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech, and critical thinking advocate. So sad to be here to hear about Cooter. I know, Cooter, man. Cooter's dead. Cooter's dead, man.
But as the team kind of talked about it, it really looked...
The late Cooter.
Third world. If anyone understands the horror, it's Jalissa Turpin.
It's kind of like, it's a little bit blurry, like my memory from things in.
Jalissa and her 12 siblings were in the original House of Horrors in California, beaten, strangled, and starved by their parents David and Louise Turpin. They were chained up and only allowed to bathe once a year.
But to me, it was kind of like, almost like this prison where me and my siblings were prisoners, and then I knew that her and my dad were like the head of the prison.
Jalissa's sister Jordan was able to escape in 2018. You can see her in the dark running from the house. She called 911 from a deactivated cell phone.
This is 911. Do you have an emergency? I just ran away from home. I live in a family of 15. Okay? Can you hear me? And we have abusing parents. Did you hear that?
Hi, Jordan. Hi, what's going on?
My two little sisters right now, chained up.
How old are they?
11 and 14.
And they're chained up?
Yes.
This is the moment sheriff's deputies arrived at the Turpin home. The moment Jalissa was saved.
How you guys doing?
Good.
We got a call.
Okay, what kind of call did you get?
Well, we got a call that there was a young female walking around saying that she...
I love what kind of call you get. What is it with all of these asots, y'all, man? What is it with these people? Like, what kind of call you get? Man, I don't understand people. Like, cover your fucking mouth when you cough. You just cough at people. Is that, like, how uncouth? Are you an animal? I don't know. Like, people should do whatever they want. Just don't do it around me. You know what I'm saying? I hate it when I'm sitting at a table with someone and they're like, they're yawning. Cover your fucking mouth. Ugh. A fly is going to fly in your mouth. Like, people just yawn like animals. They cough. Cover your fucking mouth. Jesus.
Came from a house over here.
I guess she came from here.
That's what she said. How you doing, sir? I'm doing Pinchbrook. Well, we're going to come in and check, okay?
For me, when I got out, it was a little bit intimidating, but I was so happy. Like, I was always on cloud 9 because it was like, honestly, just being able to see a tree, just being able to breathe in fresh air, that literally felt like heaven to me. I felt like it can't really get more scary or worse than being in that house.
All right, let's just go into detail.
Yeah, wait, look at this is what we're doing to children just because they're brown. I mean, this poor kid was in a little mini concentration camp. We do this to people intentionally. We pay for doing, it's funny, like, we're going to free you from your concentration camp, your evil parents putting you in this situation. And then we're going to go down the street. We're going to get ourselves some kids and we're going to put them in a concentration camp. Not unlike what you're seeing here.
Yeah. Parents in Ohio, the rescued children are out of their prison and, like Jalissa, are now able to smell air and see trees. The scary part is their freedom may be short-lived. Their mother, Elizabeth Siders, is claiming she was a victim of her husband, despite some of her children not even learning how to speak or write. Jalissa's mom claimed the same thing. In Ohio, the mom, through the courts, is fighting to try to see her children.
Yeah.
You know, she wants to see them.
Yeah.
Says she loves them.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay, but what do you think of that?
I think that is really dumb. And I do not think, I've seen people saying, oh, she's a victim or whatever. Okay, if she can be a victim, that does not give her any slack whatsoever. I believe my mom was a victim, but that does not give her any, any excuse to do what she did to her kids.
Jalissa says even seeing her mother in court made her ill.
I didn't ever know my mom, and she was always in another room. I never actually saw her or had a conversation.
What?
The only time I ever saw her face, pretty much, was when she was coming towards me to abuse me or beat me up or whatever, something bad. I would go to court sometimes, and I would see just the back of her head, or even just talking about the stuff with my parents, and I would get physically sick where I would.
This guy, he looks like this vegan activist I know. Never mind. I'm not going to say it. But you know who, people who know who I'm talking about, I'm sure.
Throw up because of the anxiety from it. And it really was hard to heal when I was okay, let's start healing. But then I'm going to see her in a week, or I'm going to be in court talking about her in a week. It was just.
But CDs, you get 4% back? If it's just for an extra 1%, I might as well just leave it in a high yield savings account for 3%, right? 3%, 1%. For 1%, why even diversify? The whole point is I want to take half of my money and put it in an index fund, but I'm nervous is all. I'm probably going to do it. I just dumped a bunch of money into E-Trade, and I'm going to do it, but I feel nervous about it because of the state of the union, man. I'm worried about it. Roth it. I thought about that too, but I get nervous about Roths too because, then they have your money until you're 65. I can't touch that money for 20-something years. 3.4, I think, is what my bank is doing. Yeah, 3.4. It's not. I'm not going to go crazy about 4%. The AI bubble is coming, and the S&P 500. What percentage of VOO from Vanguard is AI? VOO rather than, VOO. VOO connects to AI. Index tracking. VOO tracks the S&P 500, meaning it holds shares of 500 large U.S. publicly traded companies. But how much? It invests broadly across 11 market sectors rather than focusing exclusively on artificial intelligence. So what percentage? What percentage of the holdings of VOO ETFs is AI focused? I want to see if VO's top holdings are heavily dominated by AI-focused mega-cap tech stocks, which significantly drives the fund's overall behavior because S&P 500 is market capitalization weighted. The largest companies carry the most influence, effectively turning a broad index fund into a major bet on artificial intelligence. That's worrisome, man. NVIDIA, 7.5%. Apple, 6.5%. Microsoft, 4.2%. Alphabet, Google, 3.2%. Broadcom and Micron's 5%. You add them all together, you're still looking at 7, 13, 17, 20, 25, about 27%. 27% of the stocks in the S&P 500 are fucking AI? That's not good. I don't think that's good. I thought about doing an REIT, but gold and silver doesn't appreciate faster than inflation. So it's gold and silver will appreciate if everything goes to shit, but unless you're holding the gold and silver in a safe, I'm on the mend. Yeah, Skeeter, I'm definitely on the mend. I got a bad knee situation happening, but yeah, stocks are gambling, man. But the S&P 500 has always been but I feel with this bubble, bro, it's 2006 all over again. Yes, 4% right in there. I worry too. So I do 20% Roth, 46% index funds, no China stocks, 10% individual stocks, and the rest is CDs. I'm at 16% overall. I ain't putting no money in the stock market. Man. Told you, I work with AI. It's impressive, but it doesn't come with the revolutionary enterprise benefits people are thinking. But I mean, I guess as those companies go down, that the S&P 500 tracks that and it will sell those off, right? Isn't that the whole idea, that you only get the 500 best companies? And the only problem right now is just like between 30 and 40% of the top companies in the United States happen to be AI or tech. Research what individual stocks would go up if AI tanked. See, I don't want to make a whole fucking hobby out of it. I just want to park my money in a place that will give me a return. And traditionally, that has been high yield savings or CDs and or S&P 500 index funds. And so that's what I was going to do, and a house. So I have a house. I was going to do the rest in high yield savings and index funds. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah, go ahead. I really don't know what I'm speaking about when it comes to fancy bank stuffs. None of us really do. Even the people paid to do it don't know what the fuck they're talking about. This poor lady. Poor little girl.
Any additional amendments on?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So I believe we're going to Title 10.
Agriculture Committee holds meeting to consider pending legislation. Let's see. Because they ruled about glyphosate and pesticides, now it's totally okay to put as many as pesticides and glyphosate all over everything.
Oh.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask you to recognize call for amendment Booker number 1 and have it considered for a vote. Thank you, sir. On April 27th, I was at the Supreme Court to rally with farmers, farm workers, doctors, working parents, cancer survivors, and frankly, Republicans and Democrats to raise concern about a case that would give giant chemical corporations a free pass when their toxic products make people sick. The name given to the rally was the People versus Poison. The purpose of the rally was to draw attention to the fact that the Supreme Court was considering a case that day, Monsanto versus Durnell, in which Bayer was asking the court for a liability shield so that people who developed cancer after using that toxic pesticide, glyphosate, would not be able to have their day in court to hold Bayer accountable. In June, the Supreme Court gave Bayer their liability shield. Holding the EPA approval of a label gives giant pesticide manufacturers permanent immunity from lawsuits about their failure to warn people about the known health risks of their products. The single ruling wiped out tens of thousands of active court cases brought by American citizens with cancer and other diseases who were seeking justice in the courts. For decades, state courts have stood as the last line of defense for harmed families by corporate negligence for all kinds of products. And I believe that when a corporation hides information about the health effects of their products, they do not deserve legal immunity. This wasn't a simple case clarifying the law. It was a coordinated effort by the Trump administration and chemical giants to strip away basic rights from Americans. It overturned years of state and federal court rulings that held powerful corporations accountable when they failed to warn the public of the health risks of their toxic products. My amendment updates federal law to guarantee that federal labeling law remains a baseline, not a shield for corporations. Specifically, my amendment does two things. It states our federal pesticide law, known as FIFRA, does not block people's legal right to bring failure to warn claims in state court. And second, it explicitly authorizes pesticide companies to add warnings about cancer and other serious health risks to their pesticide labels. It restores the fundamental right of cancer victims to have their day in court. It restores the freedom of states to require stronger public health warnings when lives are on the lines.
The high yield rate doesn't depend on the Fed rate, it depends on the individual bank accounts, and they are able to adjust based on the Fed rate is what you are allowed to buy money at, what interest they can charge you on big loans and stuff like that. And so like I think it's at 6% now or something like that, the Fed rate. So federally, but I guess they could make it go up, but it doesn't change. My high yield savings account is at like 3-point-something%, and that's the deal. That's the contract. It's not going to change. Now, if I find another account that pays higher, I am going to put that money into that account. You know what I mean? So that's how that works. Roundup. Yeah, let's do some Roundup, baby. Yeah. You could buy 50 to 100 acres where? Where? You can put options on AI heavy index funds as a hedging. I don't want to get all in. I diversify a bit. All my side hustle goes into investments. That's pretty sick. That's good. What did Parallelish say? Wait for the bubble to pop, then buy low. I mean, or you don't get, or it still goes up and you miss out. Like, that's the thing, man. It's just like fucking crypto. Is crypto going to go anywhere again? Does anybody think crypto's going back up? What's ETH at today? What's the price of ETH today? ETH is at 1,800, bro. 1,800. It went down 10%, 9.37. It went down 0.5% today. Like, what the fuck? How is ETH such a bummer?
To my colleagues who claim to support public health and the Maha movement, this is the chance to...
I think Donald Trump killed crypto. Like, Donald Trump made crypto lame. And then he didn't pass any legislation or do anything to help people who are investing in crypto like everybody thought he was going to. Avoid. I don't trust anything I can't pick up and throw at somebody. Yeah. Fair enough. But as you get older, you want to put more space between you and others. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Well, I mean, I just bought my first house, and it's my first time It's the first time I've lived in a place where I don't share a wall with anybody for a long, long time. For a really long time. I rented a house for a while in Virginia. I love that old house. But this is like... And there's people on either side, but I don't share a wall with anybody. It's pretty rad. Thanks, Tom. Yeah. Biggest official rug pull. Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump screwed crypto. Thanks, Josh. Yeah. I'm pretty proud of it. If they're sending some challenges, like I got this fucking dead tree I don't know how I'm going to pay to get rid of. It's so messed up. I'm thinking about suing them, actually, because like they should have disclosed that there's a dead tree back here. But, you know, there's a little bit of repairs that they're supposed to do before this is over, and they haven't done them yet. Crypto is a scam, so you know it's bound to bounce around. It's a scam. I found it directly influence high yield savings account though the impact is indirect and controlled by individual banks when the federal raises or lowers its. But it won't just lower. It's not like they can just automatically start paying me less interest. They can't do that. Hey shit, Dick, did you take your medication this morning? Ibuprofen. Yeah, ibuprofen was my medication. That's my medication.
Stand with us. You cannot claim to want to make America healthy again while voting to protect corporate profits over cancer victims. The House of Representatives has already spoken on this issue in a wide bipartisan way. When the Farm Bill was on the House floor, there was a vote on whether Bayer and other pesticide companies should be allowed to have a liability shield.
Now that I agree with. Everything is a scam unless we invest our own community wealth. I totally agree with you that. I totally agree. You know, I as much as I think that Cory Booker is a sellout, I like that he's standing up for families on this.
And deny cancer victims.
Like he's been on this agriculture thing. It's one thing. Cory Booker's agriculture bill and his focus on cutting back funding on animal research and animal exploitation has been great. I think you know, gotta take the good with the bad for some politicians, some career politicians. I don't know. I'm not the biggest Cory Booker fan, but man, he does some good stuff.
Day in court, 207 out of 213 Democrats were joined by 73 Republicans.
Tom, I'm totally with you on that. But you know, maybe he rejects them in the near future. How great would it be if he came out and was like, you know what, fuck AIPAC? Like, what if he did? What if he did? I think what happens a lot of times in politics, they get to the point where they're like, so-and-so's taking the money, they're taking the money, they're taking the money. Just take the money. And you're like, fuck it, I need the money. Got to run this campaign every 6 years. And so you take the money. And then you try to like pretend like you're going to be ethical after taking the money. Yeah. Bitcoin fixes everything. Yeah. Must be. I wouldn't believe him. He is a liar. Well, all politicians they lie a lot. After all, he's just a Democrat.
Republicans who sided with the American people against giant corporations and overwhelmingly rejected giving this liability shield. Now it's our turn to vote. I urge a yes vote on this amendment to reverse this misguided Supreme Court ruling. Mr. Chair, with that, I move that Booker number 1 be voted on and request a roll call vote.
Is there any further discussion?
Michael, my email is skyjack@morningsky.live.
Skyjack@morningsky.live.
Come on in, man. Yeah, go ahead and email me, please. I was wondering what happened with you, Michael Best. I've been watching a little V Media. He's always on at weird times, though. And so I'm not able to watch. But I have been, picking up his stream a little bit, V Media. V Media. What's the V stand for, by the way? Yeah, what does the V stand for?
The clerk will call the roll.
Does it pass?
Aye.
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 Wow.
Aye.
Is it going to pass?
Aye by proxy.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye by proxy.
McConnell says no by proxy. Fucking McConnell's not even there. Where's McConnell?
No.
These assholes don't even show up to work.
No. Senator Marshall.
No.
Senator Grassley.
No.
Senator Grassley, the 93-year-old, says no.
No.
So these fucking senators are selling you out, saying that corporations should have immunity from any lawsuits. If their pesticides, glyphosate, or anything else kills you or your family, you're not allowed to sue them. They're voting against an amendment saying that's bullshit, that they do not deserve legal immunity.
Reported by the clerk, the amendment fails.
The amendment fails. What do you know?
Running high in the Middle East this morning, but President.
What do you know? The amendment fails, everybody. The amendment fails. Even Fetterman voted aye. Even Fetterman. Mitch McConnell wasn't even fucking there. So now if your kids get leukemia or some shit from all the stuff that they're dumping on your food, too bad. There's nothing you can do about it, you stupid little American. There's nothing you can do. They have immunity. They're like the South African in Lethal Weapon 2. Diplomatic immunity. And then do you remember? Then Danny Glover, he's like, pow. And he shoots that South African in the head. And he says, "It's been revoked." So badass. So badass. Man, we need more Danny Glovers around here. I always love the way he's always like, I want to do that next time I'm at the shooting range. I'm going to do the Danny Glover. I want to videotape myself doing the Danny Glover. Pow. I liked in the in the 80s and 90s, Danny Glover always had cool guns, and he always did cool shit with guns for some reason. Like in the Predator 2, he had the gun with the laser sighting, and that was cool for the 1980s. McConnell blocked about everything Obama tried to do as speaker. He controlled the agenda, so I can't cry about Trump getting blocked. He undermined democracy is what he did. He undermined the Constitution, but whatever. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's also. I'm getting too old for this shit. Psh, your diplomatic immunity has been revoked. Yeah. Danny also shot the grenade dude with all the Kruger ends. Yes, that's it. Yeah. And he still was an LAPD officer afterwards. They're like, yeah, this is the LAPD. This is how we fucking roll. I always loved that about the Lethal Weapon movies. It was just like mayhem in the streets, explosions, and they were like, still on the case, Murtaugh and Riggs. I'm getting too old for this shit. You know that Danny Glover is actually younger than Mel Gibson, and yet in the movie, Mel Gibson plays the younger, which is crazy because like he doesn't look younger than Danny Glover, but they play it like Danny Glover's so much older than Mel Gibson. Anyway, it's a whole thing. It's been fun. It's been fun. It's been good times. Good times. Good talk, everybody. Good talk.
President Donald Trump says the U.S. taking a low-key approach. So let's go ahead and bring in CBS's Bradley Blackburn.
We're going low-key in Iran, everybody.
Keeping an eye on all the developments for us. Good morning.
Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected the United States plan for Gaza. They just want to have more dead children.
Sandra, good morning. The president is dealing with Iran as he also faces news about Gaza. Israel has rejected President Trump's peace plan for Gaza. That's a real setback for the White House. They haven't yet responded publicly. Israeli forces now control about half of
Don't they know that he won the FIFA Peace Prize?
Gaza. Israel says it's still talking with Washington about what happens next. While across the Middle East, we're seeing more violence. The 15-point Israel-Gaza peace plan that President Trump hailed as historic now rejected.
Yeah, Danny Glover. But Danny Glover, I don't think he ever looked so old. I don't think he ever... Now he's old, but like, I don't know. They always played him like he was, I'm an old man, getting too old for this shit in Lethal Weapon, but he wasn't that... I even as a kid, I was like, he doesn't look older than Mel Gibson. Why... It's my last day on the force. It's my last day on the force. I don't know. I don't know why they wrote it like that. Danny Glover's 10 years older than Mel Gibson. Is that true? What year was Mel Gibson born? 56. What year was Danny Glover born? Shit, you're right. He's 10 years older. You're right. Damn it. I was wrong. 46, he's 10 years older. But they play him like he's like 30 years older. I still think my assessment stands because he does not look like he's 20 years older than Mel Gibson or something. Like, he was born in San Francisco. Danny Glover. But how old was he when... How old was Danny Glover when he played in Lethal... Shit. How old was Danny Glover when he played in Lethal Weapon, and how old was his character supposed to be? He was 40 years old in 86. His character was supposed to be 50 and celebrating his birthday in the film. Oh, yeah, in the movie they have him at 50. He's 50 years old, but he's not 50. He's 40. Maybe that's why I'm confused. If you'd like to share more of the origin, I'm getting too old for this shit. Too old for this shit. If Mel Gibson was 30 and he was 40 and he was playing a 50-year-old, how old was Mel Gibson's character supposed to be? Mel Gibson's character is supposed to be 38, but he was only 30 when the movie was filmed in 86. Gibson was 30 years old, but Martin Riggs is supposed to be 38. Danny Glover was 40, but he was celebrating his 50th birthday in the movie. God, could you imagine retiring at 50? You're supposed to be retiring at 50? What is the relevance? Because he says getting too old for this shit, and he's only 40, and he's playing a 50-year-old. What's the relevance? They make the whole movie talks about their age through the whole fucking thing. What are you talking about? What's the relevance? Have you not seen the movie? It's very relevant. Their age is very relevant.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made the announcement Sunday at a cabinet meeting, saying his forces will not withdraw from Gaza until Hamas is...
That's so crazy. They retire after 25 years? Unbelievable. Cops got it made, huh? They got it made. We old Sky. LOL. Getting too old for this shit. He always did this. I always loved the neck roll right when he offed a motherfucker. Right when you haven't seen the movie? You never saw Lethal Weapon 1, 2, 3, and 4? Never made a 5. Number 4 was great though. Number 4 was great. Number 2 was great. Number 1, it didn't age well. Number 3, I don't even remember. I don't remember number 3. But number 4 with Rene Russo and okay, what's this guy? Hey, Joe Pesci. Hey, Joe Pesci. Yeah, Joe Pesci. And I think that even wasn't Chris Rock in part 4? Ugh, I don't know. Somebody, I can't remember it very vividly, but when I was a kid, I thought, and Eric Clapton does all the music for all 4 of them.
Truly disarmed. This as there are growing fears that war could be spreading in the Middle East. Smoke rose over the Yemeni port of Mocha after a deadly strike by Iran-backed Houthi rebels. While over the weekend, President Trump told Axios the U.S. is, quote, semi-negotiating and low-keying it with Iran, describing...
Low-key,
I'm low-keying it with Iran. It's very low-key. It's so low-key.
Donald Trump is low-key with Iran.
Low-key. We're going in low. Lower than the dogs. We're dying like dogs.
Number 2 was great because it was killing South African Nazis. I thought it was... I like anything where they're killing Nazis. Any movie where a bunch of Nazis die, count me in. What was that movie with the... was it called Sizik or some shit? It had some Scandinavian name. That movie where it's just like John Wick, except he's just killing Nazis. That was kind of fun. Yeah, Leo the Weasel. Joe Pesci.
Okay, they fuck you in the drive-thru, okay? They fuck you in the drive-thru.
I mean, it was iconic. Iconic, Joe Pesci.
The back and forth as a chess game and predicting it will work out. On CBS News, Republican Senator Bill Cassidy called on the president to lay out his plans.
I think the president needs to come out and speak forcefully on what the path forward is. And at some point, it may be that path forward works or not. But at least
well, maybe it'll work. We don't know. I mean, we had no plan getting into this. We had concepts of plans.
There needs to be that dialogue with the American people.
Iran's foreign minister insists Tehran is not negotiating with the U.S., though Iran is in the final stages of reaching a deal with Oman over management of the Strait of Hormuz. But he says the vital shipping route won't be opened until the U.S.
Are you bad because you don't watch movies? No, I just think that you're cutting yourself off from, arts and culture, which I find rewarding and part of my humanity to celebrate the empathy machines of film. I like it. I like to have cultural touchstones with people so that I can help find common ground. I think it also aids in my explanation of things with people. If I say it's like that movie and someone's like, oh yeah, I've seen that movie, and they go, oh yeah, now I understand the concept that you're trying to portray, it becomes like I said, a touchstone or a shorthand for things that make sense to people. And that's pretty great, I think. I think that's great. You also like to listen to audiobooks? Oh my God, I'm reading this book called Whale Fall. It's so fucking good. I'm so surprised. It's really good. I'm extremely pleased by this. You read books and listen. What books do you read? I can only read about 3 books a month. I'd like to read more, but I don't get to read as much as I want. 3 books a month is pushing it for me, and it seems almost like a chore towards the end of the month, trying to really jam in. I'm trying to jam all the words into my face. It's kind of hard.
It's its demands, which include compensation for damages caused by U.S. strikes. Over the weekend, Iranian state media released rare, undated video of the country's supreme leader, Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei. CBS News could not independently verify it.
They have an independent movie theater. You can usually get in for like $5, and there's Regal Cinema for like $20. You can get like unlimited movies. So there's ways to get cheap movies. You can also steal them. It's totally okay to steal them. I mean, actually, after all, they've stolen from us so much. You can steal whatever you want. Philosophy, Stoic stuff. That's cool. You just read philosophy. I like philosophy a lot. You should watch The Ethical Underground on Sunday.
Negotiations between Iran and U.S. ally Oman continued over the weekend despite Iran's missile strike on a UAE tanker in the Strait of Hormuz Saturday. Oman condemned the attack, and UAE officials say no one was killed. Sandra.
Blackburn alive in New York for us this morning. We'd appreciate it.
You should totally do it, Kirk Wilson. You should write a screenplay. Screenplays are fun. They're only like 90 pages. You could do it. You could do it. Write a screenplay. Just do it for fun. Just be like 1 month. I'm going to write a screenplay this month. And no matter, just say I'm going to write a bad screenplay. Just get it written. Your second one's going to be 10 times better. Just write a shitty one, and your second one's going to be awesome. I like philosophy as well as an art. Yeah, I mean, I love philosophy. I'm a huge philosophy fan. I'm reading a book called Surfing with Sartre right now, which is a philosophy book. I'm enjoying it. I'm not reading as quickly as I want, but that's I've got like 3 books in the air right now, so it's a whole thing. Gotta love Wyoming. David Vickers, you're in England? What time is it there? It's like 8 p.m. there almost, huh? It's getting late. It's getting late. You gonna go to sleep still? You gonna go to sleep soon? All my UK friends. How many people are from the UK? How many people live in the UK right now?
And Europe is battling a summer of record heat, devastating wildfires, and drought.
Speaking
Serbia
of
is the latest
Europe,
country to be hit by fast-moving flames. Across the continent, rivers are drying up, exposing sandbanks and even revealing long-hidden objects. In Eastern Europe, these low river levels are fueling an energy crisis as power plants struggle with dwindling water supplies. Remy Inocencio traveled to Hungary this week and has more.
Unprecedented. Widespread wildfires in Europe, from Greece and France in the south to as far north as the UK and the Netherlands this year, have scorched an area at least the size of New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, and Philadelphia combined. 2026 is on track to be Europe's worst fire season on record, all made worse by droughts. The mighty Danube River, Europe's second longest, is at or near record lows across much of its nearly 1,800 miles through 10 countries.
it's only 6:45. Oh shit! I'm still on California time. Damn. I thought it was 7:45 there, but I'm on Mountain Time now. I've changed. I am now GMT -7 instead of 8. Crazy. Weird. I have been GMT -8 for 13 years. 13 years I have been GMT -8, and now I'm GMT -7. And that is kind of a mind fuck all of a sudden for some reason.
Revealing the bones of a woolly mammoth and Nazi German warships. In Hungary's capital, Budapest, the Danube hasn't...
They got Nazi German warships because the water's all gone. Look, it's almost like a disaster film. Look at this. They're fighting woolly mammoths, Nazi warships.
Nazi German warships. In Hungary's capital, Budapest, the Danube hasn't been this low in more than 200 years.
The Danube? How are they going to make a golem if it's so low?
This is an exposed sandbar in the middle of the Danube River in the heart of Budapest, and locals tell me that this has not happened in memory. They also say...
No, I mean, have you ever been to Budapest? It's usually quite a large river with boats going through it and shit.
That the normal water level height for this river should actually be 2 to 3 times taller than me. And less water means less hydroelectric and nuclear power generation. Hungary's only nuclear power plant that generates about 50% of the country's energy needs has shut 3 of its 4 reactors. The PAC's nuclear power plant needs to suck in about 3,500 Olympic...
The power plants can't run without water either. Ding dang do.
Swimming pools of water to cool its 4 nuclear reactors. But the problem is that the water level of the river has now fallen below the intake valves. Basically, PAC's can't drink to cool itself off. The same crisis is hitting France, Switzerland, Romania, and Bulgaria. At least 15 nuclear reactors in Europe have been partially or totally shut down.
You know what's funny? Leif Erikson, that is something that I found out on yesterday. So yesterday was today. What day is it? Tuesday? On Sunday, I wanted to watch the Games of Thrones, I wanted to watch the Incest and Dragon show. And I was like, okay, well, in California, it comes on at 6 p.m., so that means that I'll be able to watch it at 5 p.m., right? No, 7 p.m., right? But it was like, it comes out in New York time and California time, but I'm in Mountain Time, and it just like disregards me completely. I think that it went live at like 8 p.m., which is still an hour earlier than the New Yorkers got it, I guess. But I don't know. You're right. Mountain Time is weird. Yes. Games of Thrones is your shit. You read the books? Has he finished it yet? I'm not going to read those fucking books. But the shows, I think the shows are quality. I think they're fun. I like the characters, I like the creepy weirdness of it all. I like that I kind of missed the early seasons when it was like truly a rated R, beheadings, blood, tits. Now it's like super unsexy. There's nothing sexy about Game of Thrones anymore. Like the only sex scene for Game of Thrones this season was homeboy with his mom thinking that he was hallucinating and thought he was fucking his mother. That is the only sex scene this season, I think. And it's just like, it's kind of sad because like lower common denominator, it used to be a good HBO show would have like dark themes, adult ideas, sexual content, and violence. But now it's like they do all of the violence, they do all of the dark themes, but they leave out the sex. Like, I'm sorry, are we just a sexless species now in America? We're just in captivity. We're not allowed to think about sex. Maybe that's why no one's fucking. Maybe that's why all these people, maybe that's why there's a loneliness epidemic, because our popular media, you're not allowed to show anybody even being romantic. No one's allowed to. The only romantic thing that happened in this show was the weird incest thing with the mom, but the one dragon rider crying when his wife died in Tumbleton. That was the only thing in the whole season that was romantic, was the guy screaming when his wife died. But they were never together. You never saw them together. I don't know. My friend plays in a Fame of Thrones cover band. Daenerys and the Targaryens. I spelled wrong. I'm sure. Who knows? Who cares? Fire and Blood. Yeah. Hold on. That's not what the damn books are called. They're called Fire and Ice, right? House of Dragon is more like a history book. Oh, it is? I don't know. I that's where I stopped. I didn't read the Silmarillion from J.R. Tolkien. And I'm not really gonna. I read the 4 books. I read the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I'm not gonna go read the Silmarillion. I tried to. It's just it's just so lame. There's like, I don't know. Oh, House of Dragon is called Fire and Blood. Oh, the show's cool. It just kind of bums me out. Do you remember when HBO used to be a little sexy? And now it's just like, I don't know. Even Tales from the Crypt always had a little sexiness, like the bordello of blood and stuff, But not anymore. Everything's kind of sad and sexless. Everything's sexless in America. You're not allowed to have sex in America anymore.
According to a nuclear power trade report, Europe is the fastest warming continent on the planet, and the risk of more nuclear power plant shutdowns are forecast to triple in the decades ahead. For CBS Saturday Morning, I'm Rainy Inocencio in Budapest, Hungary.
I want to see some tits back on HBO. That's what I'm saying. Is it too much to ask for the monthly subscription price? Like, what the hell? It used to be much more fun watching HBO.
Well, I think broadly we should say that using religion to control the people is a tale as old as time. The issue of homosexuality in particular. One is something Jesus never talks about.
Is it in the Old Testament?
So in the Old Testament, there is a prohibition against men lying with other men.
Right.
We're not sure exactly what it means, and if we're taking it just literally, does that mean that we're also we're prohibiting same-sex relationships between women? Right, because that's not prohibited and called an abomination.
Hey everybody, welcome back in. Grab a seat because this one is not the argument you think it is. A sitting Texas Democrat named James Tallarico sits down for an interview about faith in American politics, and instead of dodging the religion question, he walks straight at it. He argues that the wall between church and state was built by Christians themselves. The issues the religious right treats as non-negotiable were assembled only decades ago, and that his own side's gospels are silent on the thing an entire movement was organized around. Then the host offers him something most politicians would grab with both hands.
The host?
And his answer might be the
Joe fucking Rogan?
Most surprising moment in the whole conversation. Stick around all the way through because the strongest line does not land until the very last breath of this clip, and it is aimed at people who are used to never being named out loud. And while you are here, drop a comment and let me know what city or country you are watching from.
Separation of church and state. It's been very important. And that imposing this on kids in school, in non-religious schools, just seems kind of crazy.
Well, and the staunchest defenders for the separation of church and state throughout American history were Protestant Christians, Baptists in particular, right? I mean, the letter Jefferson writes where he first uses that phrase, a wall of separation between church and state, was to the Danbury Baptists. Because, I mean, these Protestants were fleeing.
Yeah, remember, I was just thinking about Chip. When I see that, it's like, oh, well, we got to build more of these nuclear power plants because they're going to save us. They're shutting them down because there's not enough water. Guess what? Once again, if we had invested in fucking solar energy, we wouldn't be having this problem. Like, we're going to lose the water, and then we'll lose the electricity because of it. And it's like, if we just decentralized electricity, then we might actually be okay with the water because then we could, use electricity that we harness from the sun in order to desalinate water from the ocean, and then bada bing, bada boom, we got it. It ain't that hard to desalinate. We know how to do it. There's multiple ways. It's not just boiling, by the way. I went to the Museum of Salt in Tokyo, and they've got all sorts of ways to desalinate shit, man. They're pretty remarkable how they're able to do it all.
Europe as religious minorities, right? I mean, this is kind of essential to the founding of this country, was religious freedom. And so those Christians understood that once the government starts preaching your religion, starts making decisions about your faith, that doesn't lead anywhere good. And
nuclear is not more reliable than solar. Nuclear is only... Look, man, if one solar panel breaks and one person's house stops producing electricity, that doesn't mean the whole grid goes down. If a nuclear power plant goes down, forget about like meltdowns and everything else. Everybody loses electricity. That's not fucking reliability. Already, they're shutting down power plants. Like, they're operating on 25% right now because they can't get the water. You know what doesn't need water? Solar. Completely more reliable. Solar is way more reliable. Sorry, back was annoying. The Republican stream below. Oh, there's another Republican stream? Are there enough of those?
So we should be very suspicious of the state usurping the role of pastors and Sunday school teachers on every street corner. A lot of them don't have a lot of people in them. This, again, is giving Christianity and religious people broadly a bad name. Because this is what people think about religious people, that we're more interested in imposing our faith or our values or our beliefs on others instead of living it out ourselves.
Yeah.
I look across my church on Sunday mornings, and I see a lot of gray hair. I worry about the future of my church, of my faith in this country.
What do you think that's about?
I think a lot of it is well justified. Because
religion has failed us, the politics have failed us, media has failed us, everyone has failed us. There's nothing left except for each other. The Democrats have failed us. The Republicans have failed us. Joe Rogan has failed us.
Organized religion has done a lot of damage to people. Too many churches, too many faith leaders have abused that trust. A lot of Gen Z, a lot of my fellow millennials, when they hear me talking about my faith and how it informs my public service, they're like, I've never heard of this kind of Christianity, right? Like, I was told that if you wanted to be a Christian, you had to hate gay people. If you wanted to be a Christian, you had to want to control women. If you wanted to be a Christian, you had to reject science. And so when Gen Z and when millennials were faced with that choice, it was a pretty easy choice for them, right? They chose their gay friends, they chose women's rights, they chose believing in science. And that, in my opinion, was always a false choice. And in fact, a lot of those positions that I just mentioned are contrary to biblical values, to the teachings of Jesus.
Where does this rejection of gay rights come from?
Well, I think broadly we should say that using religion to control the people is a tale as old as time, the issue of homosexuality in particular. One is something Jesus never talks about.
Is it in the Old Testament?
So there, in the Old Testament, there is
It's so funny. He's totally right about that religion as used to control people is a tale as old as time. I mean, the birth of religion was likely something where when we had excess grain, we had to give it to someone that we trusted, human beings did, and then they would give us a little token saying, okay, you gave me 5 pounds of fucking wheat or whatever. And so they give you this little token saying, here's 5 pounds of wheat. And that starts becoming a monetary system, but you got to give it to somebody. And the governments are not what they are today. You don't have nation states. You have like weird, loosely connected empires and stuff, but not what you're thinking, like an old school Mesopotamian shit. So that they would just give their grain to the religious folk because they were the ones that, that could be trusted, right? They got God on their side and shit. So they would hold it, and they did a pretty good job for a while. They would take your grain, give you a little token, and that became money, and then became like the rudimentary forms of banking, actually. The very beginnings of banking, religion, and our monetary system all kind of started with religion. Now, you could see immediately, right, how religion then could be used to control people. If you're not part of my religion, you won't be able to put your grain in my stores. And that means you also have to do these other things. You have to do the little bows. You got to wear the funny hat. You're not allowed to have sex with men or whatever. And you start getting this control component on the people that are holding your shit. And if you want to participate in this burgeoning world of private property, because people are starting to fence off animals, people are starting to fence off acreage, they're starting to fence off things, And for the first time, people are saying now everything that's fenced off belongs to me, including the women. Yeah, including the women. What about the people living over there? Yeah, they're mine too. They belong to me. You start having this ownership class, and you need the blessings of somebody. And who's it going to be? The religious fucks that you gave all your shit to. So you end up with this abuse of power almost immediately, almost overnight, which is, Tellerico's right, is what I'm trying to say.
Prohibition against men lying with other men.
Right.
We're not sure exactly what it means, and if we're taking it just literally, does that mean that we're also we're prohibiting same-sex relationships between women? Right, because that's not prohibited and called an abomination. This punishment can sometimes be death, and this is true of eating certain foods, of planting different crops next to each other,
wearing two different types of cloth.
Sure. He simplified it into 2 commandments: love God and love neighbor. Those are the only 2 commandments that we Christians should keep our focus on. And Jesus.
Are they allowed to drink? Kirk Wilson says the Southern Baptist church has tripled lots of young couples and teens. I find that surprising, to be frank, but are they allowed to drink? Because Southern Baptists, maybe they changed some shit, but are they the drinking Baptists? Because I don't know. I'm surprised that Southern Baptist would be a thing taken off wherever. I would be surprised.
So regularly got into conflicts with the religious authorities because he is rejecting legalism and embracing the spirit of the law, which is loving your neighbor as yourself. And so in our modern context, that should mean loving our gay neighbors as ourselves.
Lisa Ann says, and women in burqa with no rights. Well, I mean, to be fair, women in all religions are treated as second-class citizens. All religions out here, anyway. I mean, this is why Marx calls for the abolition of religion, which really pisses off those Christians. You can abolish religion? Oh, no. How will we control our women? Marx says women are just the working class. Why should they be controlled by anyone? They could ply their labor like anybody else. Why should their labor be worth less than men? Why should you be allowed to tell a woman what to do? What do you think? What do you think? I mean, some cultures still put women in black bags, but that's just a difference in degree, not in kind. A difference in degree, not in kind. We in America, we also treat women as second-class citizens, but perhaps not to the degree. We don't have morality police roaming the streets and beating the shit out of women because they showed their hair, but we still have them on a lower rung of the hierarchy. So, women in all religions are oppressed. I'm trying to think, actually, if there is a religion where women aren't oppressed. There must be one. I want to think, you'd think of like Buddhism, but even Buddhism, they're really fucked up when it comes to women. I'm trying to think, Baha'i faith? I don't know. Maybe? Baha'i faith, maybe?
This is the argument I have been waiting years for someone on our side to make, and almost nobody makes it. Because the second religion gets pushed into public schools, our reflex is to argue about the law. James Tallarico goes somewhere smarter. He goes to the history. James said this: the staunchest defenders for the separation of church and state throughout American history were Protestant Christians, Baptists in particular. That is not spin. You can check it. Here is what people never get taught. Virginia passed a statute for religious freedom in 1786, years before the First Amendment existed, and the people pushing hardest for it were Baptists and other dissenting Protestants who were being fined and jailed by an established state church. Then in 1802 comes the letter to the Danbury Baptist with the famous wall of separation line. That wall was not built to keep believers out. It was built by believers who had been treated as second class in their own country. So when someone tells you separation of church and state is a modern secular invention, they are telling on themselves. The people who built that wall were sitting in the pews. Then he lands the line that should end the whole debate. He said we should be very suspicious of the state usurping the role of pastors and Sunday school teachers. Think about what that actually means. If the government writes the prayer, the government writes the theology. Would you trust a committee of politicians to teach your kid what God is like? I would not, and neither should anyone who takes their faith.
Well, I mean, I don't think the government should have anything to do with God at all, except for, hey, we don't care if you got a God. I hope you're feeling better. I'm feeling a little bit better. A little bit better. Yeah. A little bit better. Oh, yes, the Wiccans. Yeah. I lived with some Wiccans. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Maybe it's because I don't think of it as a religion. But whatever. Yeah, the Wiccans. I don't know. Like, I remember I lived with some Wiccans back in the day when I was a teenager, and I just thought that you guys don't actually believe this shit, right? Bridget, blessed be Bridget, the goddess of fucking whatever. I'm like, you guys don't actually. You're making little masks with like leaves and shit and having moon sight meetings at the beach, and it's all very sweet and everything, but you don't really believe it. But then maybe they do. I mean, I can't believe that people really believe that Mary was a virgin. I can't believe people actually believe that Mary was a virgin. But, they were wicked. They were wicked. Yeah. Wiccans are cool and all, but I just can't believe people believe it. Over the past 10 years, total members of the Southern Baptists has steadily declined to roughly 12.3 million, hitting levels not seen since 1973. So it is going down. But, Kirk Wilson might be living in an area where there's more. Drinking is not condoned. The pastor, deacons, Bible study leaders abstain. I drink but avoid discussing the topic, right or wrong. Yeah, you know what they say is if you want to drink with a Baptist on a fishing trip, don't invite two Baptists. There's this whole thing, if you invite two Baptists, neither will drink. But if you bring a Baptist with you, they'll drink. So if you want to save your beer, invite two Baptists to the party. You're a pagan. I don't know, Blondie. I don't know. I don't know what you mean. You worship nature. I see. Okay. I mean, that makes sense, right? This book I'm reading, Whale Fall, there's a whole thing about that. How one of the people in the books, he has a tattoo of something about how nature is God, and that ends up becoming an atheist kind of middle finger to the. What are you, Sky? What do you mean? What am I? What do you mean? What am I? LOL. Yes, but true. Christians are not less important. Women play a different role than men. If not, men would be bad and women would be macho. I don't know. I don't think Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ says, I have sons and daughters, that sons and those other things called daughters, and he says all are equal. Jesus did say all are equal. Jesus was an anarchist. If you need to save beer, just invite Muslims. Yeah, but then you need to invite more than one. If you just invite one Muslim, they will drink. If you invite two, they won't drink. Baptists are the same way. All the weird religions are like that. The Mormons are the same way. You invite one Mormon, they'll take some shots. Two? Nah, because they're afraid of getting ratted out. It's so true. All the weird religions do that.
And when he described what young people were told, that if you wanted to be a Christian, you had to hate gay people, that was not an attack on faith. That was a diagnosis. Empty pews are not an accident. Somebody made choices, and the bill came due. The real answer arrives when he says using religion to control the people is a tale as old as time. Control. That is the whole game.
Teachings of Jesus, I think it's very clear how we should treat those who are different, those who are left out. I mean, the word homosexuality wasn't even invented until the 19th century. If this was something that really was central to Jesus's ministry, I would think he would have said something about it, right? We have 4 gospels with tons of teachings from Jesus, and none of them are about this. So I get suspicious when anybody, whether it's a televangelist or a politician, tells me that something is central to my faith when Jesus never talks about it. Mm-hmm. To me, that should, I think, ring alarm bells as to what is the agenda here. If we look at the last 40, 50 years, the religious right has made a concerted effort to make homosexuality and abortion the 2 biggest issues for Christians. And, the Southern Baptist Convention was pro-choice until the late 1970s. So this idea that to be a Christian means you have to be anti-gay and anti-abortion, there really is no historical, theological, biblical basis for that opinion.
You gotta love Tellerico going into Joe Rogan, but I don't want to watch this all day. Maybe he'll be
Right now,
president
President
someday.
Donald Trump is pushing for a major revamp to childhood vaccinations, signing a new executive order to reduce the number of recommended shots for kids.
Headliner News. First, Niamani Watson is live outside the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention headquarters. So, Niamani, this comes as many children head back to school. What do parents need to know?
Well, first, it's important to note that states, not the federal government, set vaccination requirements for schools and daycares. However, the CDC, when your child gets those shots, is set by the CDC based on those recommendations. Now, President Trump's new executive order drops vaccines from 18 diseases to 11. The order still recommends the MMR vaccine for measles, mumps, and rubella, but instead of one combined shot, it will be split into 3 separate vaccines given at different times. Meanwhile, RSV and hepatitis shots will now only be recommended for high-risk groups. President Trump says the order maximizes parental choice. He also once again suggested a link between vaccines and autism, despite decades of scientific studies showing no connection. Still, some doctors call the order concerning, warning it will only cause fear and confusion. A statement from the American Academy of Pediatrics says in part, quote, there is robust evidence to support the safety, effectiveness, and necessity of U.S. vaccine recommendations.
We're concerned, or I'm concerned about an unintended consequence of people under vaccinating because of fear that giving a single dose of the MMR is going to put their child at risk when there's no evidence to suggest that's the case.
Nothing bad can happen from what we're doing. Nothing bad can happen. It's possible it doesn't work. I don't think that's much of a possibility, frankly.
Yeah, nothing bad can happen. Only good can happen. Only happen, good will happen. Eldritch gods, let's go. Let's get some Cthulhu. Baptists had a small run in the 70s of being pro-choice, not before or after, though. Yeah, I mean, things change, right? I mean, people thought that Catholic priests were going to start fucking too, but turns out they didn't want them to fuck, and now look what's happened.
And these changes usually require approval from the CDC director, so we are waiting to see how that plays out. Reporting live from the CDC headquarters in DeKalb County, I'm Yamani Watson, Atlanta News First.
I mean, we're getting to the point where, but autism, like the screwworm. The screwworm wouldn't matter if people weren't fucking raising cows. The screwworm we wouldn't have. We put out a buffet for the screwworm when we have these giant herds of cattle. Herds of cattle that are not supposed to be on the American frontier.
Speaking of President Trump, last night he posted on social media a photograph of him and First Lady Melania Trump in formal attire, next to a photograph of you and your wife.
What in the hell? Two very different Americas. Donald J. Trump, Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed. I mean, three people in this photo. Three out of four are immigrants, but all four are the children of immigrants. All four of them are the children of immigrants. Actually, El Sayed is not an immigrant. He was born here. She wasn't. Melania wasn't born here.
Appear to be in a restaurant booth or something. Your wife is a psychiatrist. She's wearing a hijab. The caption was two very different Americas. What was your response when you saw that?
Yeah, he's right. One in which your overlords are two.
Yes, it should be herds of bison. And you know what bison have? They have big fur coats. And those big fur coats, they really are a great they're really a great defense against the North American or the New World screwworm, I think they call it. The New World screwworm can get into a tiny little cut, even like a little scratch. The screwworm can get in there. The fly gets in there and lays the worms, you know. And a bison has a natural immunity to such things because they're from here. They've evolved for that. But we murdered all of them. We raised some as food still, but we murdered all the wild ones. There's only like 2 wild herds left in America or something. Very few wild herds left in America. I've seen a few of them. You know, I've seen some wild buffalo. Pretty exciting when you see one out in the wild. But yeah, we're not supposed to have bot flies too. Right. Also, all the mosquitoes. All the mosquitoes that we have problems with them because we're raising animals for food. That's why we put out the buffet for all the mosquitoes. Mosquitoes bite the animals and then they bite us and then we get the disease from the animal. What do you know? Bing, bang, boom. What do you know? Stupid assholes.
People who don't like each other but joint in the interest of making billions of dollars off of you, or two people who genuinely love each other, enjoyed some pancakes together, want to come together to build the kind of America where they can raise a family and know that that family is going to have the good things. So yes, you got two different visions of America. Donald Trump's vision is the one you're living in right now. Can you afford your gas? Can you afford your groceries? Do you believe when you look your kids in the eye that they're going to have a better future than you did? And Sarah and I are running because when we look our daughters in the eye,
Is it 65? I have seen, I think, 4 wild buffalo herds. I don't know, 65, that's pretty surprising. I've been to almost every state, and I haven't seen buffalo. I haven't seen wild buffalo in every state, but all right. They got a wild buffalo herd in Catalina. I've seen the one in Wyoming. Maybe they count like just different places. Maybe like, because like the Yellowstone, maybe there's more than one herd or something. I don't know how it all works. But I've seen the ones in South Dakota. They're beautiful animals. It really is exciting to see them. I'm surprised by that number 65. Because it seems high, but even 65 is so low when you consider like how many millions used to exist. What percentage of the wild bison are left in America? Yeah, only 3 to 5% of all bison in the United States are considered wild or conservation focused. Out of a total population of roughly 400,000 to 500,000, only about 20,000 live in conservation or public wild herds like Yellowstone. While the vast majority are privately owned commercial livestock. They're raised for food. They're raised for slaughter. Yeah. What did those numbers look like a couple hundred years ago? couple hundred years ago in the 1800s, American bison population was 30 million to 600 million animals. Holy shit. So 60 million animals roaming North America, and now there's, what did I say, 500,000? Tens of millions were killed as a deliberate multi-pronged effort. Commercial hunting for the expansion of the railroads. Hunters wanted to easily transport massive quantity of bison hides, tongues, and bones to lucrative markets in eastern cities. Tongues? The United States military actively encouraged the mass extermination of bison herds as a tactical directive to starve out and control indigenous plains tribes who relied on the animals. And of course, environmental shifts, introduction of domestic cattle diseases, severe droughts, and livestock competition further weakened the remaining wild populations. Only 500,000 bison alive today are the descendants of a handful of survivors gathered up by tribal nations, private ranchers, and early conservationists at the turn of the 20th century. Crazy. That's so wild to me. 30 million to only 500,000. You know, it's just so tragic if you think about it. Like, look at they got the spine. They're such beautiful animals, but look at this. Like, that's just a guy standing on just a pile of American bison skulls, waiting to be ground for fertilizer. Fucking crazy. So wild. Yeah, the trains used to have those forks on them too, to like, so that if they hit a bison, it wouldn't derail the train. Anyway, they are majestic. Every time you see one in the wild, it seems like somehow magical. But anyway, they were here first. We killed them all, and now we have these weird Asian cows that we give screwworm to. And now we got to kill all the screwworm, kill all the mosquitoes, because we just allow all the mosquitoes to live off of our cows.
We want them to believe that they're every bit as able to have a better future than the one.
I would pet one, but not. No, I mean, if I saw one in a cage, I've seen one in a cage. I've seen a few in cages actually, but I've never pet a buffalo. Usually they'll have a piece of their skin at an exhibit, and you can touch the buffalo skin. So I guess I've pet dead ones. Yeah, cattle cutters. Yeah, cattle forks. Mm-hmm. I've been to service once, so maybe I should cool my jets on the love talk. Careful. Low-key Iran war. The war in Iran is super low-key now.
That they could have had under the Trump administration, that they can live together with their sisters and their brothers in America in a way where they lock arms to build the good things that they deserve together, where they know they'll have the healthcare that they need and good jobs, and that they don't have to go 15 minutes and know that there are kids who live 15 minutes away whose
If they could talk, I would.
lives are very, very different than theirs because we've been for far too long okay with a level of inequality in this country. I want them to live in America where they can breathe clean air and drink clean water. And actually, Sarah and I like each other. I don't know about the First Lady and the President. But
my wife likes me. There you go. Maybe that's what he should have opened with. I don't know. My wife likes me. Melania, she don't seem to like Donald Trump too much. That diaper fucking wearing piece of shit, man. Won't even hold his hand. Oh, man. That is a burn, man. Your wife don't even like you, son.
A rocky road.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is making a case for putting super intelligent AI in the hands of everyone, not just a few companies or governments. Superintelligence is a hypothetical technology that surpasses our own ability to think, our own cognition. In a 14-page essay, Zuckerberg argues it will advance national security and lead to greater economic prosperity, but warns that concentrating superintelligence in the hands of a few could create an even greater imbalance of power. The notion that AI is so dangerous that the only safe path is an extreme concentration of power seems inherently problematic, Zuckerberg wrote. Business Insider tech correspondent Charles Rollet joins us now.
So what do you think? Should we believe Zuckerberg? It's going to be great, everybody, but don't put the power in too few hands. Zuckerberg says so, and we could trust Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg's a trustful guy, man. Trustworthy. Trust him. Zuckerberg's cool. I call him Zuckertits. Zuckertits? I hardly know her.
Unbelievable.
My
Kevin Corke, we
favorite
appreciate you being
senators
with
in the
us.
news, though.
Really unbelievable story. I feel sorry. The public deserves better governance. Kevin Corke in Washington. All right. Also tonight, Kamala Harris is going viral once again.
Look, man, my wife likes me forcing her to cover her neck, ears, and hairs. You think he cover? They're part of a religious cult, man. That ain't nothing. You think? I mean, I think it's better to have her wear a burqa than, or a hijab, whatever she was wearing, than, being Melania Trump, who was on the menu on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, and he just bought her from Jeffrey. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein said that he gave Melania to him, that he banged her on the Lolita Express the first time they closed the deal. He also said that he hit that first. I mean, I don't know. If I'm choosing whether or not, if I'm a woman, I'm choosing not to be a Melania. Just saying. I'll put that fucking hijab on any day rather than be part of the criminal enterprise known as the Trumpstein Island crowd, the Trumpstein Island family. No, thank you. I want nothing to do with that shit. I'd rather be a weird Muslim. Man. Burqa, hijab, underrated look. Look, it is also kind of a cool fashion thing. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. I think it bothers me that they have to, if they feel forced to. It bothers me that people are brainwashed in religions. But man, you believe Zuckerberg? Nice, nice, nice. 4 tech bros just became lieutenant colonels. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Trump's wife has nudes out there. She does. Al Sayed's wife does not have nudes out there. You don't even need to check. You don't need to check. But I have seen Melania's pussy. I have seen the First Lady's vagina. There's nothing wrong with it. But, don't come out crying about how you're the conservative and you want to make sure that you have American morals in your heart. Fuck you. If you want to show your vagina for money, that's great. But I'm just saying, if you're going to compare women now, you're going to insult people's wives. You're throwing stones in glass houses there, Donnie. Don't insult people's wives if you are standing next to Melania, okay? Melania is on Polyspace betting on Trump's life-ending choking on a hot wing. Ugh.
This time for a video she posted complaining that if the SAVE Act passes, people will actually have to prove who they are in order to vote. That's a crazy concept. Take a listen.
19 states have already passed laws to make it more difficult to vote. Then, this president, hey everybody, so they're trying to mess with your ability to vote, just to break it all down. You've got the Supreme Court, they just sealed the deal with this case that just came up recently, the Calais decision, which basically took the power out of the Voting Rights Act, which was designed to protect your right to vote. So you got the Supreme Court doing its thing. Then, this president is trying to push this SAVE Act, which basically would require that for people to register to vote, you're going to have proof of who you are through a passport, which a lot of Americans don't have, or a birth certificate. Same point, obstacles to make it difficult for you to register to vote.
All right, so Senate Majority Leader John Thune, President Trump, Senate conservatives reached a deal to defer action on much of the SAVE Act until after the Senate has its August recess, which Senator John Kennedy, our friend in Louisiana, thinks is a big mistake. He's here with more. So the option was...
Now, I think you should take the snakes out of the river and make sure that you get on down there and make sure that everybody gets a passport.
Don't leave until the job's finished. I actually agree with you.
Shocking.
Well, I was not part of that deal. And look, I want to be fair, Sean. There are times, and I'm very proud of the United States Senate. I was proud when we passed the Lindsey Graham Russian sanctions bill with 85, 86 votes. But there are other times when the Senate is like high school, but no one ever graduates. We blow opportunities.
Yeah, maybe it is like a high school where no one ever graduates. We should get rid of you fucks. Let's abolish it. Let's abolish it.
Like it's our job. I was very disappointed that we did not vote on the House resolution.
I did not up the ads, but maybe that means that YouTube believes in me, William Talente. Maybe YouTube thinks that, maybe YouTube just believes in me now. I don't know. I don't know why you're getting more ads. I'm sorry.
Budget resolution to start the reconciliation process to hopefully lead to more money to our military and to pass.
How old is Senator John Kennedy?
And this was not a vote, would not have been a vote to actually pass those things. It would have just been a
He's
vote
74 years old. 74 years old. Senator John Kennedy he's 74 years old.
to allow us to try. You can't blame this one on Senator Thune. We had a big meeting Friday night to talk about it. I think if a majority of the conference had wanted to go forward, Senator Thune was ready to do it, but a majority of the conference didn't. And I get that we were short a few votes, but I still believe we should have taken a couple of extra days.
Oh, maybe that's why William Talenti in vertical, maybe that's why vertical you can't listen in the background, but horizontal you can, but horizontal you get more ads or something? I don't know.
It would not have thrown the Earth out of orbit to try to talk to those folks who were reluctant to vote for it. I know my
Sayard Yan, I lost you as a channel member. What happened? Abolish it for the proletariat. Well, let's just abolish it for the people, so that we can actually have people represent us instead of these fucking billionaires who represent nobody but their own parties. They don't even represent their own states anymore.
all the reasonable people. But we chose not to do that. And I know the party line is that we're going to do it when we get back. But I think our chances of getting it passed have gone down immeasurably. Look, all it would have taken was a majority vote.
Like, listen how slow these fuckers talk. It's at 1.5 speed right now. Just need to remind everybody.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it's just disappointing because it's so fundamental. Proof of citizenship and ID. You need ID. You know, if you want to buy beer, if you want to buy cigarettes, if you're a smoker, if you want to buy a Juul pot, if you want to buy a Nick.
You have ID. You're saying they want an extra ID, that you want a passport or a, do you need a passport to get a fucking pack of cigarettes? Do you? You know what? No one even cards me for fucking shit, by the way. Nobody ever cards me because I'm old. I don't get carded for beer or cigarettes. I don't get carded for anything. I barely ever show my ID. My first night in Albuquerque, somebody carded me. I was like, really? Okay. And they're like, yeah, it's our policy. We card everybody. Okay. I don't care. Here's my ID. It was a driver's license. It wasn't a birth certificate. I don't have to show my birth certificate when I buy a pack of cigarettes, which is never, although they sell menthol cigarettes here, and I'm starting to think maybe I should pick up the habit again. Fuck. Because, man, I love menthol cigarettes in the summer. Man, I love menthol cigarettes in the summer. I didn't really think that urge would come back from Las Vegas, man. In Las Vegas, everyone smokes menthols. In California, menthols are illegal. So I didn't smoke at all in California for 8 years. I didn't smoke at all. On New Year's Eve or something, but I didn't smoke at all. And almost zero. And, I think on New Year's Eve you can smoke. I gave away all my cigars. I gave away all my weed. I'm just not much of a smoker. Then I moved to Albuquerque. Oh, man, I have not bought a pack of cigarettes, but I was at a brewery, and I'm like, those smell like menthols. And they're like, they are menthols. And I said, can I have one? Of course you can. I gave away all my cigars. I gave away my cigars. I gave away my... I don't like smoking cigars in the heat, I used to love cigars. I don't like smoking. I don't like smoking, but fucking menthols in the summer, oh my God. It's like breathing in a nice winter mint into your lungs. Why the fuck did they invent them? I used my passport to get beer in the past. You do get a weird look. You do get a weird look, Kirk. Yeah, maybe you should bring your birth certificate, see if that works. See if that works. No, but they want you to get a passport or birth certificate to get after you've registered. First you register, they vet you, and now they want you to get extra IDs. This is such fucking bullshit. They're lying to you.
Pouch. Bottle of wine for dinner. Whatever it happens to be. You needed to get on an airplane.
Bro, William Talente says Newports. Honestly... All right, you might not know this about me, but growing up, I grew up around mostly black kids. Black kids, and like in my friend group on my block growing up, it was me, 3 houses of black people, and an Israeli immigrant family. And the kids, we were all friends. Of course, because when you're young and you don't have social media, we were just friends. And at school, maybe it was a little bit different, but the kids on my block and I that I saw every day, that it was, I'd be over at my friend's house and there happened to be a black person's house. And I would pick up a lot of black culture that way growing up. And I guess like I feel myself so fortunate because, you know, most people don't get that. Most people don't get to have that. They don't get to have that experience. And I did. And I'm very fortunate about it because I was able to, I don't know, experience a more diverse upbringing. And I also knew about Newports at a very young age. I didn't smoke cigarettes as a kid. I had asthma really bad, and no, I had asthma so bad, everything was a fucking trigger for me when I was a kid. But I knew that black people loved Newports. It was a whole thing. Now it's like, it's racist to say that, but it's totally, back in the day, it was 100% true. 100% true. If you 6'5" in USA, you should play basketball. Yeah, I mean, I did play basketball when I was a kid, but all the running was bad for my lungs. Yeah, Cools, Newports, Virginia Slims, yeah. Pack of Mavericks. Proof of citizenship is a whole world apart from ID. It's nothing more than an attempt to curtail voting. Exactly. The thing is, more MAGA Peckerwoods probably lack proof of citizenship than do Democrats. It's not about Democrats and Republicans. It's about poor versus rich. They don't want poor people voting. Liberal fucking white people are just as bad because they make room for Nazis. Liberals are okay for this. Liberals love doing this shit.
You need it, you know, to get into a lot of places. It's nuts, but not here.
Hey, Nadia.
Session would have gone better. Let me ask you a different question. As it relates to the takeover
Hold on a second.
of this Democratic Party and the unwillingness of anybody in the Democratic Party but John Fetterman to criticize these radical leftist, totalitarian, socialist, Marxist, whatever you want to call them.
Whatever you want to call them. Totalitarian, socialist, Marxist, fascist, upside downists, jihadists, whatever you want to call terrorists, whatever you want to call them.
What do you think? How is this going to play out in November?
Well, I hope it plays out in favor of America. It's good for my party, but I think it's bad for our country. The people now in charge of the Democratic Party want to beat the crap out of America. It's that simple.
Yeah.
You know, get rid of all the millionaires. I don't mean that literally, but tax them into oblivion. Open the borders, open the prisons, defund the police, defund the ICE. Every single one of them knows the words by heart to the Cuban national anthem. Socialism
This guy's just fucking riffing now. They want to let everybody out of the prisons. They want to. This guy's. Are you tired, John?
just the equal sharing of misery. Now, there are a lot of Democrats. Some have the courage to speak up, but there are a lot of Democrats that don't believe it. But there are a lot of Democrats who don't believe it or scared to say anything. I listen to Vice President Harris. No disrespect, but Vice President Harris is no longer relevant.
She's no longer relevant. The only thing that's relevant is the MAGA party.
She had her shot and she missed. She can cozy up to the Lulu Lenins all she wants to, but she
Lenins.
has to be confused with somebody who cares what she thinks. I mean, she's yesterday. What worries me are these guys like Mondani and Dr. Al Sayed and AOC and Bernie. I mean, these people.
Tallarico?
They just want to beat the crap out of America. They feel contempt for America when they should.
It's so funny.
Feel gratitude.
They should feel gratitude for what from what? Getting fucking raped every time I go to the supermarket? We should feel grateful.
Y'all should feel gratitude. How come you're not feeling more grateful? We know we're fucking you in your asshole. We know beer is twice the price as it was yesterday, but they're the ones that want to beat up on America. The socialists are the ones that want to beat up on America. We're on our fucking knees already. We're already getting beat up. What the fuck are you talking about? The socialists are only coming out of the woodwork now because they're like, hey, you like living on your knees? You like living on your knees, America? Well, how about we give you a hand up? How about we give you a helping hand? How about we show you that government can actually do something when we all work together? Time to homebrew, Sky. Yeah, I guess I've been thinking about bringing my homebrew back now that I got extra room, now that I got my own house and shit. Maybe I should do a homebrew situation. That would be really fun, I think. Although then you're stuck drinking the same fucking beer every time. That's the thing. Then you're stuck drinking the same beer over and over again. Man. Anyway. Fucking. What? They're the ones that are beating up America. Okay.
The socialists are beating up. The socialists don't have any fucking power. How the hell are the socialists being the ones that are... How are they beating up America? They have no power. The powerful right now are the MAGers, and they have thoroughly trounced America. They've beaten the shit out of you. They've drained the coffers. They've drained the missile caches. And what have they done? What have they done for you? They gave billions to some corporations on their fucking tariffs. That didn't go back to you. You paid. That's your $1 billion. That's your hundreds of millions. That's your money. They took it. They took it from you. Those socialists want to beat up on America. Oh, ding dong do. You had any more blinking? Yeah, I guess I should, man. I don't know. Concentrate on the voice. You're right. I should bring in the blinking. Blue Moon is the same. Bottles. It's funny. I've never seen Blue Moon in a can. Maybe it's because Blue Moon's in bottles. Could be. All right, I'm going to bring on my friend Nadia. Let's see what Nadia's got to say. Nadia, hey, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello.
Herzlichen Grüße.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Are you in still in Germany right now? Bist du immer noch in Deutschland?
Yeah.
Good. So you're not in oven just yet. So what's on your mind?
Oh, I was thinking that well, with all the funding and whatever else is I'll go with the basically the Demo Republican Uniparty McCarthyist purge ongoing. Alice Vidal recently got some heat again for trotting out the old saw of Hitler being a communist.
Oh, yes. He's a communist now. That's why Porsche and Mercedes-Benz and all those companies did so well. Yeah. He's a communist because he... What a fucking joke. That's fun.
Yeah,
That's fun.
Well, I think Verfassungsschutz is... well, they might not be particularly willing to do anything about it, but I guess people are at least complaining that this is denial.
Yeah, well, it's definitely denial. I mean, I don't know how do you deal with people that are saying stupid shit like Hitler was a communist now? It's like he was a National Socialist. Like, I don't know how people have a hard time understanding this. I have to keep telling people. Because even socialists will be like, well, Hitler wasn't exactly a socialist. Well, yeah, you had democratic socialism and you had National Socialism. Like, there were different flavors of the same idea. And one is keeping the white people at the helm. And one is saying that the public is everybody. I mean, this is... I don't know how I don't know how people will ever recover if we can't get some education in these fucks.
Yeah, they literally trotted out that line just in German instead of English.
Yeah.
It's that bad.
It's so funny. The Cuban national anthem is from 1868, probably not about communism. Yeah, it's funny. Those socialists, those democratic socialists know every word to the Cuban national anthem. What the hell?
Karl Marx was farting around and promoting, or was trying to promote communism in that time period. However, I don't think he got that far. And up until really the Bolshevik Revolution, the anarchists were generally regarded as being more effective because they'd assassinated so many kings.
Yeah, the anarchists were scary. Although, you know, all the anarchists that assassinated kings, a lot of them, like I was reading about, a lot of those people had nothing to do with, they didn't know any of the anarchists. It's always like these fringe weirdos that got it into their heads that they got to go kill kings. But a lot of like the existing, like Emma Goldman is saying that she didn't know this guy. This guy killed McKinley or something. I think it was McKinley. And they're like, yeah, it was an anarchist. And it's like, none of us know this guy. What do you mean he's an anarchist? None of us know him. Well, he was an anarchist for sure. And they just kind of pinned a lot of these assassinations on the anarchists. Because it was just like they're doing today. Like they'll pin every assassination attempt on trans people or black trans socialists or something, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think what was it? Alex Fidel, I guess, had the whole like, you know, well, how can you be in the AFD if you're in a lesbian relationship line or question or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Her grand response to this was that she was at least forming a family, married, and I guess monogamous, and then also spice to feed red meat to the base. She's thoroughly anti-trans. So that was her grand response to how can you support or be involved with the AFD if you're in a lesbian relationship. So
she's a TERF. Yeah.
You know, I think that might it might have like, you know, a certain way of fitting, but on the other hand, I think if you asked her if she was a feminist, she'd probably deny it. She'd probably say no.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like Barry Weiss here. She's like head of CBS News now, and she's like super Trumpy, but she's a lesbian, but she hates trans people. And it's just such a strange thing. It's like everybody who's already kind of on a lower rung on the hierarchy, they'll shit on the people under them just so they don't lose ground, you know? And they think that if they shit on the people under them, that somehow that the oligarchs at the top will look kindly upon them. They won't. They will not look kindly on you. Look at Pam Bondi. It doesn't work, you know?
What happened to Pam Bondi?
Yeah, I mean, she held water for Donald Trump. Went full on bonkers mode for him, like worked so hard for him every single day, defended him as a pedophile, the whole thing. No, think of the shit that she knows. And still, they left her out to dry. They always do that. Kristi Noem's the same way. They think that if they could be loyalists and shit on everyone under them, that they somehow will rise to the top and be on the same level as like a white Christian male. You won't. You won't. And Nazis did the same thing. There's always people trying to, oh, yes, boss. Yes, yeah, fuck those guys. Look at like Hispanics who voted for Donald Trump. You know, Latinos who voted for Donald Trump, and they're like, yeah, I hate those bad Latinos. I hate them. They're the worst. Your wife's going in the concentration camp. Well, I thought you were going after just the bad Latinos.
Well, I mean, they got there's a bit of, I don't know, racial hierarchy amongst Latinos. Like in Cuba, right? Like
yeah,
there's a real whole lot of like the white Cubans left like South Africa, and it's they want Cuba starved and bombed and everything else because most of the black people that were in Cuba, they don't mind getting rid of all them, right? So
it's true.
Yeah, it's bad. And then with the like Bolivia with the Musk coup.
Yeah,
Musk
tell me about
coup,
that.
who won a coup, and then Janine Áñez. So she was like some kind of New Apostolic Reformation wacko charismatic thing, but the important part was there was like a super anti I guess I say Indio or Indian I mean like Native American indigenous anti-indigenous kind of bigotry bias, whatever. It's a huge factor in the Latin America things as well, because there's places where it's not so much that the African people or people of African descent are involved, but there's might be a lot of Native Americans around, so we're indigenous. So they had a really complex kind of chart or whatever it is system, terminology system. You know, so when somebody of some kind of like descent had a child with another somebody or some other kind of descent, they had like it all charted out for like, you know, somebody who's like half this and half that having a child with somebody else who's half that and half something else.
Yeah, like mestizos.
You know, would have a, yeah, it was called a castizo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Tim Whitaker also has a new thing where the Doug Wilson interview where he explained that he was a moderate because Rosus Rastuni was saying that people should be literally stoned with like a stone you pick up in your hands and throw at somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying that bullets are effectively stones that are being thrown with some mechanical assistance, so firing squads would be admissible, and therefore he was more moderate on LGBT issues than Rosus Rastuni, because he would allow execution by firing squad instead of doggedly wooden literal biblical stoning. And that was Tim Whitaker.
That's so messed
Tim Whitaker
up.
Speaks. Guess had a video covering that interview with Doug Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
So stoning people is just like firing squad. Isn't that great? You know, I've been talking about Joe Hill a lot, the international workers, the Wobblies, and he was executed by firing squad after they pinned a murder on him that he didn't commit. And, it's just like, it's always that way where they just take our people and they line them up and shoot them and nobody does anything about it. Like, I'm actually proud of Americans who get out, all the people who are saying fuck ICE and going out and protesting these things and are standing up for the gays, are standing up for the trans, are standing up for the people of color, and the people in the concentration camps. There's people at the concentration camps protesting for now. And it's, even though they're being thrown on the ground and pushed and gassed and beaten, they're still showing up. I think that's so incredible, because I was reading how in Nazi Germany people did try to protest some of this shit. They fucking killed them. They just like,
yeah, that's basically where the USA is going. The people who were protesting outside the concentration camps will just be put into the concentration camps. So,
yeah, but I mean, people are still showing up. How long do you think it'll last?
Well, keep putting people who show up to protest the concentration camps in the concentration camps until there aren't any more people who show up anymore.
Do you think it's getting?
They're more than doubling the size of the prison industrial complex.
Yeah,
they're ready. They're ready.
They are ready. Do you think there's any hope?
Well, I at least buying myself a few years by maybe not that long, but getting out to Germany, and then eventually, when all the spy strings get pulled to order Germany to basically do the same thing, I hightail it out to India or somewhere else.
Man.
Thailand, ideally.
I like it. I don't know. I feel like in the middle of America, I feel a little insulated. I feel like they're not coming for us here. I feel like in Albuquerque, they're not going to come for us. I don't know why. I feel like why, like, I don't know. I feel like they'll just cut us loose. We'll just do our own thing. That's
what do you think the data centers are for?
Well, yeah, the data centers are for surveillance, right?
Yes, to find you and wipe you out.
Yeah. But we're fighting it. Like, flock cameras are being torn down and shot at, and, you know, people are still fighting.
And they tear down the flocks and upgrade the Axons, or I don't remember the name of the company.
Yeah, Axon does
Yeah.
the tasers and the body cams, yeah.
Yeah, that's the same kind. They have a competing line with Flock, so they can directly replace the Flock stuff with stuff from Axon.
Yeah. I guess it's gonna be
There's a lot
tough,
of
man.
bait switch.
I don't know. I'm like, if I could stick it out out here, try to keep my nose clean, maybe I can escape the Gestapo.
Well, what's your definition of keeping your nose clean? Because running the show is the kind of thing that gets their attention.
Yeah, well, only for a while. I think that they'll be okay with this type of show as long as the algorithm is only feeding it to people that, you know, and then what'll happen is, you know, I'll have to change my form. I'll have to be more subversive and more subtle as time goes by. That's just what's probably going to happen. I don't know.
Yeah, records showing you what you were doing the whole while, so they changing your tune is not going to wipe out the record of what you've been doing.
No, the record will be there. You're right, but they won't. I'm betting that they're not going to come back and like kill people that talk shit on Donald Trump after Donald Trump's dead. When JD Vance takes over and he starts doing like massive crackdowns on people who talk bad about the state or about Israel, then we'll have the opportunity.
Talk bad about Ronald Reagan. See how fast they lock you up.
You think it'll be like that?
It already is like that.
Think you're gonna lock me up for talking shit on Ronald Reagan?
Oh yeah.
Damn.
I mean, what's on this PM7 say? I mean, it's always been that way. It's like St. Reagan, you know, brought down the police state, and I guess to a lesser degree, but you know, some
So
respect.
it's all over.
And, you know, the most prominent critics, etc., would be gone after, you know, full Nixon ADEX, McCarthyist blacklisting and black bag operation, COINTELPRO style.
All right, we have another guest. His name is Michael Best. Michael Best, welcome.
Hey.
Hey, welcome to the show. Welcome back, I should say. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome, guys.
Hey, how you doing there?
I'm good. Just been a bit busy, but always glad to be back and, you know, give my 2 cents if possible, right?
Indeed. What's your 2 cents on the day?
Well, I want to ask you a question. How do you feel about the DSA movement and these progressive Dems showing up for these primaries?
I think I'm excited, but at the same time, if history is any marker, that one of two things will likely happen. They will murder those people, or they will change them. They'll buy them off, or they'll murder them. I don't know how soon that's going to happen, but I'm worried about that. The second you start cutting into the profits of these guys, you end up dead. And it's not, you don't even have to be that hardcore. You could be a social democrat like at JFK's level who wasn't even that lefty, you know? They murdered him. RFK, he started talking about the redistribution of wealth. They murdered him. MLK, he started talking about, economic equality. Murdered. Fred Hampton, like these guys go on. And there are a bunch of other names that we probably don't even know because they got murdered too before they got famous, you know? What?
Wellstone. People say he voted against the Iraq War, and then he died in a small airplane crash, which everybody is kind of saying is obvious assassination. So therefore, somebody assassinated is getting well-stoned.
Well-stoned. I mean, this is my worry. So on one hand, I think great. I think that's wonderful that the DSA and somebody trying to tear down the master's house with the master's tool, fantastic. But at the same time, I'm worried, man, and I see nothing but darkness.
See, I want to feel the same, but I do think that we have I think they do have certain visible candidates, right? You have your Mamdanis of the world, who's probably an outlier. We're going to see how he progresses throughout his term as mayor, and hopefully that leads into a second term with his just progressive leadership, his progressive legislation. I think that, that's an example of what can be possible, right?
He's impressive. Like he's done some. I mean, I'm actually surprised that he's able to do some of the things that he's done. I'm surprised.
Well, he forced Kathy Hochul to be more progressive as well, right?
Yeah.
A regular establishment Dem is forced to be progressive, right? And when we look at someone like a Kamala, who now is trying to tap into that, right? Who's also probably one of the faces of the establishment Dems, I do see a little bit of light at the end of that tunnel, right? We have the Abdul Saeed, right? We have Hillary commenting on Abdul Saeed. The fact that she even commented shows that the establishment Dems have to play the game as well in terms of how they're seeing this progressive movement and how
But what
they're
does
going
that
to take it
prove?
on.
That only proves that Democrats are fucking cowards and will go whichever the way the wind blows. They're no different than the Republicans, who were like all about conservative family values until Donald Trump came around, and they got rid of those values and they wanted to be a MAGA Republican, whatever the fuck that means now.
Oh no, I agree. I think obviously this progressive movement and the DSA is, the response to what that MAGA movement was, right? In terms of populism, right?
I think so. Yeah.
And so when we look at it, I think, yes, we, obviously we take it with a grain of salt, but I think as we start, as we move forward in these midterms, and we get to the general elections, I think that's going to be a bigger sign, right? By even having some of these progressives in the House and Senate, right? I think that's going to be a bigger tell, because now we get to see and hold them accountable with how and who they vote with, right?
I guess. I mean, I just okay. So look, man, I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't want to poo-poo.
Yes, yes.
I don't want to poo-poo what you're saying. I just it's hard for me to get excited about these guys when. Okay, who are you seeing actually do it? I think it's exciting to see people of different ethnic backgrounds get into politics. I think it's exciting to see people that are under fucking 75 years old getting involved. I think it's exciting to hear some pretty they're not even brand new ideas. They're just ideas that people aren't used to hearing. I think that's fantastic. I also think that if we're not ready for some major revolutionary shit, then get ready for some, what you call it, Nadia? What was that guy who got murdered in an airplane?
Wellstone.
Yeah, get ready for some Wellstoning, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I am optimistic, but also if you're not ready to actually arm yourselves, actually willing to defend those ideas, because Hochul is not willing to defend those ideas.
No.
Cory Booker is not. Kamala Harris is not.
Yeah.
Chuck.
I would also note that the AIPAC has, I believe, somewhere between 750 million to $1.5 million in their Hasbara fund that they are dedicating to the midterms specifically.
Yeah, but we've seen with these progressive Dems that spending doesn't work, right? I think the campaign of yesteryear isn't the campaign of today, right? A lot of these progressive Dems and DSA individuals are just visible, right? Tangible, touchable, relatable, right? They're on the streets. We can obviously circle right back to Mamdani and just how visible he was. Obviously, I'm in New York, so
Mamdani's a wonderful special case, and I'm surprised by Mamdani's not. I mean, I'm just surprised that Mamdani's able to get any of his shit done. He's done an incredible job. I'm surprised and pleasantly surprised. But they're not all Mamdanis,
No, they're not. And I think that's going to look different in every state. Right? Because progressiveness in New York looks different from progressiveness in Texas, looks different from progressiveness in most states, right? I just think that it does set the groundwork for anyone who does want to be mildly progressive within their state as a candidate. It gives them that backbone that they didn't necessarily have during, the MAGA hype, right?
Yeah, but Michael, let me ask you this.
I I was in New York before I fled. I was up by 122nd between Lexington and 3rd.
That's
Okay. Okay.
Let me ask you this. When it talks about the backbone, do you think that the progressive movement is willing to defend their ideals with the Second Amendment?
I think that's the challenge, right? I think the current progressives are so progressive that they think that also means we leave our Second Amendment at the side, which I don't agree with that.
I think most of them are a bunch of fucking pussies, and they're not. Yeah. They do not have the fire in the belly to actually fight the MAGAs. And MAGA, they don't care. They'll shoot you twice before you blink. Like, these people they'll defend Donald Trump. Like 30% of America right now would kill you for saying something bad about Donald Trump. Look what they do. Look how crazy they are in my chat.
I think that party is just so hyper dependent on Trump, and we know Trump is in failing health, right?
Yeah.
I think that's where the MAGA movement falls short, right? If you said Trump was 20 years younger, I'd be extremely worried, right? But Trump is at the tail end of his life, right? We understand that he's vaguely getting, life-saving treatments, right?
Yeah.
He's wearing diapers, right? He can barely swallow food. Right, he can barely stay awake, right? And the fact that this is their strongman.
Press conferences.
Yeah, people covering their noses because he's shitting himself. Yes. I mean, okay, but that's one octogenarian. I mean, people probably said the same thing about Vladimir Lenin, but when he died, then you got something worse. You had Stalin, and the death of Donald Trump could not be what you think. Vance has Palantir. Vance has Zuckerberg. Vance has Musk.
He's the neo-libertarian that would eventually, ideally, take over. But Trump himself hasn't even backed him, right? Trump is still on Trump 2028. He's still trying to figure out how he can run for a third term rather than backing the future of his party, because he knows that he believes that his party is solely for him, right? He's not ready to pass that power up. Right, he hasn't even done it to Marco Rubio. Right, he hasn't just endorsed him even in the slightest.
No, because he's an egomaniac. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't like, the guy's a psychopath, but he thinks he's also going to live forever. Like, I think he's going to be dead by the end of 2026.
He died because he wanted to pass. God was so impressed he called him up. That's what
that's what you're right. God was so impressed he needed Trump to go run heaven. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's how it's going to go. He needed a great manager up in heaven. No, but okay, but what I'm saying is, when someone like Trump dies, though, you have a power vacuum, and one thing that people like Palantir and Meta and Tesla and all the others and Apple and all these others, one thing that they've learned through all of this is what suckers and rubes most Americans are, and you don't need to catch them all. They have all of our data, but they also know exactly how to get us to do what they want. And I think that power vacuum will be filled by those broligarchs, and with Vance as their political puppet. Like, that's the future, I think, of America. I think Vance is going to be president for 10 years, and after that 10th year, we'll make him a dictator.
See, that's the only thing I think that, when the economics hit the fan, which they soon will, just based on...
They're hitting the fan now! They don't care! They don't care that beer has gone up 50%, coffee's gone up 75%, nobody's buying new cars. Nobody's, no one's going on vacation anymore. Yeah. Like, and they're okay with it.
They care. The matter is they care is that they cashed out in time. Yeah.
They don't seem to care.
I do think that suffering and willing to suffer is tied intrinsically to Trump, right? Not the party, Trump, right? Because they're sacrificing for their strongman, and I don't see JD Vance replacing that in its entirety. And I do think that the vacuum that will be had once Trump is gone is where the midterms need to focus on, right? Where these elections are being watched because they're trying to figure out how to maintain that power, right? And we're seeing that regardless of AIPAC money, regardless of the amount of money because we saw that with Stevens and Abdul Saeed, where the money was almost triple, quadruple what Saeed was able to put up together, and he still won. Right?
Yeah,
We
I mean,
can
those
still
are
see
promising
successful-
in local elections. That's very promising. And I love that finally people are starting to do this at the local level. I've been saying this for years, but back when Kamala was running and people were like, I'm voting for Jill Stein, I was like, Jill fucking Stein running for president is stupid. Why the hell can't we get somebody decent to run for president and instead of having a third party candidate as president, have a third party candidate as mayor, city council person, governor?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Like, get local.
Right? And I think it starts there, though, right? I think it starts obviously with the midterms, but leading in, and I don't believe that it's a coincidence that, you know, New York elects Mamdani, and now we're seeing the swarm of progressive Dems and DSAs who are just visible, right? Who are just visible, right? Like that to me shows a trend of voter recognition when they're listening to what they are willing to try based off what they had.
Okay, so let's talk about, like, what do you think is actually let's say that there's a windfall and DSA and progressive Dems end up taking both houses and with majorities that make filibuster irrelevant. What do you think they're actually going to get done in the next, let's call it, 4 years?
Which you talking about DSA? I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you had DSA and the Dems, like if all of these progressive candidates take over and the Democrats get both houses and they get enough to the point they have 60 senators or something and they don't need to worry about the filibuster anymore, what are they actually going to do?
Well, I think that it's more of a long-term thing. I think that that's going to now trickle down to your more local positions, right?
Yeah.
Your assembly members, your governors, your mayors, right? And then that leads to more progressive policies within on the smaller level. Because I think the bigger picture in terms of nationally is going to be a whole lot harder to combat. But I do think it starts at the smaller level, right? At the more local level. And just having candidates, again, obviously Mamdani is an outlier, but, you know, to use Mamdani as an example, we have other states watching what that looks like, right? Watching what that progressiveness looks like, and also watching the economics behind it. And once they start seeing the progress year over year, that's undeniable. I think that, you know, even if you do have a further right, they have to start listening to the numbers, right? They have to start slowly, even if they dressed it up in some sort of conservative talk, they have to start being progressive. Otherwise, they start losing their base slowly but surely, right? I think we're seeing that with swing states in particular, right? Because that's what matters most when it comes to national elections, right? The swing states, right? Those purple states who are a bit indecisive, and they're looking for that populist sway, that populist movement, may be right or left. It just so happens to be right in the case of Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. But I do think that now trickles down because you have visibility versus people who are just made up in your brain when you talk about progressiveness. Now you can point to these people in the Senate, right? You can say, look, we have several progressives, and we can point to how they vote, right? And then they can endorse the same way Mamdani was endorsing a lot of these DSA members and progressive Dems. That can help on the local level just by endorsing. Right?
I'm with you, Michael, but hold on. Before Nadia, I'm going to pop you off just because the sound is fucking with my head, okay? So I'm going to pop you off the screen.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, you're good. All right. Thanks, Nadia. Come back anytime, Nadia. Okay, but Michael, like, if I hear you correctly, what it sounds like, I love your enthusiasm. When you talk about it, you make me want to believe. But at the same time,
I'm convincing myself when I talk, but go ahead.
Yeah, you see, you're very convincing, you're very energetic, and it makes me like, damn, man, does sound good. But what you're saying is like putting me back on the fucking treadmill to fight fascism every day. And I'm telling you what, we do not have the stamina to do so. We lost. We had FDR for what? And FDR was a social democrat, and he was he was a fucking asshole who put Japanese in internment camps and hated black people and all the rest. Like, he was not a good guy. He just happened to be a social democrat who hated Nazis. So like
progressive at the time.
Very progressive for his time, yes. But still a racist asshole, basically invented redlining. I just want to make sure that everybody knows I'm not an FDR worshiper, okay? But what I'm trying to say is we killed all those Nazis, and then immediately we ended up back on the side of the Nazis trying to kill Social Democrats. We brought a bunch of Nazis home with us. We ended up fighting the USSR for reasons and and basically, killing millions of people in the process. And we can't win on the treadmill. And that's what I'm afraid of with this degree of, every time I hear progressive, it churns my stomach a little bit, because it's like, oh, back on the treadmill with you, and meanwhile the treadmill's getting faster and it's pulling you back constantly, and you're dodging bullets and fucking clubs and Nazis. And I'm like, maybe we should do something about the Nazis and get off this treadmill. I don't think that it's gonna be okay if we just get these progressive candidates that want to over time change something. This incrementalism, it's not working for me anymore, man. And I don't think it's working for anybody. We tried incrementalism. It doesn't work. Like, look how far we've come, right? We say things like, look how far we've come. In the 70s, they were still hanging black people from trees in the 70s. They were still tying minorities up to the backs of trucks and driving down dirt roads as punishment for looking at their women. I mean, goddamn, look how far we've come. And then you're like, yeah, look how far we've come. We've opened more concentration camps. We're treating women and people of color as second-class citizens. American Indians are still under full-on genocide mode, where many of their children are stolen and put into foster care. Like, we are still doing this shit, and it's like, every time I hear about incrementalism, it's like you take all these steps, but it doesn't matter, because you're going to go right back to the nadir, which, the nadir after the abolition of racial slavery in America, everything seemed like it was going to get great until Johnson decides to take away the whole 40-acre and the mule bit, and then start passing Jim fucking Crow laws. So they actually ended up having fewer rights somehow after slavery was abolished. It's like it got better for a time, and then it got fucking worse. And now it's gotten better over time, and it's getting worse again, because we're on this fucking treadmill, and the progressive Democrats are like, well, we're going to slow down the treadmill a little bit, and we're going to have fewer things being thrown at you, but you're still going to have to fight Nazis on your own. Can we win?
I don't disagree, because that has been my mindset, as a social anarchist myself, right? And understanding, it's, the only other way would be to abolish what we have now, right? Abolish the whole system. Which, and I do think that, when I think about, look, that's where I'm at, and I try to obviously color within the lines to make sense of it. So that way I'm not some fringe individual who's just talking off the hinge.
Maybe we need more people talking off the hinge. Maybe we need more
and I think,
of that.
Yes. And I agree. And I also think that some of these DSA members do take it there, right? When they talk about, abolishing certain things, they themselves, tend to be more fringe than even some of your progressive Dems. And I do think that, from an economic level, we know that, the majority of red states are welfare states, right? And this economic structure of neolibertarianism is only going to continue to disenfranchise these red states. My only question to you is, do you think that there's a breaking point, that if we continue on this path of neolibertarianism, tax cuts, and, cuts to social programs, how do you think that's going to affect the red base, these red states who depend so heavily on a lot of these programs and a lot of this funding, on a federal level? Like, what do you think?
I think that they'll be bailed out the last second, like always, just like during the Great Depression, where like they were all bailed out and they all have to, man, the red base are so stupid that they don't know that they're voting against their interests. They don't know. 'Cause let's face it, the Democrats have done piss poor trying to explain to everybody in terms they can understand what government can actually do for them and what it is doing for them, what their taxes are going towards, right? And part of it's because, we keep on doing military shit and we see less and less. We underfund those programs, so those programs become run poorly. We have more people and the government is not putting more money, not allocating more funds towards those programs. And so in the South, man, they're like frogs in the pot, man. They're going to continue to see their hospitals close. They're going to have, I don't think they're going to have rural free service after a while. I don't think they're going to have free postal service in the rural areas in America anymore. And they're so dumb they don't realize that their number one export is young people to cities. Like, they don't even realize that yet, that no one wants to live in those places where they are. Like,
and that's where, I do believe that, from an economic standpoint, that them not seeing that growth and seeing the youth eventually leave, right, for major blue states and blue cities, right, based off lifestyle, economics, and basic social structure, they're going to be forced to look for another hope that hasn't manifested itself in MAGA. Again, this is me being hopeful. Do I think it'll happen? Maybe not in my lifetime, but
it hasn't happened in my lifetime yet, man. It's like my whole life I've watched red states become increasingly weirdly racist, increasingly weirdly anti-homosexual. And when you go to those places, it's like, oh, there's gay people here. That's not who represents them. Like when you go to the South, you meet gay people and black people and everybody, and everyone seems to be getting along. But then when you go and look a little bit deeper, they're voting to put their neighbors in fucking concentration camps, and it keeps happening.
See, my alternative was considering that, a lot of these blue states, and even on a federal level, if, Dems do somehow manage to take over again, we need more and state-funded things. Even if we had something as, your PBS on steroids, right, that just allows for free information, even if we were to create a platform which was obviously, nonpartisan and state funded, because it's hard, but funded in the sense of, a social media to compete with the privatization of these social media.
We had that. It's gone. We had PBS. We had NPR.
Oh, we had
what was the one that
funded a lot of them.
They defunded all of them, and then he threatened everybody. I lost my show because of threats from Brendan Carr. Like, I lost my radio show. It's like everything now is, you can't talk about the president. Better just play music on the public radio. You're not allowed to do any of that. And bro, I used to listen to listener support. You're muted. You muted yourself. I listened to yeah, you're back. I listened to listener-supported radio all over this country, and they had conservative stuff on there and middle-of-the-road stuff. It was fine. It was good.
Yeah.
It was nonpartisan. And they fucked us, and now it's gone mostly. Unless your community can support it, which most of those rural ones can't.
I think especially with, obviously, blue states overwhelmingly being donor states, they need to restructure what that looks like to be able on a state level to fund some of these public platforms, right? I think that's the way you combat the privatization of misinformation, disinformation, and just flat out lies, right?
Well, it doesn't take much to lie. Lies travel more quickly than the truth.
I don't think obviously there's a cure to it, but I do think if we continue to not combat it, it will always be an issue, no matter, obviously, in terms of progressiveness overall, right? We're always going to have, look at what they've done with the media under Trump, right? When we want to point to fascism, that is one of the main things that this administration has done and just controlling the media, the narrative, sowing disinformation, misinformation, allowing misinformation to be able to question actual factual talking points, right, or data points. We just disregard it now at this point, right? I think that's one of the biggest outliers that allows for the neocons and neoconservatives to continue the destruction that they've been on, right? I think that's one of the main things.
They've been destroying this. They've been destroying they've been opposing any type of progressivism for, the last 100 years. Yeah. And there's always going to be that tension, but that tension needs to be rooted out. And I don't think the Democrats
mitigated at least, right?
Mitigated, like we can't just keep on the fucking treadmill for our entire lives. And it's like, or generations of people who are just like, oh, the Nazis are back, let's do it again. Oh, the Nazis are back, let's do it all over. The Nazis never leave, and it sucks. And it's always they're knocking at the fucking door. They're always there, and so we have to actually. I mean, that's why I've been saying, abolish the Senate and all this. There are things drastic things that need to change. And I wish that these new social Dems, I wish they would do something where they would just, you know where Mamdani really went right? He's like, these are the three things we want. Fast and free buses, childcare for all New Yorkers, and frozen rent for all stabilized apartments, right? I know that. I don't live in New York. I know all his three demands. Why can't we get that for the DSA? Instead, they have a website full of fucking Marxism and shit. And so now even like people like fucking Bill Maher are up there talking about how communism doesn't work and I'm afraid because I'm rich. Like, we need real, like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, it's either revolution time, which is fine with me. I'm bring out the fucking guillotines. I'll pull up.
Please,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But if we're not going to do that, then you need to have some fucking clear plans about what this looks like in the next 4 years. What can what are you going to promise? And the DSA hasn't done that. Like, we don't even have.
They haven't.
And that's what we need.
I think that, and I don't want to, like, I think in my mind, it's more so, unfortunately, we need more examples other than Mamdani to make it tangible, right? I think Mamdani, depending on how he does, hopefully in a second term as mayor, as his policies start to,
he's getting a second term. You think anyone's going to beat Mamdani right now? The dude's on fire.
I personally don't. I don't. Right? I'm just saying in a hypothetical word. I never speak in definites, but I mean personally here, I don't think that there's any way that he doesn't win a second term. Unless he chooses not to, unless he chooses to take on the larger role of governor, right? And seeing how the establishment Dems, get along and play along with him, as they know that he's, a bright figure in the Democratic Party, right? I think he's, a shining star when it comes to, not only DSA, but progressive Dems, right? And I can only hope that manifests itself in other progressive, visible, lower level, right?
Because that just seems like voodoo week. This just seems like voodoo politics, man. It's just like I want if they really want to be a political movement within our system and not tear down the system that we have and replace it with another. Someone's hollering at him. Holler at you, boy. Is it someone hollering at you in New York?
Yeah. I'm in my neighborhood, so they're seeing me and my dog. But I do agree. I think it is a bit of voodoo politics when we start straddling those lines. But I do think that one thing I will say is a lot of Mamdani's policies would not have been able to pass, even in terms of balancing the deficit, if Hochul wasn't in lockstep, right? If Hochul knows that this is an election year for her, and if she doesn't lock in, New York City determines who the governor is always, not even maybe, always.
Right, of course, because there's nothing else in New York. I mean,
if she goes against him, that she's done, right? She will get replaced, and she doesn't want to get replaced. And I can hope that pressure from a progressive Dem continues throughout the DNC and the establishment Dems to force them to continue to be progressive. I don't think it's a promise, right? And I think that's just me shooting for the stars.
No, but what you need to look at when you're talking about people like Mamdani is look at the playbook, and you could copy that playbook. It's not very hard. Like you said, be tangible, be in people's faces, be on the streets, be on social media, be sincere, be honest, be ready to answer fucking questions. Straightforward answers would be great. Something that Kamala Harris could never fucking do. You need to have very, very clear ideas of what your politics are. But the other thing is, he had 3 promises, and we need that from the movement if they want to be a political movement, because you can't just have. Otherwise, you're just going to build another cult like what we have with Mr. Saddam Hussein. I mean Donald Trump. Like you're gonna have to have.
and Jack, one other question, because I think obviously we're obviously having great dialogue, but I'd rather pick your brain as well. How do you feel about Obama potentially endorsing some of these progressive Dems? And do you think that's needed? Because I do think it's needed in order to gain traction in terms of what this progressive movement looks like, right?
I mean, that's an interesting thing about Barack Obama. Like the establishment Democrats, he definitely gives a permission culture, doesn't he? If he starts endorsing these DSA guys, it makes it okay for the other Democrats to do it. I think, like if he, I mean, imagine if Barack Obama started coming out against AIPAC. And talk about like the mistakes that he made as president and the mistakes.
That's right now. That's the line of thinking that I'm on, and so I'm glad I asked that question, right? Because I do think that something as pivotal as that happening could drastically change the dynamics of the Democratic Party, right? And it would allow for a lot more progressive Dems to be visible, right? To win elections just more easier. Right, and allow for their policies to be more digestible, right, when it comes to the Red Scare, right, because the Red Scare is going to happen regardless, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty thought, man, but like, I you got me a little bit, but at the same time, the first thing that came to my mind is, yeah, but Barack Obama ain't no Bernie, and he's never gonna be a Bernie. He's never gonna be a Bernie Sanders. He's never going to come out against AIPAC and for like progressive politics. I mean, this is the guy who didn't want to have, he was against gay marriage for like most of his career. And just at the last second when it was politically advantageous, he's like, actually, I think that gay people should be allowed to get married because like this is something that came, and it maybe not just because of the political advantage, the expediency that was afforded to him because of it, but it was in the air, man, and he realized that he could use it, and he started talking about gay rights.
And I agree with you there so much, but I think that's what's happening now. That's what's happening now, and that's what's needed now to save the party or even have any chance against the Republicans with this MAGA movement.
And maybe
Right?
you're right. Maybe that's what Barack Obama goes by. Maybe he's looking at his compass and he still wants to remain relevant like he did with gay marriage. And he's looking at it and he's like, social democracy. Michelle, what do you think about social democracy? And he's gonna maybe he'll come out and endorse some candidates. It'll be interesting, man. And if he does. But he's been such a pussy lately. Like he won't even talk shit about.
Well, I think
Fetterman. Like Fetterman needs to be hanged. Fetterman needs to be tarred and feathered.
I can't. Fetterman is the worst.
And no one will talk shit on him.
Like I'd rather him just be a blatant Republican at this point, right? Like give him up, please.
Well,
I'd rather him instead of the sheep and the wolf in sheep's clothing, right?
Well, I mean, what's crazy is today's show, we watched Cory Booker's amendment fail on the Agriculture Committee, just saying that we shouldn't allow Monsanto and other mega corporations immunity if they give our kids cancer and shit with their poisons like pesticides and glyphosate and all the rest. And it was a party vote, and Fetterman voted voted yay for the amendment, and all the Republicans voted no. So Fetterman still votes with Democrats. So it's like, but he will suck those marinating balls of Trump's over and over again, and doesn't get shit from his own party because the Democrats are a bunch of fucking cowards, man. And I guess like what it sounds like to me, what you really want, and it's something that I wanted my whole life, is a backbone in the Democrats. And I don't know that they will ever have a backbone, bro. Like, you'll get little here and there, but Mamdani knows he's got nothing to lose. The best Mamdani can do is like state one. He might be governor someday. That's the best he's gonna do. Maybe senator, but probably governor, and then he'll try to be lifelong senator, like most of them do. But that's the best. That's his best case scenario. He's never gonna be president. He's never gonna be any of those things.
No, he won't. But I do think that, I'm curious. I will say that I'm curious to see what his trajectory looks like in a two-party system and with a current progressive movement. Does that look like in the form of him endorsing a equally progressive Dem for president, or VP, or some other position that he obviously cannot run for president, right?
No, forget about that though. The point that I'm trying to say is about Mamdani is that he knows his political prospects are somewhat limited, and that he really can do and say what he wants because he's a New Yorker running in New York. And if he were, and he has nothing like, he's not like Gavin Newsom, who has to flip flop all the fucking time because he's Californian and he's got big ideas about his future. He's got to figure out, what he's going to do after he's governor. Like, this is his last thing as governor. What's Gavin Newsom going to do? Your boy Mamdani's not having those long-term thoughts because he kind of knows his trajectory. People like Fetterman, you're like, why does he just become Republican? Well, that's what they're saying about Bernie. And you know what? Bernie's not even a Democrat. Like, people like Bernie, they're not Democrats. And they're just having to run as Democrats in national elections. People like El Sayed, he's not a fucking Democrat. Neither is Mamdani. They just call themselves Democrats. Oh, you froze. Oh, did I lose you? I think we lost our man, Michael Best. Oh, there you are back.
Can you hear me? No.
It's robotic all of a sudden. Oh, now I can see it. Now you're coming. Oh, the indoor reception's killing it. Yeah. Kim wants freedom for all. Let me look at the chat real fast. Havoc, can you even name one Antifa? No. Kevin's excited about how YouTube algorithm works. Doesn't realize that I'm streaming on 4 platforms. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin's amazed about how the internet works. Again, compare the tactics of Nazi regime. Tactics? As they were coming to power, compared to Antifa. What the fuck are you talking about? Sweet Havoc, you reveal yourself to be the dumbest person in America every single day that you comment on my show. It really is remarkable. It really is remarkable, Sweet Havoc. Tactics of the Nazi regime. We already have a Nazi regime. They have to be in power. Antifa doesn't want any power. They just want to fight fascism. We're all Antifa. Everyone's Antifa. My grandfather was Antifa. Everyone's Antifa if you hate Nazis. You understand? Little baby boy? Nazis burns books. That's MAGA. That's right. Remember when Florida pulped all those books? That was fun times. That was fun times because they mentioned the gays. And they put them all into dumpsters, and they didn't do the burning, and burning is so symbolically unfortunate. They just put them in wood chippers now. They put all the books in pulping machines. Anyway, I just want to look at I've been to Niagara and I saw this story. Man. Well, you're back. I don't know if you've ever been to Niagara, but Niagara, it's kind of scary to me that Niagara, it's looking so bad out there. Hey, you're back.
Hey, yeah. Phone died, a few other things, but yes, I'm back.
So, oh, there was no audio? Damn, I fucked it up. Hey, so I guess like what I hear you saying is something that I wished forever about the Democrats, is that they would have some fucking backbone and actually stand up to the fascists and do something and get some things done. But they haven't. My whole life they haven't. And it's just like when Barack Obama became president in his first term, he just like, I want to get consensus. What the fuck do you want consensus for? Get shit done. Like, what are you trying to get? Newsflash, they hate you. They hate you because of all these reasons. And on top of it, you're black. They hate you, Barack Obama. And he's like, we could convince them through policies and politicking. Like, he thought he was going to have dinner with these fuckers and that he was going to change their minds or something. Yeah. We're like, the Democrats are constantly negotiating with terrorists. And as we know, you can't negotiate with terrorists.
You can't.
So I get what you're saying. You're hoping that like someone like Barack Obama is going to turn over a new leaf. I hope you're right, man. I hope it happens.
Well, I think I think it'll happen. Obviously, in my sentiment is that it will happen. Oh wow, I escaped torrential downpour. But yes,
nice.
By seconds. But yes, I do think that for the good of the party, I think they're seeing the party slip. I think they're seeing the popularity dip. I think that they're forced to recognize some of these progressive Dems in the form of Mamdani, in the form of, a Saeed. And they're, I'm hoping that they step out of this box to be able to, because I think that's what's going to take to combat the MAGA movement, right? We have, they have their strong man in Donald Trump, and I think where the Democratic Party is missing, I can't name one overwhelmingly popular Democrat right now. Right?
No, I mean,
I can't. Yeah.
Yeah, but
the
okay.
last one was Barack.
The last one was Barack Obama, and he was a classic centrist, but whatever.
There we go. Yep.
I mean, but that's the Democrats for you. But there's maybe AOC. You do have AOC, who's kind of a superstar.
She's a DSA too, if I'm not mistaken. But
sorta, and she's she's a New Yorker. So how many times are we going to give?
A woman, right? I think
she's
when we
great.
look at
Look,
a lot
man,
of the progressive,
I talk enough shit on it.
A lot of them were women. Now we're seeing the men in this midterms, right? And even with Mamdani, we're seeing progressive men, regardless of their religion. I think that was what was missing before, even with the AOC. AOC was semi-popular, but I think what always will bog her down is the fact that she is a woman, right? We live in a patriarchy system as well, right?
We work with assholes, right? There's a lot of assholes. There's Ossoff, AOC. There's also Josh Shapiro comes to mind. There's people out there that are. I mean, even fucking Cory Booker is still a star. I mean, as much as I disagree, but
within
he's still
within his party, yeah.
He makes at least he's not Chuck Schumer. You know what I mean? Like the Hakeem Jeffries.
Is Jeffries? He represents my district as a congressional.
He's your congressman.
He's my congressman. And think about this. This is the overwhelmingly black area that he represents. And the fact that he is so centrist makes me laugh because that's not representative of the district. It's just not.
Because he doesn't represent you. He represents his party, and that's the whole problem. Yeah. But these fucking Democrats. Also, here's another thing, and I know you, with all due respect to all my lovely New Yorkers, I don't want to be fucking ruled by New York. It's like everything is about New York. It's always some asshole from New Jersey or New York City, and I'm over it. I don't need a Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, AOC, Cory Booker. All of them. They're all New Yorkers.
They stem from here. Yeah, no, they stem
or
from
Jerseyers.
Here. But I do think that goes to show both the power in New York City as what I would like to believe the leadership when it comes to the Democratic Party, both established and progressive. right? Like, I think when we look at the fact that we can have a Jeffries, we can have an AOC, we can even have Hillary, right? Because she was our governor for quite some time, our senator for quite some time. And I think that all that summed up, we still got Mamdani.
You still got Mamdani, but you also have, look, someone talking about Gavin Newsom, and it's like, you still got Gavin Newsom too. I mean, we still got Mamdani, but we still got Gavin Newsom as well. And
where is the equivalent of a Mamdani alongside Gavin Newsom as the governor of California? Where does that exist in California, right?
Well, first of all, there's no one at the government level, at governor level, even doing anything like we're talking about. Right now, we're talking about like Congress people and mayors, right? And it's like even Hong and shit. No one's talking about governor. Actually, she wants to be the governor of Wisconsin, right? Hong wants to be governor of Wisconsin. So there is some movement that way. Gavin Newsom's a fucking... I've hated him for a lot more time than most people have known who Gavin Newsom is.
I hear that.
I've hated him since he was mayor of fucking San Francisco. So when I was a kid, he was mayor of San Francisco when I was in college, and now he's governor of my state. And like, and I've watched these people's careers, and I've hated them for a long, long time. And people are like, "Well, you want Gavin Newsom?" I don't want Gavin Newsom. But if Gavin Newsom, I'll tell you what, Gavin Newsom still, I hate him. He's still 100 times better than, and that most of what you've got, and he's 100 times better than Chuck Schumer or some of these other fucks. You know, like Chuck Schumer doesn't want to be president though, and are you going to get a better candidate out of the Democrats than Gavin Newsom for president?
I don't see it in the immediate, right? And I don't see them platforming someone other than Newsom who's just as popular as him as well, right? I think that's what sucks, right?
I mean, he carries...
And I circle back to Mamdani because I see what he's been able to do in terms of forcing a Kathy Hochul to capitulate and be progressive by default, whether she wants to or not, in order to maintain her popularity and visibility. So I would hope that obviously, presidential is right around the corner, that, California would have had their equivalent to a mayor who was just as popular, just as progressive, that would force Newsom to be able to speak on the more progressive topics, right? In a progressive manner.
Our city government doesn't work like your guys' city government does. Like, so our mayors and stuff don't have the power that someone like a Mamdani has. So they don't really have the, you don't hear about, unless you're like mayor or county seat, like a San Francisco or something. LA even doesn't have the city structure where like what's her face doesn't have that power that that people think of when they think of the mayor, his honor. They don't. She ain't a Mamdani. You know what I'm saying? And she's probably out. We'll see. Rahman is running against her, and Rahman, and she's really progressive. So you might actually see. I can't remember the mayor of Los Angeles' name right now, but Rahman is the person who's challenging her. So we might actually see something really cool happen. And she is really left of, fuck, I can't remember her name. But she's also way younger. So, I mean, that's just happening by itself, right? You're going to get more progressive candidates as a lot of these fuckers age out. But, bro, like, I guess, like, from the Sun Belt, I don't see anybody stepping up. It may be Tellerico.
Tellerico's something to watch, right? Progressiveness looks different in every state, and I think obviously if that's what comes out of Texas, we accept it regardless, right? Because that's them moving a step, two steps forward, right?
Especially at that level, right? If you had somebody running, for president like a Tellerico out of the Sun Belt, which Sun Belt presidents tend to do really well because they're not quite Southerners. But people like California, Texas, New Mexico, the people who run from Colorado and stuff, people like those guys. Arizona, like McCain, people like those guys because they've got a little bit more of a, I don't know. There's something. They don't seem like the old elite.
There's an appeal to them on both sides, right? They're Southern enough in terms of conservative dog whistles with religiousness, but also progressiveness when it comes to pro LGBTQ, right? And
they usually like small government. They usually like, like it's. So I don't know if Gavin Newsom's going to be able to pull it off, though, because he's an old rich family who made his money in liquor. And I don't know if but I just don't see anybody else stepping up.
I agree, but I also do think it's who supports him, right? I think that's just kind of where my mind is looking now. Who is going to endorse? I think, and this is where I think Democrats have made this wrong decision in the past by not making it clear early enough. We already know Trump's intentions, do we not? Did he not say Trump 2028 already? Right?
He's already got the hats made.
Yes, right? And where is the equivalent? I always look for the equivalency in a two-party system, right? If one side does something, why hasn't the other side equally responded? And I haven't seen that, right? Like, are the Democrats still waiting to see what this progressive midterm looks like to back Newsom or some other candidate? And are we going to have heavy hitters knowing that this is probably one of the most important presidential elections of a generation? Are we gonna have the heavy hitters like the Hillarys, like the Kamalas, like the Barack Obamas endorse the proper people like a Newsom if that's the direction they're going in, right? Even if obviously Newsom isn't as progressive as we want him, is the party going to stand as a whole the way that the Republicans do in order to make it happen in the elections? That's where my mind is at. And that I don't know yet, right? I don't see it. I don't see it happening. And
if we let history be our guide, the answer to that question is a big No. The Democrats never are lockstep. The only time they were lockstep was when Pelosi was calling the shots and was kicking people's asses. You don't have a Democratic Party that's anywhere near the Republicans when it comes to this, like, goose stepping. Everyone's in the same fucking direction no matter what. You're like the MAGers. Look what's happened, man. If you say one thing out of line, you're out of the club. You're gone. You're excommunicado.
You're not even visible.
No.
Right? Look at everyone from Trump's first administration. Gone. We don't even remember who they are, right? Like,
except for Omarosa. I still remember Omarosa.
Okay, I agree there.
I remember Rex Tillerson. There's a few people I remember from the original cast, but he will if you even vote against him in Congress, he will primary you, and he'll talk shit on you all day. I guess that's one defense of the Senate. Like, the Senate doesn't give a shit. You can talk shit on them all you want. Like, they don't care about Donald Trump as much.
And that's the importance of the midterms, right? I think that's the importance of the midterms, right?
We hope so.
We hope so, yes. And I do think that, I always look for, again, that equivalency on the left, right? And the fact that the MAGA movement is, the Republicans are current lock and step. I mean, Trump has people in his administration like J.D. Vance who would criticize and denounce him as a fascist, right? Yeah. But now J.D. Vance is vice president, right? Mm-hmm. And that allows for these oligarchs like the Peter Thiels to be in office, essentially, right? In shadow office, behind the scenes, right? Yeah. With all these government contracts and the fast forwardness of AI, right? The unregulatedness of AI, and I think that, that damage is being sewn into, our current government, right? Look at the Howard Lutniks. Look at, all the oligarchs who are just openly visible in this administration. And, I think that the Democrats just haven't been loud enough. When I look at what these Democrats are, including
cowards.
They're cowards, yes. They should be speaking about this every single day. They should be visible on every media channel.
But they aren't, because their money comes from the same place. People ask you all the time, why did Biden talk about Epstein more? Because he was getting money from the same assholes that were on that list. And the same assholes that are on, like, the Lutniks. Lutnick owns Tethercoin. Fucking Besant owns all these soy farms. Besant's a billionaire. Mm-hmm. Like, these guys, you want to talk...
Larry Ellison, right?
The Ellisons. Don't even get me started. I mean, Larry Ellison, he's not part of the cabinet or anything, but I mean, look what he's done. And now they own TikTok and Paramount and Warner Brothers and Skydance.
Come on, right? And when we look at this, do we not think that this plays a big role in how information is disseminated to the masses and how it sways, right? The public opinion, right?
People who know that do, but these MAGA people don't know that shit. They don't know any of these things.
No, they don't.
Mike Katz, I see you in the waiting room. Could you put in the private chat how old you are? I don't recognize your name. Just tell me your age. I mean, that's the thing. These guys, they don't know. They're not informed. They're underinformed voters. They're underinformed political animals.
Misinformed and disinformed as well, right? Because that's their name of the game, right?
It's true. Mike, it's been great talking to you. Michael,
Likewise.
sorry, Mike is waiting. So, actually, he just bounced out. Never mind. Mike Katz just left That's odd. I was just about to bring him on. He says he's 29. Then he left the. Oh, now he's back.
Well, if he hopped back on, for sure.
He hopped back on. All right, I'm gonna bounce you off and bring on Mike Katz. Thank you so much for hanging out, Michael. Email me, man.
Always.
I'd love to collab and talk about stuff. All right.
Yeah, we'll talk. All
right, peace out. All right, Mike Katz, you're on the air. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Hi. What's going on?
Just doing the show. What's on your mind?
What's your real name?
What's that?
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. I want to have them answered immediately.
Okay. Alles klar.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
I like that. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Get your mother, please.
I like that. It's the Arnold Schwarzenegger from Kindergarten Cop. That was fun. Thank you so much, Mike Katz, for ending on such a high note. I love people who do things like that. It's always fun. All right, thanks everybody for joining. Yeah, the soundboard jokes guy, you get that every once in a while. Thanks everyone for joining. I've been live for 5 hours, and it's time for me to say goodbye. Illegitimacy non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. We will be starting, once I get the studio up, we'll do more for Sky City Rebels again. I do members-only chats afterwards. We'll be doing it more and more. Thank you, my Sky City Rebels. Thank you to the moderators, and thank you to Michael and Nadia, who came on the show. And I appreciate you very much. Go rest. I will go rest. Well, I got a guy for the tree coming out today. So we're going to figure that out too. All right. Thanks, everybody. I hope you're great. I'm sort of getting settled, Raul Duke. It's been a process, man. I'm still working on it. It's a little tough, but we're getting there. Sharia law sounds wonderful. Mayday, that sounds exactly on brand for you. It sounds like you would actually love Sharia law for sure. Yeah. Thank you so much. Peace, Sky. Thanks for the platform. Appreciate you. Anytime, please come back. I love chatting with you. All right, guys. Have a wonderful afternoon. Don't let the bastards grind you down. This is Morning Sky, the #1 news reaction show on YouTube.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.